Destiny Adrift, Interstellar Fleet Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. Waylis squatted low in the undergrowth of the Bres' defunct aviary, hiding from the only friends she had. Aside from the distant voices of Setia, Caris and Miriam, the place was quiet, an eerie contrast to how it had once been on her first visit to the aviary. The shock of colours and sounds of hundreds of birds had burst upon her like a tsunami. There had been nothing like it on her home planet, and though the humans had explained it was only because her world was very different from Earth, that hadn't made the birds any less amazing. She had come here many times on the voyage to the Polaris system to see and listen to them, imagining life on the humans' world. No information, vids, or even sim-suites could truly convey the feeling of being in the home of her far-distant ancestors, like the aviary did, until the birds left. It made sense, of course. The Bres wasn't set up to be the long-term habitation of hundreds of animals. Feeding them used up resources, and there'd been breeding. The aviary couldn't have accommodated them much longer, so they'd gone to live on Polaris with Caris's winged alien friend Perseus. But it had been a sad day for everyone when the birds were caught and then transported in cages to the shuttles to ferry them down to the surface. Now the trees, ferns, plants, lichens and mosses seemed lonely after losing their loud, bright, vigorous adornments, and everything was growing fast. Waylis disconsolately wrapped her fingers around the wiry stems of a patch of ground cover spreading onto the path. She tugged firmly, but the plant resisted. Giving a sharper tug, she managed to dislodge some of it. Scattering soil from the roots, she tossed the vegetation into a tub. The receptacle was half full. She had emptied it twice already into the larger container at the aviary entrance, yet she and her friends had barely made a dent in the overgrown vegetation. "Burnap's balls, I've had it with the gardening," Setia announced. Her voice was so loud and close, it startled Waylis. She hadn't registered that Setia had moved in her direction. "Let's do something else," Setia continued. Miriam protested. "We've barely been here an hour, and there's still so much to be done. This place is turning into a jungle." "It is a jungle," said Caris. "All the plants are twice as big as when I used to work here, and the trees badly need lopping, or else they'll soon reach the lights. Not a job for us, thankfully," Setia said. "Not a job for anyone at the moment. Bujold really needs to appoint a gardener. I don't know how to look after all this stuff. I was only here for the birds." "Don't complain to the captain," Miriam said earnestly. "She might close the place down entirely. I love coming here, or I used to before it got so hard to get around. Nowadays, it's quite challenging." Their voices were becoming quieter as they walked away. "Yep," said Setia. There was a ripping sound and a crash of vegetation. "Challenging's a great way to describe it. I've had enough for today. How about we get a drink? What do you say?" "A drink?" Miriam sounded scandalized. "It isn't even lunchtime." "We could call it an aperitif." "We've been drinking far too much lately." Miriam was being diplomatic, as always. In truth, it was Setia alone who was drinking far too much. Waylis, too, had noticed she seemed to take every opportunity to consume alcohol. At first, it had been interesting to see the effect the substance had on human beings. They became more relaxed, sociable, and happier. Though if they became very drunk, sometimes it made them sad or aggressive. The phenomenon was all the more interesting because it was something she personally could never experience. Her body metabolized alcohol instantly, but over time she'd grown bored of observing something she couldn't take part in. The humans had fun, while all she could do was watch. "If we're going to leave," Miriam said faintly, "we should find Waylis." "Waylis!" Caris exclaimed. "I forgot she was here. Where has she gone?" "I haven't seen her for half an hour at least," said Setia. "Damn," said Caris. "What's she been doing all this time? Do you think she got bored and left without telling us?" "I wouldn't blame her." "Maybe some scientists kidnapped her. Who knows the lengths they might go to for a blood sample?" Waylis didn't catch the next thing Caris said. She was too far away. Waylis cautiously rose to her feet. She wasn't sure why she'd been avoiding her friends. Something about being with other people, even the humans she was closest to, made her feel melancholy these days. Not that being alone was any better. Should she catch up to them before they left? She wasn't sure she wanted to spend more time sitting in a bar, listening to them talk about things she didn't understand, or places she'd never visited and never would. Maybe she should stay here and carry on attempting to tame the rampant vegetation. "Waylis!" Miriam's voice floated over from somewhere near the exit. Waylis squatted down once more and stoically pulled up a plant by its roots. "Waylis!" Setia was louder, though she was probably as far away as Miriam. She was just generally louder overall. Still, Waylis continued to pull up the tufts of wiry stems. A rumble of unintelligible conversation drifted from the direction of the door. The three women were probably deciding what to do, whether to continue calling or leave without her. Maybe they might try to calm her, but her comm button was in her cabin. She'd never grown used to the feeling of the thing in her ear, and the sudden calls from disembodied voices had spooked her once too often. As she grabbed another handful of foliage, something moved. It had been on the very edge of her vision. She peered at the place she thought she'd seen it, but all was still in the shadowy undergrowth. Perhaps it was some of the alien jelly that, despite the best efforts of the captain and crew, continued to roam the ship. She'd never personally seen any, but she'd heard reports of it being sighted just about everywhere, slipping into an air duct on the bridge, floating in the runoff from a shower, clinging to the overhead in a gym. The jelly was transparent, which might explain why she couldn't see it now if it had stopped moving. Should she tell someone? She couldn't hear her friends anymore. They must have given up on finding her and gone to a bar. The captain had ordered that all sightings of the jelly were to be reported immediately, but she didn't have her comm. Bujold had also ordered that no one was to approach the jelly, but Waylis wasn't even sure that was what she'd seen, assuming she'd seen anything. Remaining on her haunches, she slowly and carefully edged closer to the spot. There it was again. Something deep in the shadows had definitely moved. She had heard more than seen the movement. It was a soft, rustling sound. Was it the noise the jelly made? She didn't know. No one had mentioned it making a noise, but it certainly didn't seem like it might be that. Whatever it was, it had to be small. The light level beneath the overhanging fronds was good enough to see something large. She moved from a squat to a kneeling position and leaned forwards, angling her head for a better view of the dark area. For several seconds she remained still, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the poor light. It was a technique she'd learned while growing up. Many places that children ventured into back home weren't lit by artificial light. Natural tunnels and old abandoned habitations. When you first went into them, they'd seem too dark to explore, but if you waited a while, forms took shape in the darkness. She could see something. It was smaller than her hand, a rounded back, faint lines crossing it, a bright eye. Her breath caught in her throat. She lifted a hand and, slowly, keeping the rest of her body utterly motionless, she reached out. Her target remained so still, she began to wonder if it was only her imagination playing tricks. The nook was very dark. Perhaps her mind was projecting the image into it, putting a picture to the sound she thought she'd heard. Her hand inched closer. The bright eye blinked. Her fingertips were centimeters away. The creature burst from its cover, but it had no room to escape Waylis's waiting hand. She snapped her palm around it, enclosing it in her fingers. The small bird's wings twitched and its legs scrabbled, but she held it firmly, yet gently. She didn't know what kind of bird it was. There were many, many species, and she'd never bothered to learn about them, thinking she would never see another again, except for Caris's pet. Compared to most of the ones she remembered, this one was small and drab. Its feathers were shades of brown and black. It was no wonder it had been missed in the mass capture. Waylis slowly rose to her feet. What should she do with the bird? It looked healthy. It had survived months in the aviary, finding food and water among the overgrown vegetation. It could probably live out its life here, but it would be alone, and there was the small but real danger it might be crushed by someone trying to control the rampant plants. She looked at the bird and then up at the towering trees, undecided. Chapter 2. What do you mean you let it go? Caris put her hands on her hips and frowned, peering into the shadows beneath the leafy undergrowth. I opened my hand and it flew away, Waylis replied. I think it went that way. She indicated a far-off corner of the aviary. She had caught up with her friends in the passageway after a few moments of wrestling with her snap decision to release the bird. Then they'd all returned to the facility. No, Caris said with forced patience. I meant, why did you let it go? How the hell are we going to find it now? I wasn't sure what I should do. You could have calmed me. I couldn't. I don't have mine with me. Well, you of all people can hardly blame her for that, Setia interrupted. If you wouldn't mind not butting in. Caris took a breath and then slowly exhaled. There's only one thing to do. We'll just have to look for it. Scour this entire aviary for one little bird? Setia sounded incredulous. You've got to be kidding. What choice do we have? We can't leave it here all alone. It might not be alone, Miriam tentatively ventured. If one bird escaped capture, it's possible that more than one did. Maybe it has friends. A little group of them could be living here. It's a sweet idea, Caris said, but not likely. The team was very thorough. I still can't figure out how this one was missed. She turned to Waylis. What did it look like? I'm guessing it has to be pretty small. Waylis described the bird's brown and black markings. Sounds like a sparrow. Caris squinted at the treetops and then dropped her gaze to the aviary floor. They're social. We have to find it. Come on, Setia whined. It's just a bird. Caris's expression darkened. Don't ever say that to me again. Undeterred, Setia continued. What does it matter if one little bird is still living in the aviary? It survived this long. It'll be fine. Maybe it's a female, Miriam said brightly. And it laid eggs, and now it's raising its chicks. Not likely after all this time, Caris said, even if it mated just before the male was trapped. But if you're right, it's all the more reason to catch it. If it can't find the right food or something happens to it, the chicks will die. Waylis was beginning to regret telling her friends about the bird. If she had kept quiet, they would be none the wiser. Her discovery of the animal had been a fluke. The chances were it would never have been seen again, and she had a feeling it would be happier living undisturbed, even if alone. Better to be lonely than to be caught and forced into contact with huge, scary creatures. If you're determined to do this, said Setia, and when I say you, that's what I mean, what about setting a trap? Isn't that how they got most of the birds? One trap in this massive place? Lots of traps then. I really don't care. It's nearly lunchtime and I'm hungry. I've had enough of this place for today. Maybe we can talk about it over lunch, Miriam suggested. I don't suppose the sparrow will be going anywhere. Caris sadly surveyed the aviary once more. But I don't see what there is to talk about. You're right, said Setia. That bird isn't going anywhere, and I want to see what the chef's special is this week. They were early for lunch, but there was already a queue winding down the passageway. They joined the end of it. Bujold needs to open another refectory, Setia grumbled. She's closed at least one too many. Not enough staff, Caris said. We only have a handful of human caterers, and too many bots went kaput. It is frustrating to wait, Miriam agreed, considering we rattle around everywhere else on the ship. Remember when the Bres was full of passengers? All the hustle and bustle? Sometimes, when I'm in a completely empty gym or another communal place, like the aviary, I find it hard to believe those days were real. I like it, Setia said. I'm glad we dumped all the entitled assholes on Prime. I wonder how they're getting along. Probably evolved gills and fins by now. Miriam gaped. Has that much time really passed there since we left? I was kidding. Whenever I think of Talman Prime, I think of rain. I don't know how much faster time passes on the planets we visited as we travel away from them. Do you, Caris? I don't know exactly. Red zone travelling isn't the same as travelling through space-time, so the relativity laws don't apply. You could ask a comms officer. I think we're still in touch with Prime. Waylis gasped. We are? Why didn't anyone tell me? Her friend seemed lost for an answer. I'm sorry, Miriam eventually replied. I didn't know either. I assumed once we left a planet, that was it. Caris said. That would be some galactic federation if the members couldn't talk to each other. Didn't Bujold ask you if you wanted to come home? Setia asked. No one told me it was possible. An awkward pause played out. There's no precedent for having an alien on board, said Caris. I imagine. Is that how you think of me? Waylis exclaimed. I'm an alien? That isn't what I meant. I just meant it's the first time we picked someone up. Picked an alien up? Look, if you're going to be stupid about it... Miriam gently touched Waylis's arm. I don't think of you as an alien, and neither do the rest of us, right? She looked at her friends for confirmation. You're as human as anyone else in this damned queue, Setia confirmed. More human than some of them, Caris joked. Waylis wasn't convinced, but she didn't bother arguing about it. None of her friends would admit to thinking of her as different from everyone else on the ship. But they did, and to be fair, she was. She wasn't the same as the humans, and she never would be. The queue moved forwards. Up ahead, the refectory had opened. Waylis shuffled along in step with her companions. Mentally, she was far distant. She was back home, surrounded by her family and friends, warm and dry inside a hill, while the relentless rain drenched the landscape. Should she ask Captain Bujold if she could calm her family? Did she want to? As she understood it, a long time would have passed there, even though travelling through the red zone complicated things. Was anyone she'd known in her previous life still alive? When she'd made the decision to join the fleet, she'd accepted she would be saying goodbye to her home world and everyone in her circle forever. She'd never imagined she could have talked to them again. Now, perhaps, the opportunity was lost. If Bujold had thought to tell her, Would she have taken her up on the offer? How would it have felt to speak to someone one day and then for 10 years to pass from their perspective before she spoke to them the next day? "There's Matty!" Miriam's excited announcement broke Waylis from her reverie. "I'll sit with him," Miriam went on. "Sure," said Setia. "We'll join you." Miriam looked uncomfortable. Caris chuckled. "Don't worry, love's young dream. The 3rd, 4th and 5th wheel will leave you two alone." Miriam flushed and smiled. Waylis mechanically chose her meal and put it on her tray. Setia and Caris were already weaving through the crowd towards one of the distant empty tables. She followed, but only because not joining them would encourage attention and questions. She would have preferred to be alone with her thoughts. To her relief, Caris and Setia didn't include her in the conversation that ensued as they were eating. They bickered over what to do about the sparrow. Waylis was glad they didn't involve her. It was a stupid argument. If Caris wanted to catch the bird, she didn't need Setia's permission. If Setia didn't want to help, she didn't have to. Waylis had a suspicion the two women liked arguing. They certainly did it a lot. "Waylis?" It was a third, unfamiliar voice. She looked up. One of the Bres' scientists was standing over her. His name was Mooby or something. "Yes?" She didn't bother trying to keep the annoyed tone out of her reply. "I was wondering if you might help my team with something, in an official capacity, I mean." She leaned back. "I've already said no 1,000 times. I will not be examined. I will not answer your question." No, the man blurted. "You misunderstand me. You've made your feelings about any scientific investigation into your species very clear, and we accept your decision. We really do." "Do you?" In Waylis's experience, the scientists' persistence in pushing their agenda had bordered on harassment. "Absolutely. I'd like to talk to you about something else. If I might sit down?" Caris moved over to the adjoining empty seat so the scientist could sit opposite Waylis. He spread his hands on the tabletop. "This has nothing to do with researching Primians, though if you ever change your mind." Waylis glared at him. He grinned sheepishly. "Moving swiftly on, you must know of the concerns regarding the presence of xenogel on the ship." "You mean lime slime?" asked Setia. "I thought I saw some the other day, but it was on the menu as a dessert, so maybe not." "I've definitely seen some," said Caris. "There was a little bit on the floor of the aviary office." "What was it doing?" "Chilling, as far as I could tell. When I came back the next day, it was gone." "Did you tell someone?" Caris shrugged. "What's the point? It's all over the place, and it was only a tiny piece. I'm kind of growing used to those blobs. They seem friendly." "You're insane." The scientist cleared his throat. "As I said, this is regarding xenogel. Which, by the way, Caris, you should definitely report if you see it. Waylis, it occurred to the team that you might be able to help us understand the creature, or creatures." "Really? How?" Waylis asked suspiciously. "Well," he hesitated. "Isn't it obvious?" "Not to me, or I wouldn't be asking you, would I?" "We were thinking, with your special capability, you might be able to communicate with it, so to speak. But it can't talk, and if it could, surely one of you could communicate with it." Perhaps communicate isn't the right word. What I mean to say is, he wants you to change into lime slime," said Setia. "That's right, isn't it, Moody?" "Exactly. You see, if you were to become xenogel, you might be able to find out what it's doing here and what it intends, assuming it is intelligent and deliberate in its actions. The few investigations we've managed into the substance indicates that is the case, but we're far from sure. Of course, As we know so little about your ability, we weren't sure if you could help us. Xenogel as a species is obviously very different in every way from both your species and ours. So perhaps it isn't possible? Waylis debated just telling him she couldn't do it. She was almost certain she couldn't. As far as she knew, no one in her planet's history had ever succeeded in copying anything other than another of their own kind. But she was damned if she would give out even that information about herself to the scientists. She needed to make them leave her out of their speculations entirely. Whether it would be possible or not, I'm not going to help you. Chapter 3. In the quiet solitude of her cabin, Waylis could relax at last. She had to give the scientist his credit. After her refusal of his proposal, he hadn't tried to persuade her to change her mind. He'd chatted politely with Setia and Caris for a short while before leaving. Neither Setia nor Caris had mentioned the bird in the aviary to him, Waylis had noticed with satisfaction. They didn't want any interference from the science team either. She wasn't crazy for not wanting other people poking their noses into her business. She made herself a drink and sat on her bunk before activating its interface. The screen slid out of the aperture in the overhead. She'd been reading a lot of Earth poetry lately. It was hard to understand, but the challenge distracted her from her problems. She wasn't able to turn to alcohol for a short holiday from her feelings, like most of the crew. And she definitely didn't want to try any of the harder substances rumoured to be on offer in shady corners of the ship. Though her species was closely related to Homo sapiens, her metabolism was different. Who knew what those strange concoctions might do to her? Her door chime sounded. She put down her cup. Door open. It was Miriam. "Are you busy?" "No, come in." She always had time for Miriam, who was the sweetest-natured person she'd ever met, Primian or human. "Can I get you a drink?" "If it's not too much trouble, I'll have some tea." Waylis made it and asked, "How's Sheldrake?" "Oh, he's fine." "Has he finally stopped the gesturing and body movements?" Miriam giggled. "It's taken him a while to get out of the habits he picked up on Markop, hasn't it? He's been seeing Dr. Jacobs. He didn't think he needed to, but the captain insisted. According to Jacobs—" "I'm sorry, who's that?" "The ship's psychiatrist. You must have seen him around." Miriam grimaced and said in a confiding tone, "He has terrible personal hygiene." "I think I know who you mean." "The captain thought it would help Matty to talk through his experiences. He went through a massive psychological shift while on Markop. Being treated like a god by everyone around you isn't exactly an everyday occurrence." "Thank the stars." Waylis handed Miriam her tea. "According to Jacobs, Matty scores highly in empathy. The doctor said he's the kind of person who picks up new languages and assimilates into unfamiliar cultures fast." "Really? Lucky Sheldrake." "It isn't as surprising as you might think. Matty puts on a tough exterior, but underneath he's kind, gentle and sensitive." "You two make a great couple." Miriam blushed. "Thanks, but I didn't come here to talk about us. Waylis, I'm just going to come right out and say it. I'm worried about you. You try hard not to show it, but I can tell that deep down you're very unhappy." Waylis didn't answer. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I wanted to let you know, if you ever want a sympathetic ear, I'm here." Sighing, Waylis sat on her bunk. "I appreciate the offer, but talking about it won't help. I made a mistake, and there's no going back from it. What do you say? I screwed up, big time." "You're talking about your decision to leave Talman Prime? I thought that must be what's bothering you, especially after what you said to Tascabel, Matty's friend from Markop. You told her that staying on the Bres would be a bad idea." "I didn't want someone else to fall into the same trap as me." seduced by the dream of setting out on an epic galactic voyage aboard an amazing technological miracle. The truth is, once you're used to all the gadgets and devices, they don't seem so amazing anymore. Humans were fascinating at first too, but now, to me, you're just people, not so different from Primians, and people are people wherever you go. She rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands before continuing. I've given up so much, my home, my family and friends, but I've given up even more than that, more than I ever imagined, more than I even knew I had. I've given up my roots, my sense of belonging. I don't belong here with all of you aboard this starship. Miriam moved to her side and put an arm over her shoulders. You know we all love you, right? Me, Setia and Caris, we're your friends and we can help you. I know, but it isn't enough. She hadn't told Miriam half of it. She hadn't told her about the stares she attracted in the passageways, or the repeated requests from the science team for medical samples to analyse, which had only stopped after she'd made a formal complaint, or of the dreadful loneliness that hit whenever someone made a cultural reference she didn't understand. I appreciate it, she added. I'm sure I'll feel better in time. I'll never feel better. The door chime sounded again. Miriam straightened up. Are you expecting someone? Waylis shook her head and gave the voice command. Captain Bujold was framed by the opening. Captain! Miriam leapt to her feet as if jolted by an electric shock. Waylis, said Bujold, I'd hoped to find you alone. I was just leaving, Miriam blurted. She gave Waylis a quick hug and whispered in her ear, I wonder what this is about, before hurrying out. I apologise for approaching you in your cabin, said the captain. May I sit down? Can I stop you? Reacting to the antagonistic response with a raised eyebrow, Bujold took a seat. I didn't feel it was appropriate to summon you to my office in the circumstances. What circumstances are those? I think you know what I mean. I'll get straight to the point. I believe Professor Moody approached you in the refectory a little while ago with a particular request, and you refused. May I ask why? You can ask. I will, and I would appreciate a direct answer. Are you unable to take the form of the xenogel? Waylis was silent. A simple yes or no would do. I don't see why you're asking me. You must have a million ways to get rid of that stuff, if that's what you want to do. It seems pretty harmless, unless it's doing something nefarious and you haven't told us. The problem isn't what the xenogel is doing, but what it might do. It's an alien entity with unknown capabilities. Its presence on the ship would be risky if we had it under control, which we do not. As things stand, it has a free run of the place. Who knows where it might turn up next? If it gets into the engines, it could be a disaster. It's vital that we get rid of it, or, at the very least, understand its purpose, assuming it has one. An alien entity with unknown capabilities that isn't under your control, that has a free run of the place. Everything you've said applies to me. You don't know what I can do, or why I'm here. Are you going to get rid of me too? Bujold's expression hardened. I wasn't planning to, no. A tick started up under one of her eyes. However, I am painfully aware of all the allowances I've made for you. I agreed to allow you to join the ship. I did not have to do so. You've been given a cabin, food, and access to all the ship's resources. Yet you contribute nothing in return. You have no meaningful role. You don't give anything back, not even the smallest scientific insight into your species. When we ask for your help in a crisis, you refuse. As I said, I am not planning to get rid of you, as you put it. If you were in my position, providing shelter and sustenance to a useless ingrate, what would you do?" Waylis clenched her jaw. Bujold took a breath and slowly exhaled. "I came here with the intention of discovering whether you are able to help us. If you were, I would have tried to persuade you to do it. I didn't intend to speak so harshly, though I don't regret what I've said. It's all true from my perspective. I ask you again, are you capable of assuming the form of the xenogel and perhaps communicating with it? And if you are, will you?" Waylis's shoulders slumped. "I can't do it. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't." "I see. A straight answer at last. Alleluia. I won't take up any more of your time." Bujold rose to her feet. "If you can't help us, then we must move on to Plan B." Chapter 4. The work to load the Bres' food supplies onto the shuttles had taken hours, and yet they were not even nearly done. Waylis regarded the half-empty storage room. The remaining boxes were stacked in the rear of the room, grimy with dust. Trolley wheel tracks crisscrossed the dirty deck. "Don't you keep these storage rooms clean?" she asked Setia, who was lining up the trolley to collect more boxes. "Obviously not." "Why? Wouldn't it make sense? I can't believe I've been eating this stuff for months. It turns my stomach." Setia reached for a box. "You're confusing me with someone who does this for a living. How the hell would I know why they don't clean it?" "Maybe it used to be the job of Sanobots." "Yeah, probably. Are you going to stand there, or are you going to give me a hand?" Waylis helped to lift a bulky box onto the trolley. It was heavy. The label stated it was full of rice. "Does it matter if the containers are dirty on the outside?" asked Setia. "You should have seen the stuff I used to eat in Spiral City when I was a kid. Now that really would turn your stomach. Literally. I would say it didn't do me any harm in the long run, but my memory of weeks of the shits is too strong." Setia didn't often allude to her childhood. When she did, she always recounted something awful. Waylis was curious to hear more, and about Setia's life before she joined the fleet, but she'd made her reluctance to talk on those things plain. Karis's attitude was the same, worse even. Waylis didn't bother trying to draw more details from Setia. "We would never keep food in these conditions back home." Setia reached for another box. "I bet a lot of things are different on Prime. Storing supplies on a starship is different from how it is on Earth, too. We have to protect them from pests, like weevils, cockroaches, mice and rats. We don't have anything like that on the Bres or the other ships, thank the stars. Just lime slime." Setia nodded. "Just lime slime. And who knows if it's a pest? Better safe than sorry." Along with the rest of the ship's personnel, had to help transfer all the Bres' food to her sister ships as part of the preparations for an attempt to destroy their unwanted guest. Exactly what that attempt would entail wasn't common knowledge. Rumours ran the gamut, from irradiation through fumigation to programming the remaining working bots to seek out and destroy anything and everything organic. Given the sad state of the automated crew, Waylis thought the last option was the least likely. Also, as far as she understood, irradiating food didn't harm it or make it unsafe for consumption, so there was no need to remove the supplies. She guessed the Bres would be flooded with some type of poison. Would the substance be poisonous to xenogel? Who knew? Maybe the scientists thought they'd come up with something. Setia asked, "Have you been told which ship you're assigned to yet?" "Yes, this morning. The Balor. You?" "The same. And Miriam and Karis. Not Sheldrake, though. He said at breakfast that he knows why he has to go to the Banba, but he wouldn't spill the beans." "I don't suppose it really matters. We won't be away long." "I wouldn't be so confident about that if I were you. Something might go wrong. The Bres could become uninhabitable. We could be stuck on our host ships for the rest of the voyage. If I am, I won't care. The 3 vessels are all pretty much the same from what I've heard, and the Balor and Bamber's colonists disembarked along with the Breses, so they're just as roomy. Have you been on one of the other ships? Nope. I'm kinda interested to find out what living on the Balor is like. I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't the same as living here. Different people, different culture. Maybe, but at the end of the day, Waylis heaved a sigh. To me, you're all similar. You're all human. You say that like it's a bad thing. Do you want to come along with me to the bay this time? Setia was so strong she could handle the heavy trolley by herself. Everyone else had to push in teams of 2. I'll wait here. Fine. Back soon. Waylis leaned on the doorframe, watching Setia's retreating figure. It would take 20 minutes or so for her to make the journey, unload the trolley and return. Waylis decided to pass the time reading the labels on the boxes. Despite spending several months on the ship, she still encountered new-to-her foods. From the begrimed state of the boxes, it was clear they must have been part of the original stock brought up from Earth. She'd heard no reports of replenishing supplies on any of the planets they'd visited so far. Presumably there was still plenty of food. One of the Bres' zones had been repurposed to grow crops, but it was generally accepted that it wouldn't produce enough to sustain the crew. What would they do when supplies ran low? Hey, can you help me with something? Caris had arrived. I have to wait for Setia, Waylis explained. I know what you're doing. This is more important. But if I leave, Setia will wonder. She'll figure something out. Come with me. I need you. Come on. Waylis reluctantly trotted after Caris. She didn't have her comm, and so had no way of explaining her absence. Are you going to tell me where we're going? The aviary, of course. If Caris was going anywhere in a hurry, it had to be the aviary. Waylis had almost forgotten about the bird. You want me to help you catch? Caris abruptly halted and then swung around, eyes flooded with tears, hands clenched. That bitch is going to kill it! She rushed off again, breaking into a jog. Waylis followed. By bitch, I assume you mean Captain Bujold. Who else would murder an innocent creature for no reason? Trying to rid the ship of an anonymous, unpredictable, potentially hostile entity didn't seem to be no reason, but rationality was too high an expectation when it came to Caris's attachment to her birds. It was pure emotion and didn't pass through any cognitive process. Waylis asked, You think whatever Bujold is doing to try to destroy the xenogel will kill the sparrow? If we have to leave the ship, that means whatever it is, it's dangerous for living organisms. Sparrows are much, much smaller than people. It's bound to die. It wouldn't surprise me if all the plants and trees in the aviary died too. We can't transport them to the other ships. That would be a shame. It'd be more than a shame. It'd be a bloody disaster. Imagine inflicting devastation on all living things on the Bres except for us, just in order to take out the lime slime. It's been peacefully coexisting with us for months. It hasn't done anyone any harm. This whole fiasco is completely unnecessary. Have you tried talking to the captain? Maybe if she knew about the... She knows! I told her! She doesn't care. Tried to fob me off with some spiel about a small creature's life being unimportant compared to... the typical bullshit she spouts when she's about to do something bloody disgusting. Waylis knew better than trying to state an opposing viewpoint or tried to calm Caris down while she was in this state. I need you to tell me exactly where you saw the sparrow, Caris went on. We'll approach the spot slowly. You never know, we might be lucky. It might spend most of its time there or in the immediate area. Considering the animal was a bird, It seemed obvious that it would spend most of its time in trees, and Caris would know this. Again, Waylis kept her opinion to herself. I think I can remember the place. At the aviary entrance, Caris rocked backwards, bringing Waylis up short. "What are you guys doing?" Caris spluttered. The aviary was occupied. Men and women in crew uniforms were working amongst the vegetation, snipping stems, cutting off seed heads, and slicing leaves. At their feet were plastic containers for storing the plant parts. The nearest man turned to them, replying, "We're taking samples for growing on. Captain's orders." "You're—" Caris glared at Waylis. "You see? I was right. She expects everything in here to die. She knows exactly what she's doing," the man asked. "You're the person who used to look after the birds, aren't you?" "That's right." Caris stepped out onto the walkway, tugging Waylis's arm and dragging her along. "Can you remember where you saw it, Waylis?" "What are you doing?" The man stepped towards them. "You can't walk around in here right now. You'll get in the way." Ignoring him, Caris repeated her question. Waylis frowned. "Over there, I think. In the ferns under that tree with the shiny bark." With an edge to his tone, the man said, "You can come back later, when we've finished." "Later will be too late. Waylis, you start looking for it while I get a box from my office. Try not to move too quickly, or you'll startle it. If it gets up into the trees, I don't know how we'll ever get it down." Caris stomped down the walkway in the direction of her office, giving the man a dirty look as she passed him. "What's she talking about?" he asked. "There's a bird-song here around the place," Waylis replied. "It must have been missed when the rest were trapped and removed." "Oh!" He put his secateurs down on a railing post. "Why on earth didn't she say so?" He spoke into a comm button, routing an announcement through the speakers. "Listen, everyone, we have a slight change of plan. Apparently, when the aviary birds were caught and transported to Polaris, one was left behind. It's still here somewhere. So forget what you're doing for the moment and look for it. You're about to hear a description." He unclipped the button from his lapel and handed it to Waylis. Caris returned, her chin trembling. "You'll help us look?" "We will, and we'll find it, I promise. If it takes us a while, I'll tell the captain there were more samples to collect than I predicted. You know," he added, leaning close, "sometimes a little politeness can go a long way." Chapter 5. The most obvious place to check first was the patch of undergrowth where Waylis had seen the bird a few days earlier. Caris held her net at waist height and told the 3 horticulturalists who also had nets to do the same. The rest of the group was already searching in other sections of the aviary. "If it's here," Caris said, "as soon as it realizes we've spotted it, it'll fly into open space, not up into the tree." Her brow wrinkled. "Or at least, I don't think so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We can't climb the tree, so this is the best we can do." "Please," she begged, "be gentle. This species is small and very fragile." "We'll do our best," said the leader, who had introduced himself as Pedro. "Let's get on with it." "Okay." Caris had the posture and tension of a soldier about to enter battle. "Waylis, you know what to do." Caris had given her very precise instructions on how to approach the bird and try to catch it the same way she had before. The nets were in case she failed. She fully expected to fail. The first time had been a fluke, and no doubt so did everyone else. She'd seen enough birds during the flight to the Polaris AB system to know their general behavior. "I wish Perseus was here," Caris muttered. "He would catch her in a flash." "Perseus?" one of the horticulturalists asked. "Is he in the crew?" Caris ignored her. "Go on, Waylis." She crouched and cautiously lifted the frond of a fern. "Slowly," Caris blurted. Waylis paused. "Do you want me to do this or not?" "All right, I'll shut up." Peering deep into the shadowy undergrowth, Waylis searched for the small form. A little movement or the blink of a bright eye might be the only sign of it. Its plumage was excellent camouflage. She dropped onto her hands and knees and crawled under the fern, dry leaves crackling beneath her. Pausing again, she looked around. Her eyes had adjusted to the lower light levels, and she could clearly see the exact place the bird had flown from. It was empty. "I don't think it's here anymore," she said. "Maybe we should ask Mapper Robbins to locate it," another horticulturalist quipped. "Are you sure?" Caris asked. "I suppose it was too much to expect." Waylis swept a hand wide, hoping that if the bird was here but she couldn't see it, she might spook it into revealing itself. But there was no reaction. "I'm sure. It's gone." Reversing her direction, she crawled out and stood up, picking dried plant fragments from her hair. "Never mind," Pedro said. "It shouldn't be too hard to find." "Then we can get back to work," someone said. "So," putting her hands on her hips, Caris spun on a heel. "Sparrow. Where would a sparrow be?" She turned to the group. "They like hedges. It's likely to be hiding somewhere dense with lots of small twigs, deep inside where no leaves are growing. If we're lucky, it might have built a nest." "For eggs she'll never lay," Waylis sadly commented. "Somewhere dense?" Pedro asked, his eyebrows rising. Dense vegetation grew everywhere in the former aviary, apart from the overgrown paths. Since its abandonment, the plants and trees had been neglected, and in the warmth and strong lights they'd grown vigorously. The enormity of the task the team had undertaken seemed to dawn in their eyes. One let his net drop heavily to the ground. "Couldn't we just put out some seed? Isn't that how the rest of the birds were caught?" Caris replied. "She'll never come out into the open with so many people around." "We could set a trap after we've taken our cuttings," Pedro suggested. "There's no time. We leave for the other ships tomorrow. There's no guarantee she'll take the bait by then. And if she hasn't, the chance we had to catch her will be gone." "I see your point, but..." Pedro cast a glance at his team. "I have a job to do here. When I said we would help you..." "What you're asking is impossible," a woman snapped. "A complete waste of time." "I knew this would happen," Caris angrily retorted. "No one gives a shit about that bird except me. You're all monsters. Do you see, Waylis? Prime examples of humanity, not willing to give up even a little bit of time to save a helpless creature." Now, Pedro said. "There you go again, flying off the handle. I didn't say we won't help, but we must be practical, even you. What do you say we devote an hour to trying to catch this bird? If we aren't successful, we continue with our work, and you and your friend are free to carry on looking for as long as you like. I can't say fairer than that, can I?" "I suppose so," Caris grumbled. And so they searched. The horticulturalists split the aviary into 9 sections and took a section each. Caris and Waylis took the remaining sections. Not all sections were equal. Waylis's comprised several trees, all of which had nearly reached the lights. The area immediately surrounding the trunks was bare. Unlike most of the rest of the place, the trees had sucked all moisture and nutrients from the soil, and their leaves hoarded all the light. She studied the canopy. The efficiency with which the foliage screened the underlying ground was fascinating. Each leaf had grown perfectly positioned to capture the lamp's rays. She had no trouble scanning them and the adjoining branches for the bird. She guessed it could be somewhere she couldn't see from below, but there wasn't a lot she could do. She couldn't climb up into the trees, though Caris would probably want her to figure out a way. Instead, she looked into the clumps of shrubs and ferns growing farther from the trees' bases. The vegetation was exactly the kind of place the bird would hide. It had been somewhere similar when she'd seen it. Sounds of Caris and the horticulturalist's searches came from all around. Rustles, crackles, and the swishes of vegetation swept aside, accompanied by mutters and grumbles. Caris had called her fellow humans monsters for not wanting to find the bird. Were they? The task was irksome. It wasn't that she didn't care about the innocent creature, only the aim of finding it seemed hopeless. It would be sad if the bird died, and it certainly would die from the effects of the effort to eradicate the xenogel. Otherwise, why had Bujold ordered the gathering of plant samples? But the bird's death wouldn't be devastating. Death was part of life, unpleasant but natural. It was unavoidable, and therefore had to be accepted with grace. That was the attitude back home. Caris was wrong. The horticulturalists weren't monsters for not wanting to go to an enormous effort to save the life of a tiny creature. On the other hand, the fleet had tried to commit genocide on her home planet, a world her ancestors had apparently settled due to their unknown benefactors transporting them there, trying to prevent humans from wiping them out on Earth. In the right circumstances, humans could be monsters. Yet here they were, searching for a single bird to save its life, though they had made it clear they would not look for long. Caris was going to be so angry and upset when, inevitably, the bird was not found. Waylis pulled apart the leafy twigs of a shrub. Nothing. She tried another shrub, and then another. Why had she told the others about the bird? She should have kept quiet. Caris would have been none the wiser. She wouldn't grieve the creature's death. Her ignorance would have protected her. Over the next 20 minutes, Waylis looked through every shrub and fern in her section. There was no sign of the bird. It wasn't in here. What should she do? Help someone else? Look around generally? Sneak away before Caris lost her temper? Dismissing the unkind idea, Waylis decided to help her friend search her area. But as she stepped onto the path, a soft squelch came from behind. She halted. Of all sounds, the noise of a wet impact was the last she would have expected to hear in this place. She turned and scanned the ground. What could it be? It had sounded like something heavy and moist had fallen from above. Automatic sprinklers watered the aviary every day, leaving the air humid and leaves wet. But today's irrigation had taken place hours ago. No drops should be falling. Anyway, the sound she'd heard had been too loud for a drop of water. There it was! A pale green lump sat on the ground, gently glistening. The substance was transparent, the dirt beneath it showing clearly, which was why it had taken her so long to see it. Xenogel! It was her first sighting. Now she could see it with her own eyes. All the descriptions she'd heard were confirmed. In some ways it reminded her of the rain sprites back home. It was there, and yet almost not there. The xenogel looked as though it might disappear any moment, sink into the soil, or simply vanish, leaving no trace. Should she say something? Tell the others? Any sightings were supposed to be reported, but there were so many nowadays it hardly seemed worth it, and the point of this exercise was to find the bird. Any distraction would probably annoy Caris. It was moving. How it was moving, Waylis couldn't understand. It had no legs, no wheels, not even a muscular base, like some animals she'd seen at home. Yet the lump of xenogel slid smoothly along the ground, continuing to defy logic. The xenogel slid on towards the bottom of a tree. Waylis stared, transfixed. The xenogel surmounted a root protruding from the soil and glided easily down the other side. And it was then she saw the bird. Had it been there all the time? Its brown and black feathers fitted in perfectly, with the dead leaves and shadows between them. Like her, the bird was watching the xenogel. Like her, it also seemed mesmerized by the odd organism, except she could break her trance. Ignoring the xenogel, Waylis moved, ever so slowly, towards the bird. It didn't appear to notice. It was so fascinated by the xenogel. She was 3 meters from it, and then 2. Still, the xenogel swept on, heading for a patch of ground cover, eking out a poor existence at the fringe of the lifeless zone around the tree's base. Waylis was 1 meter away. On the bare soil, her footsteps made no sound. Slowly, she bent her knees, lowering herself. The bird blinked, and her breath caught in her throat. She reached out. If the bird's attention remained on the xenogel just a few seconds longer, it saw her descending hand and fluttered into the air. She caught it. Chapter 6. Waylis doubtfully regarded the box in her hands. "Can't Setia look after it?" Caris's lip curled in disgust. "You are joking, right?" "What about Miriam?" "She's going to be too distracted missing Sheldrake. You're the perfect person. You helped look after the birds while I was on Polaris AB. You even changed your appearance to look like me, so they weren't alarmed by a stranger. You did a great job. It isn't easy running an aviary with hardly any training." "There has to be someone else. I'm not comfortable with this." Caris gave an exasperated sigh. "If I could look after her, I would. But Loki won't be able to control himself. The first chance he gets, he'll kill and eat the poor little thing. And I can't keep either of them in a cage for prolonged periods. It would be cruel. You have to do it. I don't know anyone else I can trust." Waylis racked her brains for reasons to refuse. "It'll be easy," Caris went on. "All you have to do is give her access to water and food. I'll supply a suitable feed and keep her safe in your cabin. If she gets out, we might never find her. Loose on a starship, there are any number of places where she could disappear. She could easily fly into an EC vent or rubbish disposal chute. Have you thought of a name yet?" "What?" "A name. You should give her a name you like, or make something up. Something to suit her personality." "Birds have personalities?" "Are you serious? Anything with a brain can have a personality. Don't Primians keep pets?" "Most animals on my planet live in water." "Makes sense. You don't even keep fish in tanks?" This notion confused Waylis so much she could only stare in reply. Believe it or not, even fish have personalities. Some of them like interacting with humans. In an effort to bring the conversation back to the pertinent subject, Waylis said, "What if Captain Bujold won't allow me to take the bird to the Balor?" She knew she was grasping at straws, but the last thing she needed was to be responsible for another life. She'd screwed her own up badly. Who knew what might happen if she was entrusted with another? Caris looked at her like she was insane. "What has Bujold got to do with it? She was the one who was happy to let this bird die, remember?" "You don't plan to tell the captain?" Caris rolled her eyes. "You're a good person, Waylis, but you know what? Sometimes you have some really stupid ideas." She had serious misgivings about smuggling the bird onto the shuttle, so she didn't put a lot of effort into the endeavour. As she stood in the queue waiting to be checked, she vaguely hoped someone would notice her soon. If the bird was confiscated, the problem would literally be out of her hands, and Caris couldn't blame her. Knowing Caris, and going by the side look she was giving as she waited in another line, that might not be the case. Emptying the Bres of all her food supplies had been a massive task. The shuttles had been flying to the sister ships for the last few days, transporting all the goods. But now the work was over, and, following the last meal they would eat aboard the Bres for an as yet untold period of time, it was the turn of the crew to be transported. All their personal belongings had gone on ahead. For Waylis, this had meant a small case of clothes, basically what she'd brought with her from home. Since then, she hadn't felt the need to have any clothes printed, though initially she'd found the process fascinating. Now she just couldn't be bothered. Unlike some others, she didn't try to counteract the boredom of a long voyage by indulging in a sense of fashion. Fashion was a very human trait. Her species didn't care about such things. She'd seen huge piles of bags, boxes, and other accoutrements on their way to be screened for xenogel, and had been amazed. Why did the others have so much stuff? Had they brought it all with them from Earth? Setia had told her once that only rich colonists had been given a large baggage allowance. The people working their passage, civilian crew and military, had only been allowed to bring a few kilos of belongings. So where had all the stuff come from? Her line shuffled forwards. Caris, in the queue opposite, gestured at her. Waylis frowned her lack of understanding. Caris pointed at her jacket opening and mouthed, "Tuck it in." Waylis shook her head. If she was discovered to be actively hiding the bird, she could get into trouble. Caris's lips formed the word, "Why?" Waylis turned her head in the other direction. A few seconds later, she felt a hand on her arm. Caris had left her spot in the line. Leaning close, she whispered, "You have to hide the bloody box." "No, I don't. They're going to search us. Go away." "You have to. If Bujold finds out, she has it in for that bird." "You're being ridiculous. I can't possibly hide this thing. Go back to your queue." Waylis silently thanked the stars they would be travelling in separate shuttles. Caris was becoming unhinged. Her falcon, Loki, who occupied his usual place on her shoulder, stooped and focused his intelligent gaze on the box, clearly sensing what was inside. Caris gave a snort of frustration and stomped back to her line. A brief argument ensued as she tried to resume her place. When the others in the queue wouldn't let her in, she marched to the end, fists clenched. Everyone was getting tetchy. There had been days of hard work transferring the supplies, and now they were leaving the ship that had been their home for months. The Bres had become their personal space, the space in which they expected to live out the rest of their lives. And what they could expect when they returned hadn't been explained. It wasn't even a certainty that they would return. She reached the checkpoint. 2 uniformed crew wearing gloves stood behind a table. "Just bringing that box." The other checker stepped nearer. "This is it," Waylis replied, "but put it on the table." "Open your jacket," said the other. "The box has a bird inside it," said Waylis. "So if you open it—" "A bird?" A look passed between the 2 officials. "It was missed when all the aviary birds were taken to Polaris." "No kidding!" "Open your jacket," the second checker repeated, "and I'll need to see inside all your pockets." "Please be careful." Waylis put the box on the table, while the other official patted Waylis down, inspected the interior of her jacket, and peered into her pockets. The first found a torch. He lifted the lid of the box a fraction. As he shone the torch in, the little bird's fluttering and scrabbling claws could be heard.
Huh, well I never. There really is a bird. Thought you might be going loopy. This exercise is sending some people crazy.
Can I take a look? The other official asked. Waylis interjected,
Please don't let it out.
After taking a peek at the bird, the second checker half turned to her co-worker. Is it okay to let it on the shuttle? Should we tell a supervisor?
We're looking for xenogel. There's none on that bird or in the box, so I say it goes on. Besides, take a look at who's in the other line. Or should I say, what?
Ah, yeah. Waylis had also become so accustomed to seeing Caris's bird, he had become almost invisible to her too. The second checker whispered to her workmate, though Caris could hear. But what if there's xenogel in the bird?
If it's in that creature, it could be in any of us.
Fair point, she shooed Waylis. Take your box, you can board. Chapter 7. Clutching the small container to her chest, Waylis descended the shuttle into the Balor's Bay. She was one of the last to leave the vessel. The bay was alive with arrivals from the Bres and, it seemed, most of the Balor's personnel too. In a corner, Captain Bujold was shaking the hand of a man also in a captain's uniform. Caris pushed through the crowd. Is she okay?
I don't know. I think so.
You haven't checked? Caris tutted and took the box from Waylis's hands. After peeking inside, she handed it back. She seems fine. Waylis continued to take in the scene in the bay. People were hugging and shaking hands.
Do people from the Bres and Balor know each other?
Of course. Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. It didn't occur to me. You, Setia and Miriam never talk about friends on the other ships.
Setia and Miriam were originally single passengers. They left everyone they knew behind on Earth. Most everyone else in the fleet is military or civilian crew. We didn't pay for our berths. We were hired. When friends applied for positions on the ships, they didn't get to choose which ship they were assigned to. For some of these people, it will be the first time in months they've seen lifelong friends.
But you've never mentioned knowing.
Caris gave an exaggerated sigh. I would have thought you knew me well enough by now to cotton on that I don't like people. Waylis clutched the box tighter, thinking about old friends reuniting.
I'd better go to my cabin.
I'll come with you.
There's no need. I'm sure I can find it. She had been told the layouts of the fleet ships were identical.
I know you can. I was thinking about... Have you given her a name yet? Never mind. I'm sure you'll come up with something. I have to help you set up for her long-term care. Oh, wait. Caris cast a glance at the bird on her shoulder. I forgot about Loki. When you get to your new place, com me. Whatever you do, don't let your bird out of her box. I'll be over as soon as I have this little guy settled in. Caris marched away without another word. Long term? How long would the bird live? Scrabbling sounds leaked from the box, and Caris felt the fluttering of the small creature trying to escape. She was just a little tempted to open the lid and accidentally let it out. If she did it somewhere enclosed, it would be caught eventually, and Caris would never trust her to care for it again. The unwanted burden would be gone, but she couldn't do it, and Caris would be absolutely furious.
Hey, are you the shapeshifter?
A large man in a Balor uniform loomed over her. She looked up into his stubble-wreathed face.
I don't know what you mean.
She knew exactly what he meant.
You're the one from Prime, right? I can tell. You look weird, like I don't know what you're talking about.
She brushed past him, heading quickly for the exit. The crowd had thinned. The last of the luggage was being transported out of the bay, on its way to designated cabins.
Hold up!
The man had followed her. Pretending not to hear him, she hurried on.
I just want to talk to you. I want to know what it's like to change into something else. How do you do it?"
It sounded like he was right behind her. Her shoulders and back tingled with his unwelcome proximity. She wanted to swing around, to tell him to... What was the phrase Caris used? She remembered. She wanted to tell him to piss off, but it might only encourage or enrage him.
"I know you can hear me. A shapeshifter's always this stuck up. Is it like a personality trait?"
"Excuse me, but what exactly do you think you're doing?" Captain Bujold's clipped tone, seething with indignation, brought Waylis to a halt, and she turned. The captain stood between her and the burly man, her small, stooped figure dwarfed by his large frame. But Bujold clearly had complete authority in the situation. The man's features drooped as he stared down. "What's your name?"
"Sabione, ma'am."
"I will report your behaviour to your captain, Mr.
"I was only—"
And if you are observed harassing a member of my crew again, you will be punished. Do you understand?"
"I just wanted—"
"Do you understand?" Sabione nodded and sloped away. "Waylis, Bujold's words dried up as she noticed the box. "What do you have there? Something precious from Prime?" The captain's tone was unusually friendly. Perhaps she was feeling sympathetic about the constant unwanted attention Waylis received. It was going to get worse now she was on a new ship, among people who weren't used to her. "It's, Now the bay was quieter. The sudden scrabbling and fluttering from the box could be heard clearly. "You have something alive in there?" Waylis was struck dumb, equally balanced between fear of Bujold's anger when she found out about the bird, and Caris's anger when she found out that Bujold knew about the bird. The captain's surprised expression cleared. I seem to remember telling a certain person that she was not to expend useless effort in attempting to catch a sparrow." Waylis's lips remained sealed. "And it appears that the person ignored my express order and managed to catch the creature." Should she say something? The captain was doing a good job of putting two and two together all by herself. "And now she's saddled you with the responsibility of looking after it." Bujold gave a small shake of her head. "One day I will have complete control of my crew. One day." She walked away, muttering to herself. Setia had been right. The atmosphere aboard the Balor was different from the Bres. As Waylis walked the passageways to her assigned cabin, she felt it. Naturally, most of the faces were unfamiliar. She spotted few fellow crewmates. No doubt most arrivals from the Bres were busy settling into their temporary homes, and the Balor's uniforms were a different colour too, a deep blue rather than the Bres's dark green. But it was more than that. The humans on this ship held themselves differently. They were stiffer-backed, generally more rigid, and their expressions were more sombre. They ignored each other in public areas, whereas on the Bres people would nod or say hi or good morning. There she had never felt at home or as if she was among friends, except sometimes when she was with Setia, Caris and Miriam. But she hadn't realised just how unfriendly human society could feel. When she reached her cabin, it was a relief to step inside and watch the door close, cutting her off from the chilly external atmosphere. She left Caris a message to let her know her new location. The bird seemed determined to batter its way out of the box. If she didn't let it out soon, it might hurt itself. Was it safe to let it fly around in here? Her cabin was surprisingly large and luxurious. On the Bres, all cabins of this opulence were occupied. They'd been the first to be snatched up when their previous tenants had departed to begin their lives as colonists. She crossed the lounge area to one of 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms! A family must have lived here. Heavy-heartedly, she carried the box into the room and closed the door. After a few minutes of searching the walls, floor and ceiling, she determined there were no escape routes and opened the lid. The bird immediately flew upwards and fluttered around and around, seeking an exit. Waylis stepped outside, hoping to ease its fears by leaving it alone. Caris arrived. As she entered the cabin, she whistled. "Your place is even nicer than mine."
"You have a luxury suite too?"
"A little bit fancy, but yeah. I didn't understand it at first, but then I heard that Captain Alonso didn't allow his crew to take over these places when the colonists left. I don't know why. Their bad luck is our good fortune, right? I wasn't too bothered about snagging a comfy berth when we left Prime. Didn't want to fight over one, but now I kinda regret it. I like my little one-bedroom place on the Bres. It's a step up from the shoebox I was originally assigned, but I'd prefer to live somewhere more roomy, more space for Loki to fly around. Talking of birds, where's the sparrow?"
"I put it in there."
Waylis nodded at the closed door. "Her! It's a female sparrow, not an inanimate object."
"Firstly, she can't hear us,"
Waylis snapped.
"Secondly, I'm pretty sure she doesn't understand English."
Caris's eyebrows lifted. "Who pissed on your chips?"
"What?"
"Look, if you think of her as an it, you'll treat her like an it. Do you see what I mean?"
"Just tell me what to do, okay?"
"It's pretty simple. I'll take you through it." Caris had brought a bag of birdseed. She found a bowl in the suite's kitchenette to pour the seed into, along with another bowl for water. She carried the bowls into the bedroom, while Waylis guarded the door in case the bird tried to fly out. It was perched on the top of an open cupboard. Caris put the bowls down on a dresser. "It's important that you check them regularly and top them up. You have to empty and wash them before refilling them. She'll poop wherever, but the Sanobot should find it and clean it. Maybe we should think about nesting material too. I said it was simple, didn't I?"
"Okay, I'll do all that. But what's the point? She's just going to die."
Caris gave her a strange look and sat down on the edge of the bed. After a moment's silence, she said softly, "We're all going to die, Waylis."
"Of course, but why should I go to all this effort?"
"But looking after a bird isn't a lot of effort. You're not making any sense." Waylis sought for the words to express her feelings. At first, it had been hard to use the human's language. Now she was used to it, so much that, sometimes, she worried she would forget her own, yet she still struggled to explain what she meant.
"Do you have metal containers for food on Earth?" she ventured. "I didn't see any in the Bres' supplies. Back home, it's how we keep food from spoiling."
"Tins?"
"Is that what you call them?"
An image formed in Waylis's mind, and she found she could finally articulate what she wanted to say. The words left her in a flood.
"The fleet ships are like tins, right? And we're the food, sealed inside, unable to leave. We can only exist within these metal containers, flying through endless space, while life goes on around us faster than we experience it. We're cut off from reality in a sense, and it's so boring. We can only do the same things over and over again, and we have mostly the same monotonous, sterile stuff to look at. It's like living inside a hill forever and ever, only worse, because at least in a hill you can look outside at green lands, at the rain, and you can touch the earth walls and smell fresh air. It makes me wonder, what's the point of this life, detached from everything?"
"Sounds like you have buyer's remorse."
"I don't understand."
"You signed up for this. We all did. No point in regretting it. You'll drive yourself mad." Caris got to her feet. "Let me know if you have any problems. The sparrow will be fine in this room, but try to interact with her so she isn't lonely. And think of a name. I'll find some nesting material. Caris left. Waylis looked up at the bird. The bird looked back at her, unblinking. Chapter 8. Just come over, Miriam said. You don't need to stay long. Waylis had been tempted to not answer Miriam's comm. She was already regretting it. We might be on this ship a while, Miriam continued. It'll be nice to make new friends. Waylis had absolutely no interest in being friendly with the Balor's crew, especially not after the incident with the pushy man in the shuttle bay. She also had a bad feeling about them generally, yet neither did she want to disappoint Miriam, who only had good intentions. All right, she relented. Where are you? Chang's, deck 5.
Chang's? What's that?
A bar.
Of course. This idea of mingling with their new crewmates had to be Setia's. I'll be there soon. She wasn't worried about leaving the Sparrow alone. It seemed to have settled in. Caris had put the bird's box in a high cupboard and left the door slightly open. The Sparrow had made a nest in there, and she'd been eating the food Caris had provided. Waylis had no idea what else she was supposed to do with the bird, but she was sure Caris would give her instructions, endless instructions, with little prompting. If only she could put on less conspicuous clothes. The annoying man in the shuttle bay might have noticed her due to what she was wearing. She had a fondness for the garments she'd brought from home. Wearing them gave her some small comfort, but they were different in style from the human's typical attire and made her stand out. She didn't want to attract attention on her way to Chang's. She checked her appearance in a mirror. Like her clothes, there wasn't anything she could do about the shape of her eyes or her fine-boned features, but she could obscure them a little with her hair. She pulled her locks forwards, plunging her face into half-shadow. She appraised herself again. Her efforts would have to do. With luck, no one would look too closely at her, and she could go to meet her friends without being accosted. She peeked into the bird's room. A pair of black, beady eyes peered at her over the edge of the nest. The Sparrow seemed okay to be left alone for an hour. Though the layout of the Balor had to be identical to the Bres's, she had become somewhat disoriented when locating her cabin. Traversing starships was somehow different from navigating the hill towns at home. To get to the lift, she had to mentally retrace her steps. It was empty when she stepped inside and announced her destination, but just as the doors had nearly closed, a hand grabbed one edge. They halted and began to reopen. Waylis tensed, worried it was the man from the shuttle bay. He might have followed her to her cabin. It wasn't him. 2 men in uniform entered. They were also going to deck 5. The Balor's crew wore navy uniforms, the Bres's wore dark green, and the Banber's uniform was deep red, but the insignias for the sections were the same. To her surprise, these men belonged to the same section as Caris. Their insignia was 3 hairs running in a circle, joined by 3 ears. She hadn't known the other ships had animal sections. One of the men noticed her eyeing his badge. I haven't seen you before. You must be from the Bres. She nodded. The other man turned to scrutinize her. So many new faces. It's going to be hard to get used to them after nearly a year of looking at the same ugly mugs day in, day out. Ha! Look at you, calling other people ugly. The lift stopped and the doors slid open. The men were blocking her way, so she waited for them to exit. One stepped out, but the first one who had spoken didn't move. Hold on a second. I heard the shapeshifter was assigned to this ship. That isn't you, is it? No, it isn't. It's someone else. She tried to edge around him, but the man subtly blocked her. Excuse me. Are you sure? Because from what I've heard, you look awfully like her. She narrowed her eyes at him. Are you trying to tell me I don't know who I am? You've got the wrong person. Move out of my way. There's no need to get upset. I was just asking a question. Do you know her? Because...
Waylis pushed past the man and out into the passageway.
Hey, take it easy.
She hastily picked a direction and hurried away.
What's her problem?
The other man asked.
She's from the Bres. They all have sticks up their arses. Haven't you heard? Can't wait for them to go back. Don't say that. A good friend of mine.
The men's comments faded as Waylis progressed down the corridor. Chang's. How to find it? The Balor's signage was like the Bres's. Only important places like the bridge, sick bay, and the offices of important people were named. Everywhere else was designated by section and number only. Usually it wasn't a problem. Even though the fleet's ships were huge, you quickly learned that, for instance, Deck 4A14 was a refectory, and Deck 2K92 was a sim suite. In a pinch, you could consult a map on a public interface or ask the ship's computer. She soon discovered that she hadn't been granted access to the Balor's system yet. She listened. If Chang's was close by, she should be able to hear voices. The corridor was silent and empty. The men from the animals section must have gone in another direction. Were they heading to Chang's too? She hoped not. She calmed Miriam.
"Where are you now?"
Miriam asked.
"Maybe I can direct you from there."
Waylis scanned the walls for the nearest room sign.
H15.
Actually, Caris brought us here, but she's in the restroom.
Miriam was clearly also clueless about the location of Chang's bar.
Never mind, I'll find it.
Waylis rounded a corner. A little farther ahead was a knot of people. She didn't want to interact with any more of the Balor's crew, but a simple request for directions probably wouldn't hurt. She sped up until she reached them. The group was a mixture of men and women, all out of uniform.
Can you direct me to Chang's, please? I'm kinda lost.
One of the women replied.
"Sure, it's..."
She paused.
"Hey, are you that alien?"
Not again. Would she ever be able to go anywhere on this ship without being recognized in the worst possible way?
No, I'm not,
Waylis replied firmly.
I'm as human as you are. I just happen to look a little like her. You probably won't see her around much, by the way. She's a recluse. Hardly ever comes out of her cabin, in fact. So, Chang's?
One of the men laughed.
I think you are her. You're just trying to throw us off the scent. Look, if I was the Primian and I wanted to avoid being recognized, all I would have to do would be to...
She took a breath.
I'm not her. I just look a bit odd. So thanks for that. Don't worry about the directions. I'll find my own way.
"Don't go off in a huff," said the woman. "Barry's just being, well, Barry. Come with us. We'll take you to Chang's."
No thanks. I changed my mind.
Waylis about-faced and headed back to the lift. She'd given up on her plan. She'd thought the attention she got on the Bres was bad, but it was nothing compared to what she faced here, where people weren't used to her. But her recent short conversation had given her an idea. If it worked, she would be able to wander around the Balor without constant harassment. Chapter 9. The Balor's printer technician cast glances at Waylis from the corners of his eyes while the machine hummed. She ignored him, focusing her attention on the clothing slowly sliding onto the tray. "It's funny you people don't have permission to do this yourself," the technician commented. Waylis's stomach clenched. Then, realizing what he meant, she replied, "I suppose the captains have more important stuff on their minds right now than adding the Bres's personnel to the Balor's security lists." "Well, it's lucky you caught me doing a maintenance check.
I'm usually only called in when there's a problem. I have plenty of other duties. I appreciate your help. Barely have time to turn around these days, with the bots breaking down left, right and centre. I heard about that. Must be hard.
The printing was nearly finished. It was just 2 sets of clothes.
I should have asked for more.
Who knew when her next opportunity to have some made might arise?
You don't know the half of it, the techie grumbled. We aren't even trained on some of the bots. We're having to jury-rig essential equipment. Before long, the ships are going to be running on spit and a prayer.
She was tempted to ask him what jury-rig meant, but she guessed a human would probably know. She would look it up later.
Is the situation really that serious?
Nah, I'm exaggerating.
But someone should have told the suppliers the fleet wasn't stopping at Talman Prime. The secret of its real mission was a bit too well kept. All done.
The techie swept up the garments in his arms and handed them to Waylis.
These should look nice.
Thanks. She clasped the pile to her chest.
Blue and pink are in right now, or so I heard.
He chuckled.
Not that I'm any expert on fashion, but...
His brow wrinkled as he hesitated.
They'll look nicer than what you have on. No offence. Thanks again, she replied, turning to leave. My shift finishes in half an hour. I don't suppose you want to.
She was already out of the printer room and heading down the corridor. She hurried on without answering, a ripple of embarrassment and discomfort passing through her, quickly washed over by relief. It was her first experience of being among the Balor's crew without someone asking her if she was the shapeshifter, or that alien, or some other offensive label. She'd thought life on the Bres was hard. At least there she'd been mostly left alone. The humans on that ship could take a hint. The walk back to her cabin passed without incident. Once there, she quickly changed her clothes, putting on the freshly printed ones, still warm from their production. They felt a little tight, and they clung in places she would rather they didn't. She was used to garments that draped and hung loosely. Her reflection stared back at her. Her clothes were better, but her expression was wrong, not what she was aiming for at all. She looked obstinate and sullen, as if defying someone to dare to speak. She purposefully softened her features, took a deep breath and exhaled. Tugging on the clothes to make them more comfortable, she turned away and peeked over her shoulder to see how she looked from the back. She tutted. Even after all her months aboard a fleet ship, she kept forgetting the movement was unnecessary. She gave a command, and the mirror switched to a rearward view. She gave an approving nod. The blue top and pink pants were exactly the kind of thing her shipmates might wear. The second stage of her plan was complete, now to test whether she would be fully successful. The passageway was busier than it had been a few minutes ago. It was nearly dinner time. The majority of the Balor's crew would be coming off shift, and the visitors from the Bres would be seeking out their first meal in their temporary home. Waylis wasn't hungry. Nervousness always suppressed her appetite, but eating a meal in a refectory would be the perfect test. As with Chang's, however, she didn't know where to go. Could she get directions or a map yet? No. Never mind. If she followed the general flow of traffic, she would find somewhere to eat soon enough. Navy uniforms surrounded her, most heading in the same direction. She slipped into the current and was borne along. A few folk were travelling upstream, and she was perturbed to realise she recognised one of them. It was the man who had accosted her in the shuttle bay, Sabione. Tensing, she watched him. His gaze flitted to her, but then he passed by. Another win. She was doing well, and there was the refectory. Scents of tonight's offerings seeped from the open doorway, along with the faint hum of conversation. People were pouring in. Waylis happily went with the flow. Maybe she would be able to eat something after all. Then she spotted another, more familiar face. Though Setia was still 20 meters away, her civilian clothes made her stand out. Why she was alone and not with Caris and Miriam, Waylis couldn't guess. Those three always went around together. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. Waylis moved quickly in the opposite direction, nearly colliding with someone who loudly complained. She rushed on, head down, until she was out of the general crowd. When she risked a backwards glance, Setia was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone into the refectory. Ducking into a side corridor, Waylis eased her pace. A little farther on, she halted and rested her back against the wall, waiting for her pulse to slow to normal. "Are you all right?" An older woman in a Balor uniform was watching her with concern.
"Yes, I'm fine."
Waylis swallowed. "Are you lost? Perhaps you want dinner. There's a refectory nearby."
"No, I don't. I mean, yes, I would like to eat, but I don't want to go to that one. It's too busy."
"I know what you mean. Sometimes it's nice to escape somewhere quiet, isn't it? I know just the place. Up on deck 4, turn left outside lift B. It isn't far. A small cafe, fully automated. I think Captain Alonso forgot to close it down."
She leaned closer conspiratorially.
"Don't tell anyone, though, will you? Only a few of us are aware it exists."
Waylis smiled. "I won't. Thank you."
"Enjoy your meal and the rest of your stay. It's nice to have you aboard."
Waylis's gaze lingered on the woman as she walked away. So not all of the Balor's crew were rude. Lift B. She scanned up and down the corridor. There was a lift A. B couldn't be far away. 10 minutes later, she was taking a seat in the small cafe. Of the 4 tables, only one was filled. The couple noticed her but didn't say anything. As she sat down, another person entered, a young man. The newcomer sat at the adjoining table and focused on the interface. He swiped and pressed it, and then looked up. "Do you need some help?" "Oh, She had been more concerned about the effect she was having than ordering food. "You guys aren't on the system, right? You won't be able to order anything." One of the couple said.
"You should go to a refectory. You can choose what you want from the buffet."
"I'm pretty sure she knows that," the young man countered. "Things aren't any different on the Bres or the Banba." He turned to her. "Would you like me to order for you?" Without waiting for an answer, he moved to her table and swiped open the interface. "Take a look and tell me what you want." Events were progressing a little too fast. Waylis felt, what was the word? Bamboozled. That was it. She liked the word, though she was ambivalent about the situation. The man was overstepping, but not in an unpleasant way. The menu listed sandwiches and other small dishes. "The ratatouille and buttered toast is good," he suggested. Waylis nodded, strangely tongue-tied. "Tea?" he asked. "Coffee or something cold? Water is fine." "Water it is." He made the selections. "Should be here in a couple of minutes." The center of his table opened and a steaming mug rose up. "There's my coffee. Hey, do you mind if I join you? I'm curious about that stuff that's invested the Bres, the xenogel. But if you'd rather be alone, I don't mind." She didn't know what made her say it. It would be better, safer, to refuse him. But it was perhaps the first time since leaving her home planet that someone was treating her like an ordinary person. "Great." The man grabbed his drink and brought it over.
Chapter 10. The human from the Balor was one of the few Waylis had been able to study closely since her fateful decision to join the fleet. In her earliest days with the humans after she'd snuck aboard the Bres, she'd avoided people as much as she could, fearing they would guess she was not Setia. Then her mission to infiltrate the invaders' ship and discover their weaknesses by masquerading as one of them had quickly fallen apart, though, in the end, by copying Captain Bujold, she had helped to stop the genocide of her people. When she'd abandoned her home, leaving behind her family and friends forever, entranced by the prospect of living out the rest of her life travelling the galaxy with an intelligent, highly technologically advanced life form, she'd grown to know humans a little better. Setia, Miriam and Caris had adopted her, and she'd spent considerable time with them. She knew her friends' characteristics, their personal ways and foibles, but the rest of her crewmates were more of a mystery. Being among them made her uncomfortable, so she'd avoided them whenever she could. A couple of hours had passed since this man had joined her at her table, and she'd used them well, watching and studying him. She hadn't been able to tell him much about Xenogel. Her scant knowledge had been quickly exhausted, but it didn't matter. He was a talker. He'd filled up the time telling her about Polaris B and its alien inhabitants, life on the Balor, and his life on Earth, and, apparently, whatever interesting subjects that sprang to his mind. His name was Ikenna Oni, and he had dark skin, black hair, and large dark brown eyes. His voice was deep and husky, and he smiled often and laughed at his own jokes, though apparently not because he thought they were funny. He seemed to think they were ridiculous, and he was laughing at himself. She didn't mind that he talked a lot. His stories were entertaining, and they fed her curiosity. One of the reasons she decided to join the fleet was in order to learn more about humans. They were a fascinating species, so similar to her own and yet also so different, in some ways better, in others much worse. But her friends weren't good sources of information anymore. They were too polite to say it to her face, but it was clear they were bored of her endless questions about things that were, to them, very ordinary. She'd ceased using them as sources of information. Ikenna, on the other hand, seemed able to chat for hours about any subject and make it interesting. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, shaking his head ruefully.
I'm monopolizing the conversation as usual. My friends complain at me, but...
He spread his hands wide.
I cannot help myself. I'm sorry. I took up your entire evening with my ramblings.
I don't mind. I've enjoyed listening to you.
You're just being polite, but thank you for trying to make me feel better.
No, really. I like to hear people's stories about their lives, especially their time on Earth before they joined the fleet. I find it fascinating.
Ha! You make Earth sound like an exoplanet. How about you? Where are you from? What made you leave? Everyone has their tale, right? What's yours?
He took a swig from his third mug of coffee and then folded his arms over his chest.
I'd rather not talk about it. Oh, I apologize.
He leaned forward and placed a hand on the table.
I know some of us have dark reasons for joining up. Let's change the subject. What do you do? No, wait. Let me guess.
He put a finger to his lips.
Medic?
She shook her head.
No, that's far too easy for someone as intelligent as you.
I'm intelligent?
You look intelligent, though I have to admit I haven't given you much of a chance to demonstrate it tonight. Also, you've wasted hours listening to me. Another indication you may not be as smart as I think. I'll try again. What about engineer? It's a guess, based on pure statistics. We seem to have so many aboard.
I'm not an engineer.
Then you must be a scientist. I know I'm right.
No. His features fell in comical disappointment.
It was a stupid guess. I know many of the Bres' scientists. I probably would have recognized you. I'm not doing well at this guessing game. Military?
I'm afraid not.
Don't be afraid. Those guys are scary. Another stupid guess. You aren't scary at all."
She giggled.
"Your laughter is further evidence that you're no soldier. What's left? Catering?
No.
Sanitation?
Sorry.
Then what could it be?"
He gasped and his eyes widened.
"Do you work in the animals section? I heard there was an aviary aboard the Bres."
Waylis went to speak, but then closed her lips. She was looking after the sparrow, so technically...
"That's it,"
Ikenna declared.
"I got it at last."
"I don't work for the animals section." His shoulders slumped.
"Of course not. How could I be right? There's only one animals worker on the Bres, and only 2 here on the Balor. I had a less than 0.5% chance of being correct."
"I think I met the animals section workers here. What do they do? Is there a zoo aboard?"
"No, nothing like that. The Balor's natural habitats are a desert zone and an alpine meadow. Our animal people care for extremophiles, organisms that can withstand extreme environments. Space, high pressures and temperatures, acidic and caustic liquids and gases.
The kind of environments we might find on planets."
"You are as intelligent as you look. That's right. The idea is to seed lifeless planets with organisms that may survive, despite the deadly conditions. Millions of years from now, new life forms may evolve."
"I didn't know that was one of the fleet's missions."
"It has many lesser aims than the main one of uniting the galaxy's most advanced species. The only people who know all of them are the captains."
"How do you know about the mission to seed planets with life? Now I think about it, you haven't actually told me what you do." He grinned.
"I thought I slipped that one by you. What I do isn't very exciting. I'm an exogeologist."
"You study the structure of whole planets? But that's very exciting."
"You're being kind. Most people think rocks are dull and..."
He paused and then shut his lips and drew a line across them.
"I won't get started on rocks. I'll still be talking when the fleet reaches its end of the mission, and you are nothing more than a very beautiful skeleton. I have taken up far too much of your time already. Shall we call it a night? I would be gratified if you would allow me to walk you back to your cabin."
"Why would you want to do that?" She was genuinely puzzled. It seemed such an odd request.
"Forgive me. It's a custom in my country. I don't mean anything by it."
"In that case, okay." While they'd been talking, other diners had arrived, eaten and left. Now the place was empty. The lights went out as Waylis and Ikenna stepped into the passageway. The Balor during the quiet shift was as empty and silent as was the Bres. Waylis was reminded of her comment to Caris, how the ships were giant tins and the people aboard them were like food kept in storage, cut off from everything else. While most of the ship's personnel slept, the ones remaining awake, either on duty or unable to sleep, rattled around in the vast hollow spaces. Ikenna asked,
"Has your captain given any indication of how long you will be aboard the Balor?"
"None. We don't even know exactly what they're doing to destroy the xenogel."
"They're probably flooding the ship with various noxious substances. But Captain Alonso also hasn't made any announcements about that either. It's strange, don't you think? Why keep the plan a secret?
If you asked my friends, some would tell you it's because it's dangerous, and the captains know we would object, so they keep us in the dark."
"Your friends sound like the suspicious sort."
"That's an accurate description."
"But it isn't a crazy guess. Life on these ships isn't like it is on Earth. We're living in a dictatorship, not a democracy. We don't get a choice about who leads us, and we don't get a say in their decisions."
"You're right. I hadn't really thought about it, but it's true." Ikenna went on.
"This system can work, providing its leaders are benevolent. What happened on Prime was an example of what can go wrong. Don't I know it? This is my cabin. I know this place. The family of a wealthy industrialist used to live here. Just his family, however, not him. They disembarked at Prime, of course, for better or worse. I expect it was the latter. The industrialist had a separate cabin? No, he stayed on Earth. I don't understand. That's because his trick was too nasty for someone as nice as you to comprehend. The story got about not long after we left Earth, no doubt due to his wife's lamentations and bitter complaints. You see, he'd persuaded her to take the children aboard the ship without him, telling her some lie. Then, when it came time for the Balor to depart the system, he still hadn't joined her. There was no way she and her children could be returned to Earth. They were forced to embark on the colonization alone. That's terrible. As I said, it's too evil to be understood by someone of your good character. An expensive divorce for sure. But not as expensive as if his wife had been with him on Earth, where she would have been awarded a cool 50%, probably more, of all his assets. I'm sure you must know how these things work. Also, playing his trick meant he would never set eyes on any of them again. There were no return tickets. That's so sad. I'm not sure how I feel about living in this cabin now. Your presence will wash away all the bad vibrations in the place. Waylis chuckled. You have an odd way of speaking, but I like it. Thank you for your company. I've had a great time. It brings me great pleasure to hear it. Shall we meet again tomorrow for dinner? I promise to allow you to speak. I'd like that.
Chapter 11. The sound of a door chime woke Waylis the following morning. She sat up groggily and checked to see who it was. The camera showed Caris standing outside, glaring at the door impatiently, as if willing it to open. Waylis pressed the comm button.
What do you want? Do you know what time it is?
She didn't, in fact, know the time either, but it had to be early. She never slept late. How's your bird doing? I'd better take a look at her.
No, you'd better not. She's fine.
You don't know that. You haven't been in her room yet. You've just woken up. I can tell from the sound of your voice. Caris would not leave without seeing the sparrow. When it came to birds, she was relentless. There was a special, very rude word in Waylis's language, reserved for moments of extreme frustration or duress. She uttered it, flung back her covers, and climbed wearily out of bed. Pulling on her dressing gown, she gave the command to open the door. She padded over to a mirror, rubbed her eyes, and then peered closely at her features. After smoothing her ruffled hair, she went out into the living area. Caris was nowhere to be seen. Waylis checked the door cam. The passageway was empty. Had she dreamt it all? Last night had been more fun than she'd known in quite a while, and she'd gone to bed later than usual. Maybe she was confused. The door to the second bedroom opened, and Caris stepped out, the birdseed and water bowls in her hands. She seems okay. I'll wash these for you.
What are you doing?
I said...
This is my home, for now anyway. You can't just walk around in here.
Caris halted. She seemed confused. But I had to. Waylis stared at her. I was only... Waylis narrowed her eyes. All right, I'm sorry, I suppose.
Give me those.
Caris handed over the bowls. I didn't mean to upset you. You know, on Earth, it isn't rude to enter other rooms in a friend's house. Things must be different on Prime.
Don't give me that. What is it Setia says? Bullshit. You're feeding me bullshit.
Okay, you got me. I really am sorry.
I was worried about the sparrow, and I didn't think.
That's right, you didn't.
Waylis carried the bowls to the kitchenette. Caris followed her.
Where were you last night? We missed you at dinner.
I ate by myself.
Waylis emptied the water bowl into the sink.
You finally got tired of Setia's jokes?
Me too, if I'm honest. Waylis tipped the remains of the birdseed into the waste chute.
No, I don't mind her jokes. They help me understand your humour. I just wanted to be alone.
Right. Well, you're allowed, but is everything okay? I was thinking about what you said yesterday, about the bird dying. My response was harsh, and I'm sure it didn't make you feel any better. I'm not good with sympathy or empathy. I used to be a long time ago, but then things happened and...
Caris's words petered to silence. Waylis had her back to her friend. It was the most open Caris had ever been with her. Had they been standing face to face, Waylis doubted Caris could have said what she'd said. She turned around.
No, what you said was correct. We do all die. I was feeling melancholy, that's all, and I really wished I didn't have to look after that bird.
Wished? As in past tense? You're happy to do it now?
She didn't have it in her to quell Caris's optimistic expression with a completely negative response, so she shrugged.
Great! Like I said, you're the ideal person, and if you're uncertain about anything, I'll always be happy to give advice. Just imagine what would have happened if you hadn't spotted her. She would probably be dead by now, along with all the plants in the aviary, killed by Bujold.
That's a little extreme. The captain's trying to make the ship safer for...
Yeah.
Caris waved dismissively.
You know you're talking about the person who is going to euthanize.
She held up 2 fingers on each hand. Waylis had never figured out what that meant.
All the birds, just to conserve our food supplies? Did you see how much of that stuff we ship to the Balor? We have enough food to last us centuries. Enough food to feed our descendants and our descendants' descendants.
Waylis listened patiently through Caris's rant. She was worked up, thinking about the deaths of the animals she'd cared for. All of them, with the exception of Loki and the sparrow, had been left behind on Polaris AB with the friend she'd made, Perseus. She was probably missing them. Caris gave an embarrassed smile.
Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. I'll let you get on with your day. See you at lunch?
Actually, I'll probably get some snacks and eat here.
Avoiding us again? It is Setia's jokes.
Waylis opened a cupboard, took out a packet of birdseed, and poured some into the bowl before answering.
The Balor's crew seem to know who I am. People from the Bres must have given their friends my description, and I guess the whole fleet must know what I can do. It's the thing that separates me from your species. I can't seem to set foot anywhere on this ship without being recognized and approached. I don't blame them for being interested. My ability must seem remarkable to you, but...
I understand what you mean. That sounds horrible. I would hate it. What if the captains were to put out a notice telling everyone to leave you alone?
Waylis exhaled heavily.
That would probably make things worse. I would stick out more as the ones who don't know me tried to figure out who I was. Can you imagine the stairs, the atmosphere when I enter the refectory or other public spaces?
You're right. I don't know what to suggest.
Don't worry. It isn't your problem.
Hopefully, this will be over soon, and we'll return to the Bres after hauling all that damned food back. Then you'll only have ordinary, low-level, day-to-day harassment to deal with.
Waylis gave a wan smile.
At least you have friends to keep you company. Hey, I know what we can do. We can all eat here instead. We'll sneak some food out of the refectory.
Please don't. I would really rather be alone. Besides, the noise of so many visitors might upset the sparrow."
Yeah, good point. Glad that her quick thinking in appealing to Caris's concern for the bird had worked, Waylis pushed home.
"I plan on studying this morning, so—"
"I'll leave you alone, but if you ever want company, just let us know. And, naturally, if you have any questions about the sparrow, anything at all."
"Goodbye, Caris."
Her friend gone, Waylis mentally put together today's schedule. After getting ready, she would try to have some more clothes printed. Maybe she could find a friendly Balor shipmate to help her. Then she would go to the little cafe to eat. She would spend the rest of the day studying. That part of what she had told Caris had been true. Tonight, she would have dinner with Ikenna and be entertained by his stories. Chapter 12. Xenogel had been spotted on the Balor, or at least someone claimed to have spotted it before it slid into a vent. The area where it had supposedly been seen wasn't covered by cameras, so no one knew for sure. What the captains were making of the report, Waylis didn't know. She'd overheard the people at the next table talk about it. There hadn't been a formal announcement. You couldn't believe every piece of gossip you heard, but this information had the ring of truth, and it made sense that the mysterious alien substance, which had managed to evade the scientists' best efforts to confine it, would have made its way onto this ship. It might not even have been inadvertently brought across from the Bres. The stuff had arrived from the red zone. It could have been hanging around the Balor unnoticed all along and slipped aboard somehow. Sheldrake had said that when he'd gathered the lump from the hull, he thought it had been edging towards an airlock. Maybe the third ship, the Banba, had Xenogel aboard too, only no one had noticed it yet. She sipped her drink. The couple sitting next to her had moved on to another subject. It was clearly something that shouldn't be spoken about in public. They'd lowered their voices and moved their heads closer so no one else could hear what they were saying. How different the culture was here from on the Bres. An undercurrent seemed to move through all the crew's interactions. It was intriguing, yet at the same time she was reluctant to investigate it, concerned about what she might find. Human nature had a darkness to it, a darkness that didn't exist among her own people. She had never forgotten the attempted genocide of her entire species. Human history contained several similar incidents, but the phenomenon had never occurred on her planet. It was an atrocity unimaginable until the people from Earth had arrived. It was no wonder that, as seemed to be an accepted fact now, benevolent beings had transported numbers of her ancestors across the galaxy to a new home, where they would be safe from aggressive, violent human beings. She had never sensed that darkness on the Bres. Otherwise, she would never have made the decision to join the ship. Here, she did sense it. Did humans feel it too? She didn't recall any of her friends mentioning it. To distract herself from the troubling train of thought, she opened the personal interface she'd brought from her cabin, though she'd discovered, when she'd gone again to the printer, that she now had access to the Balor's general system. Her notes to her studies hadn't been ported from the Bres. Luckily, she'd saved copies on this device. She navigated to the poem she'd been looking at most recently, The Lake Isle of Innisfree, by someone called W.B. Yeats. It was a very old poem, written more than 1,000 years ago, yet it resonated. Some of it she didn't understand, even though she'd looked up the definitions of the difficult words. She knew what clay was. That existed aplenty on her home planet. But what were wattles? She couldn't envisage them. And what did be loud mean? Did bees make a noise? None of the insects back home were loud as far as she knew. The good thing about poetry was that, even if you didn't intellectually grasp the meaning, it could still make you feel different. The Lake Isle of Innisfree made her calm and happy, and some things she did understand. Lake water lapping with low sounds was a memory she carried with her from home, no matter how depressing her current environment. "You were here last night, weren't you?" She looked up. One of the cafe patrons from yesterday evening had arrived. A young woman with shoulder-length, prematurely greying hair had entered, chatted a little with a couple at another table, and then left. She hadn't stuck around to eat, and Waylis only barely remembered her.
"I was. Is that a problem?"
The young woman lifted her hands. "Hey, no offence. Mind if I sit down for a second?" Waylis didn't get a chance to refuse. The woman took the seat opposite. "The name's Fitzroy." Waylis didn't offer hers, and a beat of awkward silence followed. "Are you interested in a little entertainment?"
"What?"
"I was wondering." The woman spread her hands on the table and leaned in. "That's why most people come here, for the entertainment, though it can be found in other places too." She winked.
"I don't know what you're talking about, and I prefer to eat alone."
"I can see I caught you at a bad time. I tell you what." The woman reached into an inside jacket pocket and took out a strip of stiff, transparent foil. From another pocket she retrieved a metal nail file. Pressing the file to the foil, she tore off a small piece and then slid it across the table to Waylis. "A freebie, on me. If you like it, I'll be back tonight, and we can talk trades." As the humans said, the penny dropped. Waylis had heard the rumours. She wasn't interested in the stuff itself, but she was curious about how the commercial system worked. The fleet had no official currency. There was no need for one. Everyone could eat as much as they wanted and print whatever objects they needed. If they had money, what would they use it for? There was no need, officially, to buy or sell anything. The woman was getting to her feet.
"Wait a minute."
She smiled and slid back into her seat. "I thought that might get your attention."
"If I enjoy your entertainment and I want more, what can I give you for it?"
"You've never done this before? It isn't complicated. You must have something to offer. Everyone has. Favours, things from Earth, etc. I can let you know the going rates. If you really don't have anything valuable to trade, like privileges, access to secure systems, or restricted or rare items, you pay with your time and labour."
"You have, like, a list or something?"
"In here." The woman tapped the side of her head. "I'm not stupid enough to put anything in writing."
"Interesting."
Waylis picked up the tab.
"And what will this do to me?"
The smile widened. "Free your mind. Let you escape. Wish you were home? Your best memories of Earth will be bolder, brighter, more real. Miss an old lover? You'll be with them again, and it'll be better than it ever was. Want to get off this ship? Pick a planet. Pick a star. Fly through space and go there. It'll make your dreams come true. Take you to heaven, if that's what you want."
"I could control my experience?"
More reserved, the woman replied. "With practice. You would need a few doses to get it right." Spoken like a true saleswoman. Actually using the drug was out of the question, but the dealer's words had opened up a new world. There was another reality in the fleet, floating beneath the surface. Waylis was tempted to delve further, to find out more, but it was too risky. Her position was already shaky. Captain Bujold had accused her of being a freeloader, and with the discovery of xenogel on the Balor, the pressure on her to do something to help would increase. Bujold hadn't seemed convinced she couldn't copy the gel. She slid the small piece of foil back to the woman.
"I don't want it."
"Just try a little. Where's the harm?"
"Please take it away." or I'll go directly to Captain Alonso to report you."
"Whoa!" The dealer snatched the tab from the table. "Man, you Bres people are uptight. Tried to help you out a little, and you throw it back in my face." Waylis glared at her as she slipped the square of foil into her pocket and got up. She watched the woman as she left. Was this cafe a known spot for procuring drugs? Was that why Ikenna had been here last night? Waylis began to revise her opinion of him, but she wouldn't cut him off just yet. It wouldn't be fair to reject his friendship until she knew for sure he was involved in the illicit trade. And even if he was it really so bad? The drug's purpose was to alleviate the monotony of ship life. Plenty of the crew indulged in alcohol, probably for the same reason. Waylis settled down to reread the Lake Isle of Innisfree. 9 bean rows will I have there. Bean rows? She knew what beans were, but why were they in rows? A message popped up on her screen. "You are required to report to Captain Alonso's office immediately." Damn. She'd left her comm in her cabin as usual, not wanting to be disturbed. But they'd found her through her interface. Was this something to do with the attempted drug trade? Had the dealer been a security officer in disguise? But she hadn't taken the drug. No, that wasn't it. This was to do with something else. Gritting her teeth, she looked up the location of the captain's office. Chapter 13. All 3 fleet captains faced Waylis across the desk. She'd never been formally introduced to them. She only knew Alonso because she'd seen Bujold shaking hands with him in the shuttle bay. Tihira was obvious from his uniform. They looked annoyed, or, as Karis would say, pissed off. And the meeting hadn't even started. Maybe it was only that it had taken her a while to get here. She'd returned to her cabin to change before going to the office. Making the leaders of the Interstellar Fleet wait probably wouldn't pay. But what could they seriously do? She shifted uncomfortably as a couple of worst-case scenarios popped into her mind.
"Nice to meet you at last."
Tihira emphasized the final 2 words of his sentence.
"Sorry it took me a while to get here. I got lost."
It was a weak excuse, but the captains seemed to buy it. Maybe they thought that, as a non-human, she was simple-minded. "Waylis," Bujold rested her elbows on the desk. "Let's get straight to the point. You recall I recently asked if you were able to assume the form of xenogel?" She nodded. "You told me you could not. The situation has moved on since then. Perhaps you've heard the latest scuttlebutt, that the organism has been sighted here on the Balor."
"I did hear something about that. I wasn't sure if it was true."
Bujold tutted. "Secure information passes through the fleet faster than a dose of salts. The gossip you heard was correct. Though we don't have an actual recording, the witness is reliable. There's no doubt that stuff is on this ship too."
"What about the Banba?" Waylis asked. Alonso growled. "That's classified."
Tihira placed a hand on his arm.
"Might as well be frank with her, considering why she's here."
Grimacing, he went on.
"As far as we know, there's currently no xenogel on the Banba. No sightings have been reported, even though, obviously, everyone is on the lookout for the stuff. If our impression is correct, it may mean that the transfer from the Bres to the Balor was deliberate."
"Really?
How so?"
"The Bres was absolutely infested with xenogel," Bujold explained. "The amount that was observed over recent weeks indicated it had been growing, or breeding, since it escaped containment. Consequently, when we transferred the food supplies and personnel to the other ships, we did our absolute best to avoid contaminating them.
If all our precautionary steps failed for some reason, Xenogel should be on the Banba too. It appears that it isn't. We're forced to speculate that an individual may have smuggled some here.
The captain's reasoning seemed somewhat of a reach. Isn't it too early to jump to that kind of conclusion? It's only been a few days. Your ships are massive, and, from what I understand, Xenogel isn't easy to spot. Isn't it transparent? I don't know that I would even notice it.
It is a little difficult to see, Bujold concurred. We also have the question of how it managed to escape in the first place.
She paused, appearing reluctant to go on. Tell her, Tihira urged. She might as well know everything. With an air of sharing an embarrassing secret, Bujold said,
Waylis, you must be aware of the advanced level of the fleet's technology by now.
I am. I've been stunned by some of the things I've seen, and it makes me happy to know that Earth tech is being shared with my people. It will make a huge difference to their lives. After you try to kill us, it's the least you can do.
Our scientists are far from unintelligent. Before they left Earth, many of them were leaders in their fields. When Xenogel was brought aboard the Bres, they placed it in an extremely secure environment. Nothing, not even a molecule, should have been able to escape. Yet it did. According to the monitoring equipment, one moment it was there, the next it was not.
It vanished? Just like that? Waylis had never heard the official report on the Xenogel's escape. Perhaps none had been issued.
Just like that, apparently, but maybe not. You see, at the time, we assumed the substance had properties that allowed it to elude our best efforts at keeping it confined. It was completely unknown to us after all, and it could survive in the harsh conditions of the red zone. Who knew what else it might be capable of? In our naivety, our ignorance, our faith in our personnel, we didn't suspect the obvious.
Oh, Waylis put a hand to her mouth. Someone removed it. Bujold exhaled, long and slow.
The act would require tampering with the security alarm and recording devices, but, as I said, we have the cream of Earth's collective intelligence aboard. It's certainly possible that someone, or even several individuals, possess the know-how to do it.
But why? It's so incredibly risky. Do you think someone wants to sabotage the fleet? Alonso's mouth dropped open. Tihira looked taken aback.
Bujold spluttered. That hadn't crossed our minds.
She has a point, Alonso said. I know Xenogel is an unknown substance, but what if...
Let's not go there, said Tihira. Not yet, anyway. Not unless the situation merits it.
Nevertheless, said Bujold, it's worth bearing in mind.
A pause followed, during which the captain shared troubled looks. Then Bujold continued in an even tone.
We asked you here because, after we received the news that Xenogel had made its way to the Balor, it occurred to me that if someone had smuggled it here, the same person could be responsible for originally releasing it from containment. I didn't imagine this person was performing these acts willingly, as an attempt to harm the fleet. I didn't even think they were being coerced. What possible threat could Jelly make? No, I wondered if Xenogel is able to control other beings' minds and actions. If it had reached out to a member of personnel working closely with it and forced that person to do its bidding. If I'm right, it's likely that it also wiped the victim's memory of what he or she had done. Otherwise, they would have told someone.
Right. Waylis remained clueless about what this had to do with her. Do you think I did it?
No, not at all.
Of everyone we have aboard, you would be the last person to suspect, Tihira said.
The more we discover about Xenogel, the more it eludes our attempts to manage it. Our estimation of its intelligence and self-determination increases. Now, you've kept your special ability under wraps. Your prerogative, of course. So we may be asking the impossible. But if this creature is of a higher order, a highly evolved species, well, you can guess what I'm asking. Back to this again. You want to know if I can copy it,
Waylis said heavily.
Tihira smiled. It never hurts to ask.
Won't you at least try? Asked Bujold, exasperation in her tone. What can you possibly have to lose? Your transformation doesn't hurt, does it? You maintained the appearance of Seti Aziz when you first came aboard, and then Caris Ellis when you helped to look after her aviary. Both times apparently effortlessly.
It isn't effortless. It's hard. And you seem to think all my species can do it. It takes years of training, and even then not everyone succeeds in learning the skill.
But
I haven't finished. You're right. I can copy better than most, but I can only copy people like me. I can't, for instance, change into a man. I suppose I could have a go, but it wouldn't be very convincing. When you invaded our planet, we didn't even know if we could copy humans. You're physically quite different from us. The man who did it first was one of the best in the world. I'm good, but I'm not as good as him. As for copying a lump of jelly,
Waylis shook her head and laughed.
What you're asking is ridiculous. No matter how intelligent it is, or if it has mind-controlling powers, especially if it has mind-controlling powers.
Why's that? Alonso asked.
When we transform, we absorb some of the thinking and speech of the subject. Not everything by any means. To fully pass as that person, a lot of dissembling is required too.
She gave a shudder.
What if that stuff can reach into my mind? I'm not human. I'm more mentally sensitive, I think. You're cut off from each other. You're safer from it than me. I'm not going anywhere near that stuff. I value my sanity.
I said that asking her is pointless, Alonso grumbled.
We should have left out the bit about mind control. No one with any sense would approach Xenogel after hearing that.
He glared at Waylis.
You owe us, you know. We didn't have to allow you to join the fleet.
Bujold lifted a hand. Enough of that. I've said the same, and I regret it. We didn't impose terms and conditions when Waylis joined us, and it isn't fair to impose them retrospectively. Furthermore, I will not allow my ship's personnel to be coerced, nor will I ask anyone to volunteer for a dangerous task without full knowledge of the risks, such as we're aware. Waylis, you now know what we may be up against. I don't need to spell out the potential consequences of having this species in our midst. The presence of Xenogel could mean the end of the fleet and its mission, the loss of everything we're trying to achieve, depriving thousands of intelligent species of the benefits of belonging to the Federation. I will say no more, and I advise my colleagues to do the same while you consider your response.
Waylis slowly climbed to her feet. I understand how important all this is. I understand the gravity of the situation, but I can't help you. I can't do the impossible. And, from what you've said, to attempt it would be putting myself in danger for no reason. I'm sorry, but despite everything you've told me, and however long you give me to think about it, I won't change my mind. The answer is still no.
Chapter 14. Ooh, look at you! Setia lounged against the doorframe. You're turning into quite a trendsetter. All the women will be asking you for fashion tips. Stop it, Setia, Miriam admonished. You're being rude, and you're embarrassing her. Yeah, shut up, big mouth, said Caris. Waylis was supposed to be meeting Ikenna in half an hour, but she couldn't tell her friends. She would never hear the last of it, especially from Setia. I was trying to be nice, Setia protested. She looks great. You do look lovely, Miriam echoed, sounding mildly puzzled. Why, after all, would someone dress up if they planned on spending the evening alone? Not that Waylis was dressed up. She was only wearing the new clothes she'd printed this morning. How's the bird? Setia asked, stepping into the cabin. Have you thought of a name yet? Caris followed. Can we come in? Miriam asked. Waylis sighed, defeated, and swept her hand wide in an exaggerated invitation. We brought food, Miriam went on, lifting containers for inspection. I hope you don't mind us visiting, but it can't be fun cooped up in here day in, day out. You must have gone out for a little while to get your new clothes. Setia threw herself onto the sofa. How did it go? Are you still being harassed? It went fine. Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I have a headache. I was going to have an early night. Setia narrowed her eyes. Not sure I believe you, but firstly, if you're planning on hiding in your cabin for the duration of our time on the Balor, that's dumb. And secondly, even Primians need company, at least some of the time. And we miss you, Miriam piped up. It's like the sparrow, said Caris. Your species is as social as ours. You aren't that different from us. So you might think you're doing us a favour by pretending you don't mind being a prisoner, confined to your living quarters by the unwanted attention of the Neanderthals aboard this ship, but we know different. Besides, Setia said, we'd rather be here with you than among the Balor's crew. We talked to a few of them at Chang's. What a bunch of stuck-up arseholes. Waylis suppressed a smile, recalling the almost identical opinion she'd heard about people from the Bres. Break out the grub. Caris was rummaging in the kitchen cupboards. I'm starving. Miriam removed the lids of the containers she'd placed on the coffee table. We won't stay long. We'll eat and then we'll leave. You can still go to bed early if that's what you really want. Did you know there are real prisoners on the ship? Caris brought over plates and forks and put them down next to the containers. I was talking to the extremophile guys. The what? Setia interrupted. I'll explain later. They said there's a military major and a private in the brig. They were tried by court-martial and found guilty. Something to do with trying to do the dirty on Sheldrake during his time on Markop. Do you know what it's about, Miriam? No, I don't. That's odd. Matty didn't mention anything. Must have been serious. Setia was piling food onto a plate. I wonder how long their sentences are and what happens when they're released. Life as normal? They'll be discharged from the military like Matty was, said Miriam. They'll be civilian crew. Yeah, no question. But what then? They'll bear a grudge, right? It's only natural. And though they won't be on the same ship as Sheldrake, compared to Earth, the fleet is a small world. Sooner or later, even if it's 10 years from now, their paths are bound to cross. And then what? Don't talk about it, Miriam said, shuddering. I hope they're both in the brig for a very long time, long enough for them to get over whatever problem they have with him. That's why Sheldrake wasn't assigned to this ship, Caris announced. Too close for comfort. Was Bujold worried he might try to get revenge? No way, Miriam protested. He isn't like that. Setia signalled for attention while she chewed. After a moment she swallowed hard. More likely the other way around. That pair in the brig will have friends on this ship. Bujold sent him to the Banba for his own protection. Caris's upper lip curled in derision. You're giving her too much credit, like she gives a shit about him. She'll protect him as long as he's useful. After that, she picked up a napkin and dramatically tossed it to the floor. But it's true about the fleet being a small place. It's hard to do something nefarious on any of the ships. There are cameras everywhere. We're constantly being watched. Setia shrugged. In my experience, if someone wants to hurt you, they'll always find a way. I've seen it time and time again. Some people are touchy, and they have long memories. As time goes by, problems like that are only going to get worse. Blood, vendettas, and so on. There's no escape from the fleet, and there's no escaping your enemies. Then we will just have to become very good at resolving issues, Miriam said brightly. I don't know. Waylis really didn't want to prolong her friend's visit, but she had something on her mind. Maybe there is a way to escape. You mean staying behind on a planet? Setia asked. There hasn't been any I'd want to live on so far. No, not leaving to live on a planet. Waylis recounted her experience in the cafe, telling her friends about what the woman had offered. Hold on, said Caris. Stop a second and rewind. You did go out to eat. You told us a big fat fib. You're growing more human every day. But weren't you worried about being noticed? It's a small place, just a few tables. I think most people don't know about it. That's irrelevant, Setia said. I hope you didn't take any of that drug. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. It's made for humans. For all I know, it could kill me. Good point. Even so, it's a bad idea for anyone. Indulging in any kind of dope never ends well. I've seen plenty of junkies. What that shit does to them is nasty. It sounds like some kind of psychedelic, Caris commented. Doesn't matter what it is. Setia's expression had turned hard. Uppers, downers, narcotics, happy clappy shit. At the end of the day, it's always the same. The drugs take over. You lose everything. And, worst of all, they don't even make you feel good anymore. You know, Miriam said timidly, alcohol is a drug too. That's under control. And they have that stuff in sickbay that neutralizes it. Whatever this stuff is that's being passed around, addiction aside, who knows what harm it can do? What if it causes permanent damage, sends people crazy? Ship engineers losing their minds is the last thing we need. Waylis couldn't help adding, that isn't the only danger. I asked how I was supposed to pay for the drug. Payment includes things like access to restricted systems. Burnap's balls! Setia slammed down her fork. This is serious! Do you think the captains have any idea this is going on? Waylis replied. My impression is their focus is on xenogel. To be fair, Caris commented, this kind of thing has been happening quite a while. It's a badly kept secret that some stuff is available on the Bres. Captain Bujold isn't stupid. She must know that on long, boring voyages, the crew will always take advantage of diversions, legal and illegal. And the fleet chemists were bound to come up with some fancy new compound eventually. Miriam sighed. The problem is, an ordinary voyage would come to an end. The crew would go home and back to normal life. At least for a while. There would be an opportunity to break bad habits. Now... I'm sorry, Waylis blurted, but this discussion is making my headache worse. She had surreptitiously checked the time. Even if her friends left now, she would still be late meeting Ikenna. Oh dear, Miriam gestured at Caris and Setia. Eat up. Let's allow Waylis to get some rest. I've eaten enough already, Caris said. You two clear everything away while I check on the sparrow." Waylis helped to tidy the remains of the dinner, and within a few minutes, Setia and Miriam were on their way out. She had to extract Caris from the sparrow's room. When Caris had gone, Waylis returned to the little bird's room for a quick check too. She hadn't given much thought to the creature beyond meeting its basic needs. She'd had too much else going on. The sparrow regarded her from its nest in the high cupboard. It leapt into the air and fluttered to the food bowl, perching on the edge. As it pecked the seeds neatly with its tiny beak, it removed the hulls of the larger ones before eating them and dropping the hulls to the floor. It was a sweet little thing. She began to run through names in her mind. There were quite a few that would suit it. They were all from her world, not human names. The humans might not be able to pronounce them properly, but who cared? Then she realized the names she was thinking of belonged to people she'd left behind. Her sister, her mother, 2 close friends. Her heart grew heavy and she gave up her efforts. She would think of a name another time, or perhaps ask Caris to name the bird. She was the one who seemed to think it needed a name. Having one or not would make no difference to the sparrow. It was past time to leave. Ikenna would be wondering where she was. She hurried out. Chapter 15. As Waylis entered the cafe, Ikenna looked up and flashed a smile. When she took a seat, he said,
"I thought you'd stood me up."
His confident expression faltered.
"But to stand me up, this would have to be a date. Is this what's known as a date?"
"I don't think so." She knew about the human custom, though not the finer details. Things were different at home. "I hardly know you." He relaxed.
"You're right, naturally. A date would be too formal, perhaps too rash, but I enjoy your company. Shall we leave it at that for now?"
"That suits me. Have you ordered yet?" They ordered and then ate the small meals that were all the cafe offered, and Ikenna talked at length about his work. He and his co-worker were busy analysing the huge amounts of data collected from the planets the fleet had visited. She listened with interest, though she was sometimes lost. She simply liked listening, and she was certainly in no hurry to talk about herself. What could she tell him? After a while, Ikenna put down his knife and fork on his empty plate and pushed it to the centre of the table before waggling a finger at her.
"You've done it again."
"I'm sorry?"
"You let me talk and talk and talk about my work. I warned you about that, but you took no notice."
"I don't mind listening to you. In fact, I like it. You make it sound so interesting."
"Thank you. Nevertheless, I've been monopolizing the conversation, and I should know better. I confess, in the past, and more than once, I've been kindly informed about it by good friends."
"Really?"
At the same time, I've learned almost nothing about you, and I want to know. Tell me about yourself. What is it you do? I might be a boring old windbag, but I do listen, and I'm sure you haven't mentioned your job."
"Oh, it's very mundane." She desperately tried to think of a plausible profession, something non-technical that didn't require years of study. Her knowledge of human society was still superficial. There was no way she would be able to maintain a lie about a high-level career like Ikenna's for long. She blurted, "I'm in admin. I work with Purser Linton." He frowned.
"I thought supply management was automated a long time ago."
She looked away. "Well, not all of it."
"My goodness! You must have had your work cut out transferring the Bres's stores to the other ships."
Don't remind me," she added. "That's another reason I don't want to talk about my job. It's stressful as well as boring."
"Understandable. If you'd rather stay off the subject, I won't press you. What's the time, I wonder?"
He checked the tabletop screen.
Have you finished eating? Would you like to do something else?
Such as? She asked cautiously.
My colleagues will have left the labs by now. Would you like to see mine? I can show you examples of my work if you like. Please don't hesitate to refuse if you would rather not. There's no need to be polite.
Waylis bit her lip. She was interested. She looked out into the passageway. This section of the ship was quiet, but other areas would be busy. It was the quiet shift. Most of the crew had finished their work for the day, and dinner sittings would be over. People would be walking to gyms and sim suites, joining friends, going to bars. Where is your lab?
It's...
A jangle sounded over the ship-wide comm. All movement in the cafe ceased, and everyone looked up expectantly. Waylis had heard the same jangle when Captain Bujold had given the warning that the last shuttles were about to leave the Bres, and all remaining crew and passengers must be aboard. A voice announced,
All off-shift and non-essential personnel must report to the auditorium immediately. I repeat, all personnel from the Bres or the Balor are to make their way to the auditorium. This is an order.
Whoa, Ikenna said.
Must be important.
The other patrons were getting to their feet. Ikenna got up too. Waylis didn't move.
Aren't you coming?
She couldn't go. Everyone would be there. She might be spotted.
You have to come. Captain's orders.
I need to go to the restroom.
No problem. I'll wait for you.
No, you go on ahead. I don't want to get you into trouble.
It's fine. I'm sure it won't matter if we're a little late, as long as we turn up.
She slowly rose from her seat. The other diners had already left. What could she do? What excuse could she give to not follow the order? If she stayed in the restroom long enough, would Ikenna give up waiting and leave without her? Probably not. As soon as she was inside the restroom, she paced up and down. Her ploy had been working so well. She had finally found a way to stop people from treating her like a freak. But here was the flaw. She had never imagined nearly everyone aboard the ship would be in the same place together at the same time. She halted and faced her reflection in the mirror. Should she confess to Ikenna? Should she come clean? She couldn't. He would think she was insane. And she really liked him. She was loath to jeopardize their friendship.
You'll have to take your chances, she told herself. There's nothing else you can do.
Setting her shoulders, she strode out. Ikenna was waiting.
Let's go. If we hurry, we might not be noticed slipping in the back.
She was thinking the same. She was relying on it, in fact. At the auditorium entrance, other stragglers were arriving and hurrying in. She slowed her pace. Ikenna walked on a little before he realized she was no longer by his side and halted.
Is something wrong?
I
don't feel well. Maybe I should.
He returned to her and took her arm.
Lean on me. Whatever we're here for, hopefully it won't take long. Then you can go to sickbay. I'll go with you.
Feigning weakness, she held on to Ikenna and dragged her feet as they went in, apparently the last to arrive. Though two ships' crews occupied the space, it had originally been built to accommodate thousands of colonists. There was plenty of room. They took seats at the back. Partially rising from her position, she scanned the assembled heads. Setia, Miriam and Caris were sitting together near the front. Setia turned to look over the audience. Waylis quickly dropped into her seat. A moment later, Setia was focused forwards. Waylis relaxed somewhat and turned her attention to the stage. The three captains sat in a row, along with a fourth person she'd never met but knew by sight. Mapper Robbins's expression was grave. Captain Alonso strode to the dais.
Thank you all for attending promptly. I apologise for giving no notice and pulling you from your dinner and evening activities, but recent events prompted the other captains and I to come to a decision that may affect all of you. And, because we also decided we must act very soon, we agreed that you had the right to know what was happening. That's why you're here. I will explain our decision later. For now, you will hear about the reasons behind it. I will allow Mapper Robbins to explain.
He returned to his seat, crossing paths with the older man on his way to the dais. Mapper Robbins surveyed his audience. I'm sure personnel from the Bres already know me by sight. To the Balor's personnel, I can only say I wish it were under better circumstances that I made your acquaintance. I have the honour to be the principal skein mapper in the Interstellar Fleet. My job is to create projections that help inform operational decisions. I won't go into the finer details of what skein mapping involves. It's too complex and not relevant now. Suffice to say, I use particular techniques to forecast likely eventualities for individuals and groups. What is important to point out, and I feel I must emphasize to you, is that mapping is real, and it works. No matter what you may have heard, please do not be in any doubt about that. Skein mapping has been scientifically shown, within certain parameters, to be accurate. He paused and took a breath. You are all aware of the xenogel crisis, which has been building over several months and resulted in 2 ships' personnel now living on the Balor. You may also be aware of rumours that xenogel has spread here. Sadly, I can confirm those rumours to be true. Since the first reported but unconfirmed sighting, we now have recorded evidence of 2 more instances of the presence of the substance. There can be no doubt that, some way or another, xenogel has arrived.
The Bres's crew brought their infestation with them,
a voice called out. Robbins frowned and scanned the assembly. Captain Alonso got to his feet.
There will be no shouting out. Anyone who interrupts Mapper Robbins again will be subject to disciplinary action.
I would like to stress, Robbins continued, we still know next to nothing about the substance. It might be entirely harmless, a simple unintelligent organism. We are travelling in territory entirely new to humankind, and space holds many wonders. Our caution may be entirely unwarranted, though his expression turned solemn. What I am about to tell you now indicates otherwise. As I explained a moment ago, my professional duties entail reading future history. Ever since we have begun taking action to address the presence of xenogel, I have been closely watching evolving predictions, looking for impacts, whether favourable or unfavourable. From the look on the mapper's face, Waylis could guess what kind of results he'd seen. I'm afraid I must report that, for several days now, the future of the fleet has been looking less and less rosy. As far as I am able to ascertain, if we continue on our current path, a dire fate awaits us. Robbins silently allowed his audience a short while to absorb the grave news. I cannot be specific as to the timescale, but the situation is serious. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say the fleet has reached a crisis point, and whatever we do next may be the single deciding factor that determines our survival. He looked at the captains. Bujold gave him a nod. He'd said enough. Thank you for your attention. I will hand you back to Captain Alonso. Alonso swapped places with Robbins.
You've heard the worst of it, and I'm proud that you've nearly all maintained a professional attitude in the circumstances.
Professional, thought Waylis, more like shocked.
As captains, My colleagues and I must steer a narrow course between giving out too much and too little information. Up until now, we've kept you mostly in the dark about Xenogel. For better or worse, we judged that revealing everything we knew wouldn't be to anyone's benefit. But this new information we've received from Robbins and his fellow mappers throws a new light on things. When it comes to the very existence of the fleet, we've felt you deserve to know the truth.
Murmuring started up in the audience. The shock effect was wearing off. Alonso lifted his hands.
We haven't only brought you here to tell you about the problem, we also want to tell you what we plan to do about it. Clearly, continuing with our current timetable will likely result in disaster. So we will take a different path. Within the next hour or so, the fleet will drop out of the red zone. Perhaps that alone may alter our destiny. We will also explore the new region of space and see what we find. These sharp diversions from our original intentions may save us. Currently, we don't know what may happen, but we will roll the dice and roll the dice again until a brighter future eventuates. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you may wish to leave now to digest what you've learned. Others may wish to stay and ask questions. I and my fellow captains are prepared to answer them, within reason.
Waylis shot to her feet.
Don't you want to stay for the questions?
Ikenna asked. I have to go. I feel bad. There's no need to come with me. I'll see you another time.
After what we've just heard, I hope so.
Chapter 16. Setia leaned over the refectory table towards Caris. Why didn't you say something? Caris shrugged, swallowing the food she'd been chewing. I'm not duty-bound to report everything that goes on in the mapping room, you know. No one's asking you to. But the future of the entire fleet? The imminent death of everyone aboard? You didn't think that was worth mentioning? Setia, Miriam said gently. She probably wasn't allowed to tell us. That's right, isn't it, Caris? With an air of restrained patience, Caris put down her cheese on toast. You don't understand mapping. It isn't a keyhole into the future. Why would I tell you something that only might happen and worry you unnecessarily? Besides, telling people stuff can change what they do. But that's good, isn't it? Miriam asked. If you know something bad's going to happen, you can avoid it. It doesn't work like that. If I tell you something bad's going to happen, and so you do something different from what you intended, that might be the exact action that leads to the bad thing, or something even worse. Get it? Miriam frowned and dug her spoon into her cereal. But what if? Setia asked. If that's what mappers believe, why did Robbins tell us we're all going to die? We're not all going to die, Caris snapped. I mean, eventually, but not soon, necessarily. Didn't you hear what I just said? Mapping is only a guide. The future isn't set. You said you can't tell us what's going to happen in case we do the thing that makes it happen. So how come I now know I'm probably going to die sooner than I expect? Oh, I see what you mean. It wasn't Robbins's decision to inform everyone. It was the captain's. They thought the situation was serious enough that they had a duty to tell us. Even though people might go crazy or do the whatever, Caris gave another shrug. Not Robbins's call. What does he think about it? Miriam asked. Given the choice, he wouldn't have told us. It's generally a really, really bad idea to tell people about their imminent mortality. But he has a duty to report his skein readings to the captains. That's his job. He can advise, but what they do with the information is up to them. The mood aboard ship was heavy. In a sense, Waylis was glad. It had made her first foray into the large refectory easier. Everyone had something more important on their minds than the shapeshifter from the Bres. Some curious glances had come her way, but no one had approached her. It was a relief to not be the centre of attention. On the other hand, she didn't want to die, especially considering that, if she'd stayed on her home planet and not made the reckless decision to join the fleet, she would almost certainly have lived out the rest of her natural life. It might have been a life filled with regrets. Her days might have been preoccupied with what might have beens, but she would have been safe and relatively happy to learn that not only had she made a bad decision and put herself in a difficult situation, but her life was also likely to be cut severely short was galling.
"I'm glad you decided to join us for breakfast, Waylis,"
Miriam said, smiling at her.
"Being out in public isn't so bad, is it? People seem to be leaving you alone."
"They're too busy writing their wills," Setia quipped. "Aliens aren't interesting anymore."
"Waylis isn't an alien,"
Miriam protested.
"Her ancestors came from Earth. And as to writing wills, well, who could anyone leave their estate to?"
"No one has an estate," said Caris. "We don't have money, just things everyone can get for free, and precious items from Earth. Did I tell you someone wanted to buy one of my books? A Balor guy saw me reading in one of the lounges and wanted the book. I asked him what he would give me for it, just out of interest. I would never sell any of them. Guess what he offered?" "That new drug Waylis was talking about," Setia replied.
"Nope."
Miriam cast her gaze upwards.
"He offered to organise your laundry for you."
The Balor's laundry system had gone haywire. Usually, people put their dirty washing in their cabin chute and it would reappear clean the following day. But now their clothes didn't come back. Either nothing was returned or someone else's garments would arrive, sometimes still dirty. The only solution was to take your clothes to the laundry machines and collect them later.
"Good guess,"
Caris replied.
"I'm still missing most of my socks. I'll have to get some more printed."
"But no, you're wrong," Waylis asked. "Did he have a special sim to share with you?" Creating simulations from scratch was a popular pastime. Like the objects people had bought from Earth, unique sims were one of the few valuable and legitimate trading items. Caris shook her head.
"He offered me."
Laughter exploded from her mouth, and she clamped a hand over it. Her shoulders shook, and her eyes leaked tears as she fought to stop. Regaining control, she sighed and wiped her eyes with the cuff of her shirt.
"You're not going to believe this, but he offered me full daily massages for a month."
Setia guffawed so loudly, heads turned in their direction, and the general chatter stalled. Miriam chuckled.
"How silly."
"Silly?" Caris asked.
"More like bloody outrageous."
"What did you tell him?" asked Setia.
"I said, are you joking? If you want access to this bod, you'll be the one paying me in books."
"This bod," Miriam echoed, giggling. A chair at the adjoining table was loudly scraped over the tiles. The man who had been sitting in it stalked over, his features rigid with anger.
"Laughing at a time like this? We're skirting a black hole and you find it hilarious?"
"Calm down," Setia dismissively replied. "We aren't laughing about that."
"How anyone can find anything funny in this situation is beyond belief," the man spluttered. "We're all in deadly danger, and you think it's amusing. Read the room. If you think this is all a big joke, take it somewhere else. Have some respect for how others are feeling. But what am I saying? You're from the Bres, right? What else should I expect?"
He marched back to his table.
"Well,"
Caris chortled,
"that told you, Setia." Me? He was complaining at all of us. No, you're the one with a foghorn for a mouth. The rest of us were just having a little chuckle. He did have a point, Miriam said. We should try to keep it down. Everyone's feeling bad right now. Who gives a shit? Setya asked. We're all in the same boat. Unless one of you has a way to save us? She looked at her companions from face to face. I didn't think so. So what if we can find something to laugh about in all the doom and gloom? Why should he care? And what gives him the right to scold us? He should be glad there's still some happiness going around. Miriam asked Caris. What did the man who wanted your book say when you refused his offer? It better not be something funny, said Setya, adding loudly and directing her comment across to the man at the other table. For stars' sake, don't make us laugh! And the chattering and bantering among the other three women continued, but Waylis screened it out. She had never been able to keep up with her friends when the conversation between them really got going. She began to lose the gist of what they were saying, and she didn't understand many of their references. If she asked them to explain, they always did, but it interrupted their flow and dampened the atmosphere. Sometimes she felt as though her presence was a bank of rain cloud, turning a rare sunny day dark and wet. She ate the last of her breakfast, preparing to leave. Despite last night's bad news, it had been good to be outside her cabin and spend time with her friends without being harassed. The ship was already in normal space by now. She would carry on, studying poetry and human culture, trying to understand this species she would live among for the rest of her, possibly shortened, life. Tonight, she would probably see Ikenna again. He walked into the refectory. She froze. He wasn't here to have breakfast. He was scanning the tables, clearly looking for someone. Who else could he be looking for except her? Stupidly, she'd left her earcom in her cabin. He must have tried to calm her, and, receiving no answer, he was looking for her in one of the places he might reasonably expect to find anyone at this time. Waylis?
Miriam asked, concern mixed with curiosity.
Are you okay?
She swung her head around to look in the same direction as Waylis, trying to see what she was staring at. She hastily put her knife and fork on her plate. I'm fine. Could one of you deal with this? She got to her feet. Leaving us so soon? Setya asked. What's the hurry? Don't tell me you have a really interesting poem that won't wait. I'm not feeling well. Waylis cringed at her lame excuse. If she kept this up, everyone would think she was constantly sick. See you later. Without waiting for a reply, she headed out. Ikenna had already spotted her friends. Recognition had dawned in his features, and he was walking over. She felt as though her guts were about to drop out of her body. She had known this moment would come. It had been inevitable right from the start. What else could she have expected? She just hadn't guessed it would happen so soon. Mentally cursing her own idiocy, she passed Ikenna in the aisle between tables, her head down. If only he hadn't been so nice and interesting to talk to. If only their friendship hadn't blossomed so fast. If only she hadn't thought up her foolish ploy in the first place. Everything was going to come cascading down in a massive mudslide of confusion, revelation, and finally utter embarrassment. And there wasn't anything she could do about it. Maybe Robbins's skein was accurate. Maybe everyone would die before her nightmare became real. Chapter 17. Waylis was nearly at her cabin when a ship-wide comm echoed through the passageway, ordering her to report to Captain Bujold's office. Again? Had her subterfuge come to light so soon? She could hardly believe it. Who had informed on her? She guessed it was probably Setia. She would be the most outraged. Caris wouldn't care, and Miriam was too nice. Miriam was the type of person who always thought the best of people. Or perhaps it wasn't any of them. Perhaps it was Ikenna. Come to think of it, that was the most likely. What a shame their budding friendship had to come to an end. What a shame she was going to receive another dressing down from Bujold. A sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. She noticed the people nearby staring at her. They had heard the order too, and they knew who it was meant for. She glared at each of them defiantly, silently daring them to say something. The people continued on their way, one woman smirking and winking at her friend. Waylis trudged slowly to Bujold's office, wondering what she was about to hear. Could the captain actually punish her? She hadn't broken any rules. There were no rules governing what she could do. She had a strong feeling some were about to be invented. When she arrived, Bujold looked annoyed but not angry. I understand the attractions of not wearing your earcom. I really do. Believe me, there have been plenty of times I also wished no one could contact me. However, from now on, I must insist you wear yours while awake. I'm sure you don't want to be embarrassed by the entire ship hearing my messages to you. She frowned. What are you doing? Sit down. You're making me uncomfortable hovering near the door like you're about to make a run for it. Waylis did as commanded, descending heavily into the seat. Bujold studied her for a moment. Surely wearing your earcom isn't that onerous. Is there some problem unique to your species I don't know about?
No, I'll do it.
Good. I don't think it's too much to ask. You may not be military or crew, but as long as you remain with the fleet, you are under my authority. Now, on to the reason I want to talk to you. As you heard last night, we've decided to alter our original plan to travel to the next planet inhabited by an intelligent species. The ships are currently in normal space, and we're approaching a lifeless world we discovered, with the intention of possibly seeding it with extremophiles. In case you don't know, extremophiles are...
I know what they are.
Then I won't waste time explaining. As it turns out, the incoming data from our scanners is forming an unusual picture of the planet. We'd expected it to have little to no atmosphere or magnetosphere, to be bathed in solar radiation, and so on, like most rocky worlds that don't currently support life. The latest data implies something quite different. Not only does the planet have an atmosphere, its climate is similar to Talman Prime's. To be clear, the atmosphere isn't breathable by humans, or you, no doubt. But water rain falls heavily and regularly over most of the surface.
Why are you telling me this?
What did any of this information had to do with what she'd done? Bujold wasn't normally so long-winded. It's a puzzle, Bujold continued. The planet appears to be perfectly capable of supporting life. However, Prime was a similar puzzle. The scientists doubted it could support an intelligent species. It was hard to imagine how technologically advanced life forms could exist in the conditions. But Primian set us right on that misconception. And so, in this case, we've been forced to reconsider our objectives. Perhaps life does exist on this new planet, only our analyses of the data are insufficiently sophisticated to detect it. If that's so, seeding the place with new organisms could entirely unbalance current ecosystems, even destroy them. Rather than kick-starting evolution, we could be driving extant species to extinction, rendering an inhabited world sterile and barren. Do you see the problem? Thoroughly confused, Waylis nodded. Our experts will be travelling there by shuttle soon to take a closer look. They will perform close-range scans, take samples for analyses. eyeball the place. Sometimes no amount of computing power can reveal something a human will spot at first glance. Or a Primian, of course. Finally, Waylis began to get an idea of why she was here. Whatever had happened in the refectory after she had left, it hadn't filtered through to Captain Bujold yet. She exhaled heavily, closing her eyes. "You're ahead of me," Bujold said. "Yes, that is the reason I wanted to talk to you. I would like you to accompany the scientists. Your experience of living on Talman Prime and your knowledge of its living organisms may throw a special light on the assessment of the new planet. You may see things that people who grew up on Earth do not. Does that make sense?"
"Captain, I'm not a scientist, let alone a biologist or zoologist."
"No one is asking you to be. I know it's a long shot, but, as Captain Alonso explained at the meeting yesterday, throwing a little illogical behavior into the mix may help us. But I don't personally believe your presence on the mission is irrational. For the reason I've stated, your input could be valuable." Waylis was silent as she considered the proposal. Relief that what she'd been doing hadn't come to the captain's notice yet continued to wash through her. She struggled to wrap her head around what she would have to do on this planet and what would be expected. "Waylis," Bujold seemed to struggle with what she was about to say. "I don't want to make this request an order. A reluctant worker doesn't perform well. But, as I stated earlier, you are under my authority, and I shouldn't need to remind you that you've been less than cooperative lately. I don't think taking part in this assignment is too much to ask. Do you?"
"I don't. I was just thinking about what it means."
"It should be quite safe, if that's what you're worried about. We can detect absolutely no signs of life yet, let alone anything that poses a threat. The planet's gravity is a little greater than Earth and Prime's, but if you do go down to the surface, your EVA suit will provide physical support."
"But I don't even know what I'm looking for."
"Think about it on your way over. I'm certainly no biologist either, yet I could tell you where life exists on Earth and some signs of it. If you can't help, well, at least you will have tried. The shuttle boards at 6 tomorrow morning. Technicians are currently making alterations to it."
"I will try to help, I promise."
It would be a relief to get away from the Balor for a while, she decided, as she stowed her luggage on the shuttle the following day. The problem she'd created would go away for now. The fallout would still be waiting when she got back, but feelings might have calmed in the intervening time. Yet her own embarrassment would never fade. Her actions would be a blot on her history the rest of the time she was with the fleet, though, according to Robbins, that might not be so long. She had brought a few things with her, changes of clothing and some creature comforts. She would be gone for at least a week, Bujold had estimated. That included the journey to the planet and time for the scientists to take samples and make their assessments. The fleet would be following in the shuttle's path, so the return journey would be shorter. Taking a seat, she scanned the cabin to see who would be her companions for the trip. The two extremophile experts were sitting together at the front. She didn't recognize anyone else. She craned her neck to check out the cabin more closely. The space was smaller than other shuttles she'd been in. Half the vessel was taken up by closed cubicles to the rear. There was not a single familiar face, except for the extremophile guys. Was the absence of people from the Bres intentional? She'd expected to see the scientist who had approached her in the refectory, moody. On the other hand, the captains had said they suspected the xenogel had controlled the mind of one of the Bres's scientists. A figure appeared at the hatch, and her heart sank. Ikenna. Of course he would be part of the team. His field of expertise was exogeology. He would be coming along to take a closer look at the planet's physical structure. Closing her eyes, she leaned back in her seat.
Please don't sit next to me. Please don't sit next to me. Is this seat taken?
Ikenna stood in the aisle, waiting for her answer.
No, it's free. I hope I didn't wake you.
He slid in beside her.
You didn't look as though you were sleeping, only resting your eyes. My name's Ikenna.
He held out his hand. She shook it.
Waylis. Waylis, he mused. Waylis. Are you from the...
His jaw dropped.
You're the...
Yes, I'm the weird alien shapeshifter from the Bres. Her words seemed to wound him. His friendly, open expression deflated like a popped balloon.
I didn't mean to offend you. I'm pleased to meet you, Waylis. Let's hope this trip goes well.
He didn't say anything else. The pilot made his announcements. As the shuttle flew into space, Waylis closed her eyes again, dreading the days to come. Chapter 18. The leader of the mission was the fleet's head of science. Waylis guessed he was assigned to the Balor or Banba because she'd never seen him before, and she would have remembered this man. Though he was a fully grown adult, around 50 or 60 years old, he was abnormally short. Not that she was tall, yet the top of his large bald head couldn't have been higher than her chest. In order to be visible to all the shuttle passengers, he was standing on a container at the front of the cabin. She had listened with half an ear to his introductory speech, welcoming everyone to the mission and explaining the schedule. But then he moved on to practicalities and she began to pay more attention.
As you can see, the engineers have done an excellent job of converting the shuttle to a research vessel. I'm sure most of you already had a peek at the mini-labs towards the back of the cabin. We've squeezed in as much equipment as was feasible. All of you should be able to perform routine sample analyses. Anything out of the ordinary will probably have to wait until the fleet catches up to us. But feel free to improvise, within reason. No releases of noxious gases into the cabin's atmosphere or uncontrolled explosions, please.
He chuckled.
I'm only joking. You are all sensible, excellent scientists. Now, you may be wondering where you will be eating and sleeping. As well as constructing small research areas, the remaining passenger space has been rebuilt. The seats you're sitting on are fully adjustable. At meal times, we can swing them to face inwards over a narrow table that lifts out of the deck. And during rest periods, we can convert them to bunks. I'll let you fight over who gets the top bunk.
He winked.
As you are aware, probes are flying ahead of us. You can access their transmitted data via your interfaces. Any insights or tentative conjectures, let me know. I will be relaying what we find back to the captains. Our mission isn't especially time-critical, but our assessments will heavily influence the captain's decisions on how to proceed.
A hand rose. Dr. Fowler, I think I speak for everyone when I say we were all very concerned to hear Mapper Robbins's announcement. If his skeins begin to show new predictions, will we be informed? I'd like to think what we're doing here might make a difference.
The skein readings are a cause for concern. I can't deny it. I was actually as much in the dark as everyone else, and I was unsettled by the news too. But please remember that skein mapping is a new, inexact science, if it can be called a science at all. No one really knows what the future holds, and, personally, I've found the best attitude is to behave as if you have a future.
The questioner blurted, But...
Rest assured that, if good news emerges from Robbins's work, I will share it with you. In the meantime, let's concentrate on our assignment. We have an entirely new planet to investigate at close quarters. It's the kind of thing our colleagues back on Earth can only dream of. It's why we joined the fleet. So let's make the most of this opportunity to sink our teeth into some real-time, raw data and see what we can find.
He awkwardly began to step down from the box. Someone in the front row got up to help him, but Fowler waved the person away irritably. Waylis lost sight of him for a moment. Then he reappeared as he walked down the aisle. To her surprise, he stopped next to Ikenna and fixed her with a broad smile.
I don't believe we've met.
He leaned over Ikenna, resting one hand on the seat arm and extending the other.
I'm very pleased to have you aboard, Waylis.
She shook with him. I'm not sure why I'm here. I'm not a scientist.
I wouldn't know where to begin to look for any meaningful information. Don't underestimate your usefulness, my dear. You have something everyone else aboard this shuttle lacks, a fresh outlook. Experts in their fields tend to become blinkered, only seeing what they expect. Sometimes it takes a novice or a layperson to spot something professionals completely overlook. Absolutely, Doctor. That's why it's especially important for you to never feel as though any observation or question you may have isn't worth stating. Don't be embarrassed or too shy to say what you think. No one will think any the less of you for it.
Waylis didn't share his faith in his team, but this wasn't the time to tell him about her encounter with the extremophile guys.
As long as no one expects me to copy. I'm sorry. I'm not changing into anyone. Oh, I see. Don't worry about that. I can't see any reason we would need your special ability on this mission.
His bright, cheerful expression turned grave.
That isn't why you're here, my dear. And I'm sorry if someone's given you that impression. I know what it's like to be singled out for being different, and I won't allow that kind of behavior while I'm in charge.
He straightened up.
Ikenna, take good care of our guest. You've got it, Doctor.
As the long flight dragged on, Waylis passed the time studying poetry, but after a while she grew tired. Deciphering the humans' language was hard, and she was loath to ask Ikenna for help. The tense atmosphere between them had continued since their initial exchange. Also, he was busy working on his interface. She wasn't hungry, and there was little else to do, so she closed her screen, turned towards the cabin wall, and tried to sleep. She wasn't successful. She wasn't particularly sleepy, and passenger chatter kept her awake. As a distraction from the hum of conversation, she imagined the shuttle from the outside, flying through space. The 3 fleet ships had to be far away by now. The shuttle was a lonely silver bullet, speeding through the black, carrying fragile specks of life. Only the vessel's thin skin separated them from a quick, frozen death, and, according to Robbins, if they survived this trip, their lives were likely to come to a premature end. Yet the passengers blithely chatted on, as if they had all the time in the universe. Suddenly, she was uncomfortably aware she must have fallen asleep. Her face ached from being pressed into her seat, and her arm was numb. She was about to shift to a more comfortable position when she overheard Ikenna speaking. The content of his words stilled her movement, and she listened, cringing.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. I'd been talking to her for a while. Had dinner together a few times. We seemed to be getting along pretty well. I really liked her, and I was hoping we might progress on to something more, you know, or just be good friends. Then, like I said, she blanked me. It's been going around and around in my head. I just don't understand it.
She's from the Bres, you say? Of course that's how she behaved. What else is there to understand?
Come on, don't be like that. The crew from the Bres isn't any different from us. Some good, some not so good. They're just people.
Not from what I've heard. I've heard they're all up themselves. Something to do with the Bres being the flagship.
I've met a few, and they were nice. That biologist, Moody, for instance. He seems like a good guy, and the woman I was talking to, she was cool.
Until she blanked you. Ikenna was silent. See what I mean? I haven't met anyone called Moody yet, but look around. Notice anything? Waylis felt Ikenna shift in his seat.
What?
There isn't a single scientist from the Bres on this vessel. The only representative from that ship is Sleeping Beauty next to you.
Hey, now you mention it, you're right. What's that about, I wonder?
I bet Fowler knows, though he won't say. A voice over the intercom broke into the conversation. Dinner time, everyone. Please prepare the cabin. Waylis used the announcement as an excuse to wake up. She turned to a sitting position and stretched.
You're awake?
Ikenna asked.
You're just in time for our first meal.
I know, I heard. How long was I asleep?
A couple of hours.
Whoever Ikenna had been talking to was gone, and the passengers were figuring out how to move the seats so they faced inwards. It was a tight fit. Waylis was hemmed in. She couldn't imagine how the seats would convert to bunks against the curved wall. When all was ready and a slim table separated the seats, the meals were handed out. Waylis pulled the lid off hers and tentatively sniffed the contents. It was some type of casserole, something the humans seemed to love. Back home, ingredients were not generally mixed together. Getting used to the new food continued to be a work in progress.
Not to your liking?
Ikenna asked. It's okay. She ate a spoonful and grimaced. The meal was lukewarm. Hey, Fowler, someone commented. Is the microwave on the blink? I've had baths that were hotter. Dr. Fowler had added an extra cushion to his seat.
There are a few teething problems in the galley. Nothing that can't be fixed.
How long is this flight? Another voice asked. Fowler replied,
We can expect to arrive around this time tomorrow.
That'll make it over 36 hours. Couldn't the fleet have dropped out of the red zone a little closer to the planet?
General groans and grumbles accompanied the reply.
As I understand it, the initial decision was only to spend some time in normal space. The system was discovered after we arrived. Our excursion is another roll of the dice. Now, enjoy your meal, everyone. It's been a long day, and I suggest we turn in soon. Plenty of probe data will be awaiting us in the morning.
Enjoy? A man sitting opposite quietly questioned. I hope we aren't eating this cold slop for the rest of the mission.
Cheer up,
Ikenna replied.
As long as it sustains us, the food isn't important. Like Fowler said, our colleagues at home would have given their right arms for this opportunity.
Huh. Are any of them still alive, I wonder? Ikenna didn't appear to have a response to this gloomy statement. He turned instead to Waylis.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Expecting the usual nosy inquiry into her ability, she heavily replied,
If you have to, it's nothing important. I heard that an alien from Markop came up to the Bres. Is that right? Did you meet her?
Oh, Tascabel. Waylis brightened up. I did meet her, briefly. She was only on the ship long enough to recover from her injuries.
What was she like?
She was great, very smart, and also warm-hearted. She had a thing for Sheldrake, I think.
He was the one who got separated from the team and spent some time living with the Markopians. She liked him.
I'm not sure, but maybe. It isn't easy for me to tell with humans.
Of course, I didn't think of that. You seem human yourself. It's easy to forget some things might be difficult for you.
To avoid answering, Waylis ate a big spoonful of the awful food.
Do you know if the Markopian, Tascabel, considered joining the fleet as you have? Or was that not an option for her?
Waylis swallowed. She had people at home she didn't want to leave behind. Say it. Go ahead. Say it.
That makes sense. I suppose you...
Ikenna drifted to silence under Waylis's hard stare.
"Dessert is rice pudding,"
Fowler announced.
"When you're ready, help yourselves."
Chapter 19. A rhythmic sound woke her. Somewhere close by, something sharp sliced into something loose and soft, over and over again. She couldn't move. She couldn't even open her eyes. Somehow, she was utterly paralyzed. Yet she could still feel. Cool, moist air flowed over the skin of her face. The rest of her body seemed to be wrapped in stiff material. She was swaddled like an infant. Slice, slice, slice. What the hell was happening? What was that sound? She'd heard it before, but long, long ago. The knowledge of what it was hung tantalizingly out of reach. It was the whisper of a memory. She reached back in her mind, seeking connections that might bring it to the surface. She remembered the moist air moving sluggishly, promising rain. The smell was the same as now, too, earthy, tinged with the scent of rot. Slice, slice, slice. Another sound, barely audible, underlay the rhythm with another of its own. It was the sound of quiet panting. The slicing was a man working. It was heavy work. He was exerting himself to do it. Was that another part of her memory? In a rush, a feeling of sadness hit. Whatever the slicing had been then and was now, it was not a happy thing. She tried to move again, but in vain. What was wrong with her? Had someone drugged her? Was this experience a result of the weird new psychedelic? Had she been tricked into going onto the shuttle, far from friends from the Bres, so the humans could experiment on her? It was hardly believable, but what other explanation was there? And it was possible. Humans could do terrible, terrible things. Slice, slice, slice. It all felt wrong. If she was on the shuttle, why could she feel cool, humid air? Why would the humans paralyze her and wrap her up? The gentle hum of the shuttle's engine was silent. She was no longer aboard it. She was somewhere else. Nearly done? She would have started at the voice, but whatever was affecting her muscles held her utterly still. Nearly there. From the direction of the utterance, it was the slicer who had replied, and the connections of her memory slotted in all at once. She was a child, standing under a glowering sky. She was cold, afraid, sad. Her mother held her hand, but the warmth and contact brought little comfort. Daddy was dead. He was gone. Once what remained of him was in the ground, she would never see him again. The gravedigger hadn't quite finished. There had barely been a break in the rain over the last few days, and they had only an hour or so before the rain would come again. The digger's shovel bit into the sandy, wet earth and deposited each load quickly in the pile. Then he tossed the tool to the side and reached up. The officiator helped him out of the hole. The gravedigger didn't leave. He stood and bowed his head respectfully. Perhaps he'd known Daddy. The blue-grey frozen face barely resembled her father. She could hardly stand to look at it. Yet, even now, she clung to a fragile, mad hope that it might come to life, that the eyes would open, the colour would return, and her father would turn to her and smile. "You go first." Her mother gave her a gentle push. She had tottered to the side of the grave. Had she been so young, or had emotions affected her steps? At the bottom of the shadowy hole, groundwater was already seeping in. Daddy would sleep forever in a puddle. "Not too close," her mother warned. Waylis threw in her offering. The shells Daddy had collected with her on a seaside trip splashed into the water, firmly avoiding the thing on the ground. It was not Daddy. She stepped back to her still-living parent. The first raindrops hit.
"I'm sorry," said the officiant, "but we must hurry."
Her mother whispered, "Please."
"I'm very sorry."
Terror struck. The slicing sound, the man's panted breaths, the cold air, the swaddling.
"I'm being buried. I am dead."
That couldn't be right.
How can I be dead? How can I be home again?
What had happened? Had something gone wrong on the mission? Had the fleet returned her to her home planet? Hands grabbed her shoulders and her feet, lifted from the ground. Her body was straight and rigid. Still, she couldn't open her eyes. Distant voices murmured prayers. Someone wept aloud. The hushed drumming of an approaching cloudburst swept over her. The hands opened and she started falling. A microsecond later she hit the ground. Cold, slimy wetness penetrated the material wrapped around her. Something landed on her stomach. Heavy and wet, it had to be mud.
"I'm alive! I'm not dead! I can feel! I'm alive!"
A second shovelful of earth hit. She was going to be buried, but she hadn't died. She was going to be buried alive. Mustering every last fibre of her being, she tried to move, but her body refused to react. She tried to scream, but her mouth remained stubbornly closed. No, no, no! None of it was true. Nothing was real. It couldn't be real. She couldn't be home. It was impossible. A third load of soil landed on her, but it was feather light, barely there at all. The horrible, clammy wetness of the earth faded. It was a dream, a nightmare. She was only having a bad dream. She forced her eyes open. All she had to do was to wake up properly. Though she was sure she had awoken, she couldn't see anything. Complete darkness was all around. Groggily, she reached up. Her hand made instant contact with a surface.
"What the?"
She jerked upwards. Her forehead smacked into something hard.
"Ow!"
Where was she? In a panic, she moved to the left, only to be met by another hard surface. Dread enveloped her. She was trapped. She'd thought she had been dreaming, but the dream was real. She really had been buried. She'd been buried alive. She screamed, flailed, struggled to free herself from her grave. To her right was open space. She tumbled into it. Open space yawned below her too. She plummeted. As she hit the deck, the impact jolted her fully awake. Lights were turning on. Confused and concerned murmurs started up as the scientists peered out from their bunks. Hot shame flooded her as she cringed under their stares. Ikenna, on the lower bunk, propped himself on an elbow and leaned out.
"Are you okay?"
Chapter 20. Breakfast was quiet. Perhaps everyone was tired from the long flight. Or maybe they were thinking about the spectacle of the stupid alien screaming her lungs out and dramatically tumbling from her bunk in the middle of the night. Waylis kept her head down as she ate. A couple of people asked if she was feeling better. She reacted with a mute nod. Ikenna hadn't said anything to her since helping her back into her bunk. She guessed he was giving her space, sensing her embarrassment. On the other hand, he might have put two and two together and was simply amazed at her audacity and foolishness. He was a smart man. If he hadn't figured out what she had done yet, it wouldn't be long. She could only hope he wouldn't mention the revelation and would leave her alone. People were finishing up, and some were already passing empty containers down the long table when Dr. Fowler tapped his beaker with the edge of his knife. The quiet conversation stilled to silence.
This seems an appropriate time for a quick update on news from the fleet. I'm sure you're all anxious to hear whether the change of plans has had any influence on the outcomes of Mapper Robbins's skein readings. Unfortunately, I have to report that, so far, they have not. The forecasts remain bleak, but I would like to urge you to not lose heart. It's early days yet, and, as I mentioned, skein mapping is extremely inexact. For all we know, the events predicted may not come to pass. We may sail through the time to come entirely unscathed. For now, the mission aims remain unchanged. Murmured reactions broke the quiet. Fowler tapped his beaker again. That isn't all. I have more news, so please listen. This doesn't affect us so directly, or at least I don't think it does, but it's pertinent to the fate of the fleet as a whole. He breathed in deeply and exhaled, looking as though he had a bad taste in his mouth. He continued, There has been a confirmed sighting of xenogel on the Banba. The previous murmurings tripled in volume, punctuated by loud exclamations and cursing. Fowler gravely surveyed the team, saying nothing. So the alien substance had infiltrated all 3 ships. The captains would be going out of their minds, wondering what it meant. So would everyone else. Was it here on the shuttle too? Waylis was tempted to peek under the table and scan the overhead. She'd seen the stuff once before in the former aviary. It was hard to spot. It could be here. There could be a blob of it in close proximity while the team freaked out. Ikenna was watching her. When she caught his eye, he gave a confident smile and said, It could be nothing to worry about. A harmless red zone substance. She shrugged. People seem to think it's what's behind Mapper Robbins's dire projections. People tend to always think the worst. Personally, I prefer optimism. I sleep well, and every day is bright and full of hope. What will happen, regardless of how we feel about it. So what's the point of worrying? If we know bad times are ahead, we can prepare. At home, Waylis closed her lips and looked away. Yes? Nothing. All right, everyone, Fowler said, speaking over the chatter. That's enough doom and gloom. As far as we know, xenogel hasn't hurt anyone, and it hasn't affected the running of the ships. You're scientists. You should be basing your reaction on evidence, not speculation. Remember that. Now, a ton of data arrived while you were asleep. As soon as breakfast is over, you can begin analysing it. We're due to arrive at the planet in approximately 8 hours. By then, I want to hear your preliminary conclusions. We have a job to do, so let's do it. Waylis had been about to tell Ikenna how, when a particularly heavy rainstorm was approaching, her people would prepare for it, reinforcing weak spots in the upper stories of dwellings, opening sluice gates, bringing less hardy livestock under cover. But what was the point of telling him about herself and building a friendship when she'd already screwed everything up? The scientists were readjusting the seating. Some edged down the aisles towards the mini-labs at the back. Everyone had something to do except her. She morosely slid into her seat and prepared to open her screen and pick a new poem to read. Interested in helping me take a look at this? Ikenna had slid in beside her. She looked over suspiciously. This what? He swiveled his screen so she could see it. The computer's still building the graphics, but it's a pretty good rendering of one of the sites the biologists have flagged as potentially supporting life. Waylis saw a hazy sketch of a dark mass with jagged edges. Lighter hues surrounded it, presumably an ocean. As she watched, the image grew larger. The edges disappeared, and the screen turned a uniform mid-blue. The land seemed to be a wide, flat plain, bare of vegetation.
She couldn't understand why the scientists thought living things inhabited the space. Perhaps they only meant bacteria or similar microorganisms. Yet why the organisms would be here and not some other place, she couldn't comprehend. Then the image altered so abruptly, she exclaimed a soft, "Oh!" The image had hit the surface it had been heading towards and passed through it. Bubbles rose up, and she realized she hadn't been looking at a landscape, but at a large lake or small sea.
The biologists think there's life in the water. That's where it started on Earth.
Rocks and sand moved into view. The definition was good, though nothing seemed to reflect from the surfaces.
How does the probe see these things without light? It broadcasts sound waves and interprets what bounces back, like bats using echolocation to catch insects at night.
Bats? She knew they were Earth animals that flew, though they were not birds, but not much more.
Do you have night-flying life forms on Prime?
I don't think so.
Well,
it doesn't matter. I understand the principle. The probe seemed to be moving deeper, gliding along the seabed as it sloped downwards. Still, she could see nothing that appeared remotely alive. The water was crystal clear, or at least the probe's scanning wasn't picking up any particles.
The planet appears to be tectonically active,
Ikenna said.
There may be hydrothermal vents, fissures spouting superheated water in deep water. On Earth, unusual organisms exist in such places, and they may be where life originated. Do you know if there are hydrothermal vents on Prime?
Possibly.
There are plenty of hot springs on land. Many are far too hot to enter.
Living things can survive in them?
Absolutely, though I'm no expert.
Neither am I. I'm not sure. The concluding part of her sentence, "why I'm on this mission," died on her lips. While they'd been chatting, a discussion at the rear of the cabin had been growing louder. One of the speaker's volume suddenly rose, and his words became audible.
"It isn't right! This is wrong! All wrong!"
His companion murmured something like, "Calm down!" Ikenna peered down the aisle towards the disturbance.
"What's going on?"
Waylis asked. He gave a shrug and returned his attention to the screen.
"No idea." "I have to get out of here!"
The cry burst from the rear of the cabin like an explosion.
"Goodness!"
Ikenna got to his feet, grasping the seat back as he stared down the aisle. Waylis also stood up. Everyone was doing the same. She couldn't see what was going on. Too many bodies were in the way, but she could hear scuffling and grunts of effort and frustration.
"What's happening?"
she asked Ikenna, whose concerned gaze was fixed on a distant point. He didn't answer. He took a step into the aisle, but then he was pushed aside by Dr. Fowler, striding past in the same direction.
"Hey there!"
Fowler yelled.
"Cut it out!"
Ikenna turned to Waylis.
"Tran and Cook are fighting."
"Fighting?" She leaned out for a better look, but people blocked her view.
What could they be fighting about? Nothing. It's completely out of character for both of them.
There was a thump and a groan of pain. Waylis crouched to the level of the seat arm and peeked over it. A large man was racing up the aisle. He shoved Dr. Fowler into someone else. She shrank back. The man reached Ikenna, who lifted his hands in a placating gesture. The man halted and raised a fist, glaring menacingly.
"Out of my way! But I'm getting out of here! Take it easy, Cook!"
The man swung. Ikenna ducked. Cook grabbed him and threw him into Waylis, and they fell in an undignified heap on the seats.
"Sorry."
Ikenna disentangled himself.
"It's okay."
Waylis managed to stand up. Cook had reached the front of the cabin and was at the exit, tugging at the opening mechanism. Several scientists launched themselves at him, and he went down under their bodies.
"Get off me!"
he screamed.
"I have to get out! Leave me alone!"
Dr. Fowler strode past, heading towards the front, his expression stern.
"What's the matter with that man?"
Waylis asked.
"He seems to think he's in danger,"
Ikenna replied.
"It must be some kind of psychosis."
Does this happen a lot with humans? If she'd known about the possibility of a passenger going crazy, she wouldn't have agreed to go on the mission. Ikenna chuckled uneasily.
"No, it's very odd. I don't know what's behind it. Tran, buddy, are you okay?"
A man had approached slowly, holding a hand to his forehead.
"Fine, I think. Hit my head on something. I'll ask a medic to take a look. What's up with Cook?"
The melee at the front of the cabin was calming down. The crazy guy seemed to be under control.
"I don't know. I wanted to talk to him about some probe data, but I couldn't find him. It turned out he was in one of the labs. He was in there by himself, and when I saw him, he was out of it, muttering nonsense. I tried to bring him back to reality, but I couldn't. He ran out of the lab, and I was concerned about what he might do while in that state."
Tran looked abashed.
"I didn't want Fowler to see him like that. Misplaced loyalty to a colleague, I guess. So I tried to get him out of view before anyone else saw him. He was beyond reasoning with. I had to physically restrain him. That was when he did this."
Tran moved his hand away from his head, revealing a bloody cut and a fresh bruise.
"I couldn't hold him after I hit my head."
A group of 4 men was edging down the aisle, holding a struggling, thrashing Cook between them.
"Let me go!"
he protested.
"You'll regret this! We're all going to die!"
Ikenna and Tran moved aside to allow the men to pass.
"Where are you taking him?"
Ikenna asked. "Gonna tie him to a seat at the back," one replied. "Seems the safest option. He needs medical attention. Could be noisy for a while." "He's lost his mind," someone commented. "I hope we have some sedatives aboard." Waylis's interface pinged. Someone was comming her. She sat down to answer. "Your bird is doing all right," Caris said. "I thought you would like to know what had made the sparrow her bird." She'd thought it would eventually return to the aviary.
"I assumed you would take good care of it."
"Seen anything interesting on the new planet? Any bug-eyed monsters?"
"We aren't there yet." "Untie me!" Cook bellowed. "I'm not gonna die here like the rest of you."
"What the hell was that?" Caris asked.
"There's a man."
Waylis didn't know what to say. She didn't know what was going on.
"Someone's upset about something."
"He sounds more than upset. Sounds like you have a lunatic aboard. Take care, Waylis. I'd hate for anything to happen to you out there." Chapter 21. Things had been quiet for several hours, and the atmosphere aboard the shuttle had returned to something like normality. When Waylis had passed by Cook on her way to the bathroom, he'd been asleep, or, presumably, sedated. A strip of cloth had been tied around his chest, binding him to his seat, and belts secured his wrists to the armrests. Dr. Fowler hadn't made any announcements about the crazy man, and, for a while, discussions had been loud with speculation about what was wrong with him. Fowler's silence didn't help with the tension. Was it because he had no explanation for Cook's actions? Or maybe he was waiting for guidance from the fleet captains about what to tell the team. The mission hadn't been called off, despite the presence of someone suffering a mental crisis. Ikenna was unusually quiet too. After the commotion, he'd focused on his interface, seeming reluctant to discuss the situation any further. Not that Waylis wanted to talk about it either. She was finding the entire situation more and more disturbing. Cook's outburst had reminded her of her earlier musings on the differences between the Bres and Balor's crew. Ikenna and Fowler didn't give her any bad vibes, but many of their colleagues did. And here she was, trapped on this small vessel with them, far from her friends, far from Captain Bujold, who had some power to protect her. She attempted to shrug off the niggling feelings of unease and concentrate on figuring out the meanings hidden in her latest poetry selection, Dover Beach. She knew beaches well, though at home they were riskier places than the poem implied they were on Earth. No one lived near an ocean or seashore due to the danger of tsunamis from earthquakes. In Dover Beach, the writer looked out at the water from a window, so he had to be inside a house. The tone was melancholy, the writer regretting the loss of religious faith, and the poem ended with mention of armies fighting. She sighed. Humans are so violent.
Waylis, can I ask you something?
Ikenna's expression was pained. She closed her screen, heavy dread settling in the pit of her stomach.
You're free to ask me anything. How can I stop you?
He quickly checked the nearby passengers and in a softer tone said,
I want to talk to you about something delicate. Please understand, I'm not accusing you of anything, but I've been thinking about some things that have happened to me recently. Things that don't make a lot of sense. But now an idea occurred to me that makes it all add up, and the answer involves you.
I know what you're going to say,
Waylis replied tightly.
I can tell you that you're right, but that's all I'm prepared to say about it, except that I'm sorry. What I did was unforgivable.
Waylis.
He reached out to touch her arm. She snatched it away.
I said I don't want to talk about it. But
she forcefully swiped open her interface and, crossing her arms over her chest, glared at the screen. She felt his penetrating gaze for excruciatingly long moments before, in her peripheral vision, she saw him shift away in his seat. The awkwardness was almost palpable. A thick, invisible barrier between the two seats seemed to slide into place. She felt as though she was suffocating. She imagined herself running amok, as Cook had, though in her case what compelled her would not be a psychotic break, but the deepest shame she had ever felt. She had known this moment would come, perhaps from the very beginning of her ruse. She just hadn't expected things to go so far. Fowler's head appeared above the seat tops. He was about to make an announcement at last. An expectant hush settled on the cabin.
Thank you for giving me your attention, the doctor began. I'm sure that recent events have you concerned about the progress of our mission. I have just heard confirmation from the fleet captains that we are to continue as planned.
Murmured reactions broke out. He lifted a hand for silence.
As soon as the first ship catches up to us, Dr. Cook will be transferred aboard for treatment. I can't speculate as to his condition, but I have every hope he will return to full mental capacity. I'm sure you'll agree he is a valued member of our team, and his recent outburst is anomalous in the extreme. Moving on, we will be entering orbit within the next half an hour. Probes are already taking physical samples, which will arrive imminently. Please be prepared to receive them and begin your analyses. I know you don't need reminding, but here's a reminder anyway. Any sign of life, living or from the past, must be reported to me immediately. That's all for now.
Without a word, Ikenna rose and walked to the back of the cabin. Though Waylis fought hard, blinking and grimacing, tears started in her eyes. Many times since she'd boarded the Bres, she'd endured moments of deep regret and sorrow. But never had she felt this low, this alone. She turned her face towards the bulkhead so no one would see her, but they were all too busy to notice anyway. An excited hum permeated the shuttle. The incident with Cook seemed entirely forgotten. All fears about what Robbins's skeins meant had been put aside too. Even the unknown threat of the xenogel was a discarded memory as a scientist prepared to delve into new discoveries about this unknown planet. If only she could share their enthusiasm. Her seat shifted as someone sat next to her. Thinking Ikenna had returned, she remained facing away.
I thought you might be interested in learning about the signs of life we're looking for.
Dr. Fowler had taken the seat beside her, his little legs swinging free. Waylis hastily swept her fingers under her eyes, praying he wouldn't notice.
I hope you don't mind,
he continued, apparently oblivious.
You seem a studious, intelligent young woman. You must be for the captains to decide to send you on a scientific mission. I doubt we'll need any gung-ho. I don't have a clue why I'm here, if I'm honest. I do like studying, but my understanding of science is less than that of an ordinary human, let alone a trained expert. You like studying? What do you study?
At the moment, it's poetry in your language.
Poetry? Studying that hardly seems necessary. Your grasp of English is excellent.
I can function in it, yes, but I don't understand the nuances or rarer vocabulary.
Neither do most of us, my dear.
Fowler's kindly expression seemed to charm away her sadness. I've studied enough poetry today, she said. Tell me about the signs of life. He beamed.
There are many. If I go on too long, stop me. I don't want to bore you.
I won't find it boring, I'm sure.
I like to divide them into signs perceivable at a distance or via direct sampling, as the team is doing at the moment. We can read a planet's atmosphere at quite a considerable distance, and if it contains oxygen and methane, that's a sign of potential life. These gases would naturally be quickly used up or broken down. Their existence implies a constant production, and living organisms produce them. Another gas we can perceive at a considerable distance is dimethyl sulfide. On Earth, Prime, and every other inhabited planet we've visited, this is only produced by living organisms. Now,
he shifted, facing her full on, with the look of a boy who'd found a particularly interesting stone.
As well as these naturally produced atmospheric gases, what drew us to Markop was the presence of compounds in proportions typically produced by fossil fuel combustion, and hence a sign of technological development. Nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide and monoxide, and particulate matter, which, by the by, was screening a substantial amount of light from Markop's weak sun. They may have been at least partially to blame for the iciness of their planet.
He grinned.
Bored yet?
No, this is very interesting. He waggled a finger.
You're a true scholar. Where was I? Oh yes, atmospheric gases. Well, I've explained the majority of that. Would you like to know what our scientists will be looking for in the probe samples?
I would. She was genuinely interested, and the discussion was also taking her mind off her problems.
In the absence of hard empirical evidence, such as actual living bacteria or similar microorganisms, the scientists will be analysing their samples for amino acids and lipids, fundamental and essential chemicals for all living things. They will also look for pigments like chlorophyll, used to convert light to energy. That's what gives earth plants their green colour. Exactly. On your planet, the predominant photosynthesizing plant chemical was anthocyanin, making the majority of vegetation purple. Our botanists concluded this was due to the low level of phosphorus in Prime's topsoil, combined with low temperatures from the near-constant cloud cover.
Waylis said,
It was quite a shock when I walked into the Bres' aviary and all the plants were green. Imagine our colonists' surprise when they saw Prime's purple forests. And the rainfall. My friend Setia always jokes about the rain on my planet. The rainfall indeed.
Fowler chuckled. They chatted for a while, and the distraction helped her feel better.
Thanks for your explanations. Humans have figured out so many ways to look for life. It's very impressive. Our search for life spanned hundreds of years, since long before we developed the technology that would allow us to leave our...
A triumphant shout rang out. I found a fossil! I'd bet my life on it! Fowler's eyebrows shot up into his empty hairline.
Excuse me, my dear. It sounds as though I have an important discovery to evaluate.
Chapter 22. Reactions to the announcement that one of the scientists had discovered a fossil had been loud and full of excitement. Waylis had never seen humans so full of joy and delight. Only the two extremophile experts had been subdued. If the planet harboured life, it meant their roles were redundant. The fleet would not seed a planet with Earth organisms if evolution was already underway. The focus had switched abruptly. Though the scientists continued to analyse the samples taken by probes, deep and thorough scanning of the surface commenced. Now they were looking for live animals on land or in the waters. They were also scanning for signs of intelligent life, artificial constructions, alterations to natural landscapes, evidence of animal husbandry. No signs of living beings, intelligent or otherwise, had been found, so the shuttle had landed and they were going in for a closer look. The first excursion team would leave soon to investigate the new planet, and Waylis wanted to go with them.
I want to come too.
The words spilled from her mouth in a rush after her hazy compulsion had driven her to walk up to Fowler. She sucked in a breath, surprised by her own audacity and recklessness.
What am I thinking?
He eyed her curiously.
Are you sure? Perhaps you could join the next team. No, I want to go on this one.
Chaotic thoughts tumbled through her mind. Her heart raced. She could hear her own blood pulsing through her ears. Fowler said kindly,
Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. The captains wanted me to go on this mission, right? Here on the shuttle, I'm next to useless. I can't interpret data. I can't analyze samples. And despite what everyone seems to think, I know next to nothing about life on my own planet, let alone what might exist on this new one. At least if I go out there, I might be able to do something practical. Otherwise, what's the point? Why am I even here? I can't deny the strength of your arguments, but you're missing one important consideration: safety. The rest of the team is trained to operate in potentially risky environments, and most members have experience of investigating exoplanets. They've worked on missions to your world, Polaris B, and Markop. I hope I don't sound patronizing when I say they know what they're doing. You're right, and it isn't patronizing. But there's an important consideration you're missing too. I'm the... She frowned in concentration. The wild card. I'm another roll of the dice. Weren't you telling me yesterday that I have something special to offer that the scientists lack? He smiled ruefully and shook his head. I can't deny it. However, to take part in the very first excursion isn't what I had in mind for you. We may have discovered a lot of information over the last few hours, but there are still legions of unknowns. I am responsible for the lives of everyone on this shuttle, and so I'm afraid, let her come.
Ikenna stepped forwards into the small space. Waylis started. She hadn't known he was behind her and listening to her pleading.
Dr. Oni.
Fowler said.
You think Waylis should be on the team? I do, and what she said is correct. Her presence may influence the outcome of the mission, but I also believe she may have a unique insight to offer. Not only is she not a scientist, you're forgetting that she also isn't human. She doesn't necessarily see things as we do. I promise I'll look after her. I won't let her out of my sight.
Fowler was silent as his pensive gaze travelled from Waylis to Ikenna and back again. She was already regretting her request. When she'd asked to join the team, she hadn't known that Ikenna would be part of it. One of her several complicated motivations had been to get away from him. Just the sight of the man caused waves of shame and embarrassment to wash over her. She held her breath, hoping that Fowler would refuse. It was too late to take back her request. Changing her mind the moment Ikenna had given his support would only add to the mess she was already in, but there was still the chance she would not be allowed to go.
Very well, Fowler said. Both of you make good arguments. Waylis, if you've never worn an EVA suit, I suggest you practice putting one on and taking it off again in the time remaining before you leave. Spend a little while wearing one. They can take some getting used to. When do we go out?
Ikenna asked.
In about 45 minutes. And, can I ask?
Ikenna went on quietly.
Have you heard if Robbins's skeins are looking more promising?
Fowler's features were grave as he replied.
The last I heard, there was no change.
Waylis activated the EVA suit. Instantly, liquid flowed from the pack on her back and over her body, sliding coolly up and over her shoulders and down her legs. She lifted her feet in turn to allow it to envelop them. As the liquid covered her head, she held her breath. It was impossible not to, though she knew the suit would supply air for several hours. For a brief, scary moment, she was entirely blocked in. Then a visor appeared in front of her face, with shadowy numbers floating in the corners of her view. A face suddenly appeared.
Bet that doesn't feel weird at all. You're used to changing into another form, right?
It was one of the extremophile guys, the one who had cornered her in the lift. He had to have seen her on the shuttle already. Had to know that before, when she'd denied she was the shapeshifter, she'd been lying.
Excuse me, I need to prepare for the excursion.
The man disappeared from view. Her words had sounded weird. She heard herself inside the helmet, her voice muffled by the confined space, and also outside the helmet, as her words were broadcast on external comm and then fed back to her via her suit's auditory input. The delay between speaking and hearing her broadcast was so tiny it was indistinguishable. There was none of the echo she would have heard in the deep caverns of her home, yet there was an additional layer, a kind of doublespeak. Not so long ago, she would have been thrilled and amazed to experience another aspect of human technology, but her delight had faded. Now it was only mildly interesting. The face jumped into her field of vision once more and filled it. The man had pressed up against her.
Listen, bitch! I heard you're refusing to help tackle the xenogel. If that's true, I don't know why you're here. I don't know what you're hoping to prove. You don't give a shit about this mission, or the fleet. I wouldn't be surprised if you and your kind have something up your sleeves. A plan to get the ships to yourselves. I wouldn't be surprised if you brought the xenogel onto the Bres and the Balor. What's your plan, huh? Are you gonna sabotage the excursion too?
She was so taken aback by his rant, she could do nothing except stare, mouth agape, at the worked-up features of the extremophile expert. His face was so close to her visor, specks of spittle from his mouth had hit it. and as he'd spoken, he'd moved even closer until his glaring, red-rimmed eyes were mere centimetres from her own.
Massey, what the hell do you think you're doing?
The sound of Ikenna's voice was an immediate relief, quickly followed by greater relief when the man in question's features switched to forced friendliness and underlying chagrin. He pulled away.
Just giving our shapeshifter a little advice on how to stay safe out there. Her name's Waylis,
Ikenna remonstrated.
And whatever it was you were doing, it didn't look anything like giving advice. Get away from her, or Fowler's gonna hear about this.
Sullenly, Massey sloped off.
You okay?
Ikenna asked. Unused to the suit, it took Waylis some manoeuvring to turn towards him. He held a hand over his mouth, trying but failing to hide a smile.
You don't need to do anything special to move around. Just act naturally. Was Massey hassling you? That was the impression I got.
He was. Thank you for intervening. He seemed very angry.
He's pissed that there seems to be life on the planet. He and his buddy won't get to release any of the organisms they've been nurturing since leaving Earth. I swear they have a god complex. They have this big vision of bringing life to barren worlds.
He shook his head.
There's no reason Massey should take his frustration out on you, though. What an idiot.
Don't worry about it. I'm used to being treated like a freak.
A freak? Goodness. Surely that's an exaggeration. Is that really how people act towards you?
Well...
Excursion team,
came Fowler's voice over the speaker.
You will disembark in 5 minutes. Please double-check all your equipment and go over the protocols once more. This is our first exploration of this planet. I want everything, I mean absolutely everything, done by the book.
Chapter 23. A rocky grey plain stretched all the way to the horizon on every side, overhung by a dark, cloudy sky. Only the thick, stubby shuttles stood out, utterly incongruous in the barren landscape. They had said it was like her home world. They'd said she might be able to see something about it, something indicating life that they could not. It was nothing like home. Leaden disappointment weighed heavy in Waylis's stomach. She realised she'd irrationally built up a false image of this planet. Though nothing in the data had indicated it, she'd expected to feel a familiarity with this place. She'd expected to feel as though she'd come home. How could she have been so stupid? Ikenna joined her.
Not exactly pleasing to the eye, is it?
The other scientists had begun their investigations, taking on the ground samples of air and soil, employing ground-penetrating radar equipment, taking seismic readings, and who knew what else. She had nothing to do except be an alien.
Waylis?
It isn't what I'd call a beautiful landscape.
It's so dark, too.
She hadn't actually noticed the darkness at all. Are the skies brighter on Earth?
Much brighter. Where I'm from, they're clear blue most days, and the sun is hot.
I'm not sure I would like that. It sounds uncomfortable. Doesn't the light hurt your eyes?
Not particularly. Listen, I need to take some rock samples. Want to come with me?
I was thinking I should probably return to the shuttle. This was a dumb idea.
I'm sorry, but I don't think you can just step off and on it. As Dr. Fowler explained, there are protocols. We have to decontaminate before we can enter the living areas, for example. Besides, I would like your company. We had some good conversations, didn't we? Though I was doing most of the talking as usual. When you managed to get a word in, I liked listening to you.
She cringed. Please, I don't want to talk about it.
All right. Let's pretend it never happened. But help me with these rocks. I promised Fowler I wouldn't lose sight of you.
She followed him away from the shuttle, treading the rocky ground. No soil or mud seemed to overlay the rock anywhere. She couldn't imagine how life could survive here. There was no sign of any vegetation, not even the thin layers of moss and lichens that clung to rocks at home. Here there was simply nothing. "What kind of fossil was found in the sample?" she asked.
"Oh, a colony of microscopic organisms. That's it."
He turned to her.
"It's life on another planet. It's amazing. Life in the universe is so rare. Wherever it appears, no matter how small and simple, it's always a miracle."
She couldn't see his expression behind his visor, but his external comm carried the mild irritation in his words.
"But something so tiny," she protested. "When I heard a fossil had been found, I imagined something bigger, an animal or an insect. Isn't it possible that it's a mistake?"
He continued walking.
"There is some uncertainty, it's true, but we've been studying fossils and minerals for thousands of years, and our databases contain millions of sample records. The computer flagged it up first, then highly trained and experienced experts checked it. I doubt they're wrong."
They were 50 meters from the shuttle, and at least 20 meters from the closest team member. Ikenna seemed to be heading for a rocky outcrop sticking out at an angle from the surrounding ground. The smooth, mottled boulders glistened despite the obscured sunlight. Her missed feeling of familiarity finally hit. This place did remind her of home in a small way. It wasn't like anywhere she'd ever lived or even spent considerable time in, but areas like this did exist on her planet. They were on high plateaus where people rarely went. There was no cover from the rain, and, for the few who dared to camp, braving downpours and rain sprites, no soil to anchor tent pegs. She had crossed a site like this as a child, walking from one town to another to visit relatives. It was also in these places that the 3 hares running symbols had been found, carved in the rock surface by unknown ancestors, or perhaps someone else. Since the discovery of the cave paintings that seemed to depict an alien race bringing her people away from Earth to escape annihilation at the hands of genocidal humans, it had been speculated that the saviour species was the one to carve the symbols. She hadn't seen a carving in person, but she'd seen pictures. Could there be? She scanned the ground, searching for lines that looked artificial. The lines would be at an even depth and run along trajectories that didn't follow the natural lie of the rock.
"Seen something interesting?"
Ikenna asked.
"I'm just trying to be observant. Glad you're helping with the effort. If you're not too busy, would you like to help me collect some samples?"
"Sure." He handed her a chisel and hammer and then pointed.
"I'm interested in that rock. See if you can get between the layers, but go easy. If there is something in there, we don't want to smash it up before we can get a closer look. Try to split the layers apart. If you see anything that seems interesting, let me know."
"What do you expect to find?"
"More fossils, of course.
But if we do find something, what does it prove?
All we'll know is that life once existed here. We won't know if it still exists." "That's a very good point, but our current understanding of life is that once it appears, it forms an enclosed, self-perpetuating system. Planetary conditions may change, but life persists. It diversifies and adapts to new environments. If life once existed on this planet, there's a high chance it's still here. Maybe not in this exact spot. I have to admit, looking around, it doesn't seem likely. But somewhere. That's what the atmospheric gases indicate too. So you see why fossils are important?"
"I suppose so."
Even if we can't find any living organisms, if we can find a clear fossil record, the fleet will probably decide against seeding the place, even though a certain 2 people will be very disappointed. But that's their problem. Shall we get to work?
She watched Ikenna for a short while as he collected samples. Then she mimicked him, squatting down and forcing the edge of the chisel into a slim crack in the rock before tapping the end with the hammer. The substance was brittle and easily broke off in flakes. It seemed fragile, about to fall apart at the slightest disturbance. The area around the rock base was already littered with fragments. Ikenna examined them, peering at a shard, turning it over in his hands, and then either put it down or placed it in his sample bag. He probably didn't need her to break off fresh samples. He was probably keeping her occupied, as if she were a bored child. Still, she diligently broke off pieces of the rock. Their surfaces were smooth and unmarked by anything visible to ordinary scrutiny. She placed the flakes in a pile in case Ikenna wanted to check them later. The work was repetitive and soon grew boring. Her mind wandered to the Balor and the Bres. Had the xenogel spread far on the ships? What were Setia, Caris and Miriam doing? Was the little sparrow okay? Waylis gave her chisel another small tap with the hammer. It slipped easily into the rock, opening up a deep seam. Before she could stop it, a large, slim fragment broke away and hit the ground. The impact shattered it into 3 pieces. She stared.
Be careful, Ikenna warned. That stuff's heavier than it looks, especially in this gravity.
He paused as she continued to gape at the piece of rock.
What have you got there, Waylis? Something good?
Her gaze was tracing dark, arching, feathered lines.
I don't know what it is, but...
He was at her side.
Goodness, what a find!
He must have said something else over internal comm because the other scientists stopped what they were doing and began to walk over. He patted her back.
What was it that you were saying about your participation being a dumb idea?
Thanks, but it was only luck that I found it. Anyone else could have done the same.
Maybe, maybe not. You know what Robbins is always saying about his skeins. Certain actions can have big effects. If you hadn't been here, who's to say I would have checked that rock?
She wasn't convinced. He was only being kind. If she'd found a fossil so easily, they were probably all over the place. Yet she couldn't help staring at the impression in the rock. Long curved stems, sprouting fine fronds, stood out, darker in colour than the surrounding surface of the flake. They looked painted on, but even in her inexpert understanding, it was clearly a once living thing, though whether a plant or an animal she couldn't tell. Some sea creatures looked like plants. The extremophile experts would be furious. Did this mean the mission was over? The fleet was arriving tomorrow. Would she return to the Balor? It all seemed a huge waste of time, and she was no better off. The attitude of the man called Massey had shown her she continued to be viewed as a freak. Once she was back on the ship, it would be the same. The scientists were peering in wonder at the fossil, but she had lost interest in it. She looked up at the heavily clouded sky. There was a brilliant flash, lighting up the heavens with a split second of intense glow. Thunder roared. Then the rain hit. A grey torrent poured down, blurring her view.
Ah, yes, it is like home.
Chapter 24. Dr. Fowler's face was flushed and alive with excitement as he addressed the scientists.
I think we can safely say it's been an excellent day of sampling, so thanks to the excursion team for their hard work. Now we have an analytical mountain to climb. a cornucopia of readings and air and mineral samples to investigate. But there's no reason to be daunted by this task. I've relayed today's preliminary findings to the fleet captains, and they've said we can take our time. For the moment, they aren't going to impose any deadlines. Accuracy in our assessment is more valuable than speed.
A hand rose up. Fowler nodded at its owner. "Doctor, I wasn't part of today's team," said a woman. "It would be helpful if you would summarize the preliminary findings you've mentioned so we're all on the same page."
Of course. I'm a little amazed and getting ahead of myself.
He spread his hands wide.
As far as we can tell, nothing we sampled today showed any sign of living organisms. Nothing in the air, on the surface, or underlying it. I'm sure everyone will agree this is odd in the extreme. On Earth, and every other planet we've visited, life forms existed even in the stratosphere. To find nothing here at all is quite surprising.
"You mean considering the fossils the shapeshifter and others found?" Fowler's expression darkened.
Her name is Waylis, and you and everyone else will refer to her by her name. Understood?
"Sorry, I didn't mean—"
We don't want to jump the gun,
Fowler continued brusquely.
But it seems clear that life existed here in the distant past. As we understand the phenomenon, if life appeared on this planet, it should still be here, in one form or another. In fact, it should be everywhere, from the irradiated upper atmosphere to the high-pressure, pitch-black ocean depths. Yet so far, we haven't discovered it. This fact presents us with a groundbreaking possibility. Is our understanding of the existence of life and evolution completely wrong? Is it possible that life may appear and then die out, leaving behind only traces of its previous existence? As you must know, centuries of our exploration of our solar system revealed no signs of the appearance of life anywhere, except on Earth. This planet seems to present an entirely new paradigm, he continued in a more practical tone. When the fleet arrives, you will have access to all your equipment on the ships. A transport shuttle will be available to those of you who wish to avail yourselves of the opportunity to return to either the Balor or Banba. Please approach me individually to submit a request. Good work, everyone. Let's keep it up.
At dinner, discussions were loud and, in some cases, heated as the scientists debated the implications of the evidence they'd uncovered. Some clung to the opinion that it was far too early to draw any meaningful connotations. Others asserted with confidence that, no matter how much of the new planet they investigated, there would be no life anywhere. That, for some as yet unknown reason, it was entirely gone. "It has to be the case," one particularly talkative, bright-eyed man asserted. "Once life does appear, whatever form it takes, it explodes. It has no competition, nothing feeding on it, and it has to be perfectly suited to its environment in order to develop in the first place. Those earliest organisms would multiply exponentially. Evidence aside, it's pure common sense. If we found nothing in the probe samples, and nothing in the ones we took at today's site, it can only mean there's no life here. It's gone." "Not necessarily," another man said with heavy emphasis. "Life may exist in some region we haven't investigated. If it does, we may never know. We can't sample an entire planet." "No!" The bright-eyed young man firmly shook his head. "Once it appeared, life would spread very quickly. As I said, it would have no competition. It would evolve very quickly to fill all ecological niches." "Define quickly," said the second man. "Are we talking geological time? That isn't quick at all from our perspective."
Are you saying we could have just happened to have arrived within 10,000 years of life appearing? That it is here, but only as a small colony on a seabed? What are the chances of that?
I don't get you. We have to have arrived at some time. The chances of us arriving at the time life appears...
Reappears, the young man corrected.
The chances of us arriving around when life appears,
the second man repeated louder,
are exactly the same as the chances of us arriving at any other time.
But in terms of the planet's history, the young man shrugged.
Fowler interjected,
You're both becoming bogged down in pure conjecture. We need to stick to the evidence and draw logical conclusions.
Massey, the extremophile expert, spoke.
Do you mean that if none of the samples turn up anything living, we'll conclude the planet's dead and we'll be able to go ahead and seed it? I mean nothing of the kind. Those discussions will take place after our investigations are complete. Until then, you and Devises will just have to keep your powder dry.
Massey grimaced and mumbled something inaudible.
That didn't go down well,
Ikenna murmured to Waylis. She had been quiet, the shapeshifter comment still stinging. She also knew very little of what the scientists were talking about.
No,
she quietly agreed.
Are you feeling all right? Is something wrong?
Everything's fine. I'm tired.
It was a long day, wasn't it? And you made your amazing discovery. It isn't surprising your energy is sapped. I believe it will be lights out early tonight. We fly to a new sampling site in the morning.
We do? She guessed she must have missed the announcement.
A few thousand clicks south. The central island of an archipelago. We'll be able to check out a littoral zone.
She lifted her eyebrows. He chuckled.
Sorry. The area between high and low tides. They're areas of high speciation due to the varied and transitional environments, or so the biologists tell me.
She lifted her eyebrows higher.
If there's life on this planet we can easily discover, it's likely to be on a seashore.
Now I understand.
Hey, Oni,
Tran called out.
You can settle this. Come over here.
Excuse me. Ikenna got up, and Waylis was left mercifully alone for the rest of the meal. Afterwards, she walked forwards to the pilot's cabin. He was sprawled in his seat, one knee over an armrest, and chatting to Fowler, who perched in the co-pilot's position. Both men looked at her.
I was wondering...
She swallowed. The pilot took his leg down and straightened up.
Something I can help you with?
I was wondering if it's raining outside. Only I can't tell. The sound doesn't seem to penetrate the hull. The pilot leaned over his controls.
Yeah. The storm's over, but there's still a fair bit of precipitation.
Fowler asked.
Waylis, why do you want to know if it's raining?
I thought maybe I could. She glanced from man to man. There was no way she could answer without sounding weird, and probably stupid too. But everyone already thought she was weird. So what difference did it make? I'd like to go outside again. Wearing an evasuit, of course, she added, as if it made her sound more normal. Fowler cocked his head.
You realise it's dark out there, as well as very wet.
I know.
You won't be able to see the stars, if that's what you had in mind. The cloud cover is too heavy.
I know. Fowler regarded her earnestly.
I'm sure you must have a good reason for your request, though I can't for the life of me figure out what it is. But I have to refuse. It isn't safe for you or anyone else to leave the shuttle alone. If anything dangerous happens, we may not be able to reach you in time. I'm sorry, but I have to say no.
She didn't reply immediately, struggling to come up with a persuasive argument.
What if she went with someone? The pilot suggested. I mean, there's nothing out there. We're scanning for life forms the whole time and not picking up anything. It should be safe. If there were 2 of them, it would be even safer. Are you volunteering? Fowler asked. Ha, no. I suppose you're right. Waylis, if you can find someone to accompany you, I'll allow it. But you must remain in constant contact.
Half an hour later, she exited the shuttle for the second time that day. It was indeed, as the pilot had reported, still raining heavily, distorting the view through her visor. Her headlamp penetrated the darkness sharply, revealing the downpour and puddles and rivulets of rainwater patterning the rocky ground. Naturally, she couldn't feel the rainfall, though its impact on her suit transmitted somewhat to her skin. The effect was the best she was going to get. If she removed her suit, she would quickly suffocate in the low oxygen atmosphere. Her companion walked by her as she returned to the place where she'd found the fossil. The ground was strewn with even more fragments now. Scientists had chiselled the rocks apart in their efforts to find more fossils. It was as good a place as any. She scraped aside rocky flakes until she had created a flat piece of ground. Turning around, she sat down.
Here?
Ikenna asked. Here. She was grateful he didn't ask anything else. When he'd sat down beside her, she asked him to turn off his headlight.
My light? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm going to do the same.
But we won't be able to see a thing.
We will. We'll still be able to see the displays on our visors.
Can you explain how I turn those off too?
He did, then added,
I'm sorry about Jenna Kovac referring to you as the shapeshifter back there. You know, nearly everyone in that shuttle has a doctorate and is a leader in their field. Doesn't stop them from being dumb as...
I don't want to talk. Soon, Waylis was sitting in the utter dark, Ikenna's silent presence by her side, in the rain. Chapter 25. As she stepped from the shuttle, Waylis blinked. The light levels were far higher here than at the previous place. Though her visor did a good job of diminishing the effect, the brightness was extreme. The shuttle stood 50 meters from a shoreline, on a sandy rock shelf. Higher rocks loomed to the rear. To the front, an ocean lapped the shore. It was the laziest ocean she had ever seen. The waves were little more than ripples, tickling the wide, flat beach.
Never seen a seashore before?
Ikenna asked. Of course I have. But at home, the beaches are full of pebbles, and the waves are vigorous.
The water is shallow here, and goes out for kilometers. This planet is more stable than Prime. From what we can tell, it's older and less tectonically active. Your world experienced regular earthquakes and tsunamis, yes? Giant waves would destroy a shoreline like this. Would you like to walk with me to the water's edge? I would appreciate more of your excellent help with collecting samples.
Not really. She was trying to remember why she'd decided to join the excursion team for a second time. A day of watching while scientists gathered samples or being given make work to keep her occupied didn't appeal. On the other hand, neither did the prospect of a day spent deciphering the humans' poetry. She scanned around for something of interest. Away from the beach, the land steadily climbed. The ground was rough, but it didn't look dangerous or insurmountable.
I think I'll go for a walk up there. I'd like a better view of the ocean. You can't,
Ikenna replied.
You have to stay with me. I promised Dr. Fowler I wouldn't let you out of my sight.
But you will be able to see me. I just won't be right next to you. I'll be up there. She gestured at the rising slope. I'll be easy to spot in my suit.
But what if you fall and hurt yourself?
If I need you, I can calm you. If you're worried about me, you can do the same. Besides, she added with some heat,
who says I need your permission? You don't need my permission, or Dr. Fowler's for that matter. But if you choose to be part of a team, you have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, it isn't fair on everyone else. I'm only worried about your safety, you know.
I know, she replied, deflated. I don't see a lot for me to do out here, so I'll...
No, you don't have to return to the shuttle. If you want to walk up the hill, go ahead. I'll check on you from afar.
Are you sure? You aren't worried that Fowler might find out?
I get the impression you need this. Some freedom, I mean. And, as you said, you don't actually require Fowler's permission. Though if he does find out, he might have a stern word or two with me and ban you from future trips.
I'll take that chance. Thank you. Waylis moved to hug him, but then halted. It would be awkward in Eva-suits.
I'll be back soon.
She set off. Ikenna was a good person. Despite the horrible trick she'd played on him, he'd continued to be decent and kind to her. He'd even been gracious enough to not insist on an apology or explanation. He'd allowed the embarrassing incident to fade into the past, unanalyzed. After a minute or two, she looked back. He was already at the water's edge with the other scientists, or at least she assumed it was Ikenna she saw. It was hard to tell people apart in their suits. She gave a wave, and the man she'd thought was Ikenna waved back. The ground rose more rapidly than she'd estimated, and she was soon puffing as she toiled uphill. Regular blocks of stone jutted out, crossing her path at every turn, so that she had to go out of her way to climb upwards. Her suit wicked away her heat and sweat, but she was aware she was exerting herself the most she had since joining the fleet. After 20 minutes, she found a fairly level shelf and sat down to catch her breath. The figures of the scientists were already small. Like insects, they clustered or moved around on the beach, the only living things in the place. The dull metal shuttle, sitting between the high hill and the ocean, was deeply incongruous. Made by intelligent aliens, it stuck out in the natural landscape. She turned to look up at the remaining height of the hill. She wasn't sure if she would bother to climb so far. The view of the ocean was good from right where she was. The pale blue water, patterned with deeper and lighter hues, looked the same to the horizon. No trace of weed or movement of creatures broke its sterility. She shuddered. This world was horrible. It had a deep atmosphere, a sun that wasn't too close or far, and a magnetosphere. An essential protection from harmful rays, Ikenna had explained. It should be teeming with life, yet there was none. It was a joke, kind of like the joke she'd played on herself by leaving home. They were both incongruous in their environments, making no sense. She got to her feet. She might as well return to the shuttle. Climbing up here had been a waste of time. She cast about, trying to figure out where she'd come from. She had definitely approached her resting spot from the left, yet it was hard to see how. The ground looked steeper there than she remembered. The going looked easier to her right, so she went that way. As long as she headed downwards, it shouldn't make too much of a difference.
Waylis,
Ikenna commed.
Everything okay?
Yeah. I decided to go back to the shuttle after all. She squatted down to scoot over a particularly steep piece of ground.
This planet too boring for you?
I know I should feel excited about being on another world. Thinking about it, that's one of the reasons I had for leaving home. But there's something wrong with this place. I can't explain why, but I don't think I like it very much.
I know what you mean. Let me know when you're back, so I won't have to check up on you.
I will. She gripped the rocks with both hands to steady her descent. One of the regular protrusions poked out in front of her. She would have to take a small jump to get past it. She sat on the edge, Should she jump forwards or turn around to face the stone? Facing the stone was probably easier. Dropping her legs over the edge, she turned around and jumped, pushing herself away from the surface. As she hit the ground, one of her feet sank into the knee.
Whoa!
Unbalanced, she wobbled violently to stay upright. Bracing herself with her hands, she pulled her leg out of the hole. The sand at the bottom crumbled away. She crouched down for a closer look. A patch of darkness confronted her. When she'd jumped, her foot had broken a fragile cap of sand over a hole. She pulled at the edges. More crusted sand broke up and slipped away. She continued to dig with her hands, curious about where this hole in the hill led. Under, obviously. But how far did it stretch? Did it branch out, or was it... A whole load of sand broke at once. She hastily slid backwards as the surface she'd been sitting on fragmented. Less than a second later, she was staring into a long but shallow impression. Its edges were strangely even, and it ran into the rock. The sand slide had also revealed an opening above the dip, a hole roughly half her height. Investigating interesting holes was a traditional pastime where she'd grown up. The prospect of discovering what was inside this one was impossible to resist. Almost before she knew what she was doing, she was at the opening and peering in. It was some kind of tunnel. Beyond the opening, the roof was higher. She should be able to walk upright. She went in. Responding to the darkness, her headlight came on. The floor tilted, and though one side of the tunnel was vaguely upright, the other leaned into it at a crazy angle. The tunnel seemed to run true, however, deep into the hillside. One hand on the vertical surface for balance, the other held above. To avoid hitting her head on the leaning side, she cautiously walked on.
What a strange cave this is.
She had been in plenty during her lifetime. Her people spent far longer below ground than on the surface. Yet she didn't think she'd ever been in a system where one wall was so straight and regular. Even lava tubes, which were mostly round, were bumpier and more asymmetrical. The tunnel split, and she took the left-hand side, leading down. She feared that going up would return her to the outside, and she didn't want her exploration to end just yet. She was having the most fun she'd had in ages. An opening appeared to her right, and she took it. Humming a tune, she strolled along, running her fingertips along the walls. Here, both were vertical. Maybe Ikenna could explain the geological process that created this formation. She was pretty sure it didn't exist on her planet. After another few minutes walking, she reached another junction. Which way to go? A childhood rhyme popped into her mind and she sung it, swinging her finger between the two options.
This one is it,
she sang, her finger concluding its dance on the right-hand swing. Right it was. She continued on, blithely turning one way and then another as the mood took her, puzzled by this odd cave system. Maybe it was linked to the lifelessness of the planet. Maybe there was something different about this world, beyond the human's understanding of the universe. Turning into another passage, she saw a deeper darkness at the end. No openings or junctions lay ahead, only the blackness. She hesitated, then she shrugged. She'd come this far, she might as well find out what this new thing was. She stopped at the entrance and swept the space with her light. It was a room.
A room?
It couldn't be. All the time she'd been inside the hill, she'd been denying to herself that the tunnels were artificially constructed. The concept was so opposed to everything she'd learned so far, it couldn't be so. But what else except intelligent species made straight walls and even floors? Surely such things did not exist in nature. This cave system had been built. And this square room was only more and better evidence. The odd angles of the passages had probably been created as the structure collapsed in on itself. Slowly, cautiously, she entered the room. Her lamp cast hazy circles of light on the ceiling and walls. The room was a cube, 5 meters on every side, constructed of the same material as the rest of the place. Though roughened with age and riven with cracks, it had the appearance of some kind of concrete. For long moments, she scanned the chamber, wondering who or what had built it and how long ago, and what had happened to the builders. Had they died along with the other life on the planet? Or had they managed to get away before whatever killed everything else also consumed them? She murmured, lost in thought. I should probably tell the others. But she liked it here. This discovery wasn't going anywhere. The humans could wait. Somewhat tired from her exploring, she sat down, leaning her back against a wall. As she relaxed, something caught her attention. Her light was illuminating a long crack, with more cracks radiating from it. Only now, she didn't think it was a crack. It was too even. It looked deliberate. After rising to her feet, she crossed to the wall and examined the crack further, tracing its lines with her fingers, brushing away dust. The pattern seemed to take up the entire wall. She was forced to step away and sweep her light over the surface again and again to take it all in. It was a circle with... Her knees lost their strength and her legs folded under her. Suddenly she was on the floor, staring open-mouthed at a familiar image. 3 hairs with 3 ears ran in a circle. Propelling herself with her hands, she scooted backwards to the opposite wall. She checked the image once more, and then again. She was not mistaken. It was the same carving ancient people had left on her world. It was the same as the insignia worn by Caris and other animal section experts. How? How could the same image be here too? She lifted her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them, pondering the problem. Turning her head to one side, she rested it on her knees. She had made an amazing discovery, but underlying her amazement was another feeling. Contentment. Ever since entering this, whatever it was or had been, she had felt happier than she had for a very long time. Ruminating on possible reasons for the pleasant feeling, she closed her eyes. Chapter 26. It was an earthquake. The ground was shaking. She had to... No. Someone was shaking her. Someone was gripping her upper arms and shaking.
Waylis, can you hear me?
She mumbled as she returned to consciousness.
I'm okay. Let go of me.
She shrugged off the hands and straightened up. As her light hit a patch of wall, she recalled where she was. In the tunnels built by previous occupants of this world. 2 figures in Eva-suits leaned over her.
Are you sure you're okay?
It was Ikenna.
Thank God we found you,
he went on.
What made you come all the way in here? Why didn't you tell me where you were? You could have died.
Why? It isn't dangerous.
There's nothing. Not dangerous. You were lost. If we hadn't found you...
I was not lost. I just fell asleep. My suit's alarm would have woken me before my oxygen got low. Though Ikenna's concern was touching, it was also irritating. He was treating her like a helpless child.
Of course you were lost,
said the other man, who sounded like Ikenna's friend, Tran.
How the hell would you have found your way out of here? You are out of contact. There are people searching the other tunnels as we speak. What are you talking about? Do you two really think I'm so stupid?
Wait a minute. You mean humans get lost in places like this?
Yes, Tran exclaimed. It's a labyrinth. It would have been impossible for you to find your way out again. Could you take a step back, please? I want to stand up.
Ikenna and Tran moved away. When she was on her feet, she saw 2 more people were here, lingering at the chamber entrance.
I appreciate this big search you mounted for me, she said, and I'm sorry I didn't tell anyone where I was going. But I wasn't lost. I always knew exactly where I was and how to return to the entrance. I didn't know that humans can't do the same.
Ikenna said,
When you didn't call in and I discovered you hadn't gone back to the shuttle, I understand. I'm very sorry. But have you seen this place? We've been focused on finding you. But you're right. As we were searching, I couldn't help noticing there's something remarkable about this structure. It isn't natural, is it? Even I can tell that.
He nodded.
It isn't formed of naturally occurring minerals. This place was built.
You're kidding, Tran exclaimed. You realized that and you didn't say a thing?
Finding Waylis was more important.
Well, shit! Someone has to tell Fowler.
We can calm him once we're outside. This place isn't going anywhere,
Waylis said.
That isn't the only discovery to report. Look at this.
She led them to the opposite wall.
Ikenna, shine your light on the right-hand side. Tran, you do the left. I'll light up the middle.
With the entire wall illuminated all at once, the engraving was easier to see. She only had to draw the men's attention to a few prominent lines for them to connect up the image in their heads.
Yeah,
Tran breathed.
I see it. I see it too,
Ikenna said.
But I'm damned if I understand it. Rabbits? Here? How many light years are we from Earth? It makes no sense.
They aren't rabbits, they're hares, Waylis corrected.
You're right,
Tran agreed.
Only you're missing something else too. We've seen this picture before. No, I don't think so.
Tran chuckled.
Call yourself a scientist? How unobservant can you be? Massey and Devises have it on their uniforms. Surely not.
He's right, Waylis said.
And it's on Caris Ellis's uniform too. It's the animals section insignia. I don't believe it. Let me tell you something else you won't believe.
She was enjoying being the one with special knowledge for once.
That same engraving is found on my planet too, in several places. We don't know who created the carvings. The same people who made that one is my guess.
Tran nodded at the wall.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. We must get outside so we can calm the shuttle and deliver this astounding news. Dr. Fowler will want to organise a thorough exploration of this site. We could be here weeks or even months. Every scientist in the fleet will want to get his or her hands on the place. Yes, and perhaps this will be the breakthrough that alters the skeins. Something like this, something no one expected. It has to have a serious effect on our futures.
On the way back, the reason Waylis had felt so calm and at ease in the tunnels hit her. The place had reminded her of home. She'd been like a child again, exploring, having fun. The starkness of life aboard the starships had affected her more deeply than she'd thought. After Ikenna had announced the discovery of the symbol to the rest of the search team, most elected to remain at the site. Even Tran stayed behind, so Ikenna was the only one to accompany her. She told him to board the shuttle first. He was so eager to tell Fowler everything in detail. A short while after he'd gone in, she stepped aboard and prepared for decontamination. Her EVA suit disappeared, splitting apart and sliding back into its pack. She stripped and stepped into the decontamination unit. When the exit opened, she put on new clothes and entered the cabin area. A feverish buzz filled the space. A knot of scientists crowded in the centre of the cabin, no doubt clustered around Fowler and Ikenna. She tried to edge through them to get to her seat, but she was quickly spotted by Dr. Fowler.
"Here she is,"
he declared.
"Come here, young lady."
The scientists parted. Fowler was almost puce, and a sheen of sweat covered his face. Was he angry? She had left the team and gone somewhere out of sight. She'd also fallen asleep, sparking a rescue mission and taking others away from their valuable work.
"Let me shake your hand."
He thrust out his stubby paw. When Waylis took it, he firmly enclosed her hand with his other one and shook so vigorously she feared for her shoulder in its socket. Mercifully he released her and beamed.
"I said it, didn't I? I said a non-scientist might spot something we all failed to recognize. Everyone thought that region of high land was simply a part of the topography. That's right, isn't it, Ikenna?"
Ikenna nodded ruefully.
"Probably an ancient seamount, volcanic in origin. That's what I thought. But you thought differently, didn't you, Waylis?"
No. I was just..."
"Now then."
Fowler waggled a finger at her.
"Don't be modest. You recognized something odd about it. Perhaps there are similar formations on Prime, and decided to investigate."
"No, I really..."
"And you came up trumps. A unique perspective coupled with an inquisitive mind always pays off in the end. The captain's decision to include you in the mission was inspired. Absolutely inspired."
The extremophile expert, Massey, was one of the throng.
"What do you think it means, though, Doctor? As I understand it, up until the rescue mission was launched to find Ms. Genius here, there was still no sign of life. Assuming Oni is correct, and that hill is the remains of an ancient construction built by an intelligent species, I think it's safe to say they aren't here anymore."
Another scientist interjected, "Either that or they're keeping themselves very well hidden."
"Extremely unlikely, don't you think? I understand where you're going, Massey," said Fowler. "But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The first thing we must do is report this astonishing find to the fleet. I'm in absolutely no doubt our orders will be to investigate further. We will probably be here a very long time."
"This has to make a difference to the skein readings," someone commented. "It simply has to."
"Again," said Fowler, "I don't want to count our chickens. However, this is such a remarkable discovery, I do hold out some hope it may alter our predicted trajectory."
The attention moved from Waylis as the scientists speculated on what would happen next, and she was able to slip away. When she arrived at her seat, she calmed Caris. "Hey," her friend replied. "Nice to hear from you. Will you be coming back now the Balor's in orbit?" "I don't know yet. I was wondering how my bird is doing." "Oh, she's great." Caris's tone had lifted several notches. "When I go in her room to feed her, she doesn't hide in her nest anymore. She comes out to see me. She seems to be losing her fear of humans. Usually that would be a bad thing, but these are unusual circumstances. Anyway," Caris continued speaking at length, and Waylis listened contentedly to her friend's babble. While Caris talked, Waylis's mind turned to the problem of the bird's name. It definitely needed one. She looked forward to seeing the small creature again. Later, when the sampling team had returned and dinner had taken place, full of animated discussions and plenty of speculation on what the mission's major discovery meant, and everyone was getting ready to turn in for the night, Fowler announced he'd heard back from the fleet about the latest skein readings. His expression sombre, he continued.
"Mapper Robbins cast a new skein about an hour ago. I don't really understand the mechanics, but presumably that allows sufficient time for today's findings to affect the forecast. I'm afraid I have to report that, at this moment, there is no change. Presumably, what was found today will make no difference to the fleet's predicted future."
The announcement was met by gasps of astonishment and groans of disappointment.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
Fowler went on, lifting his voice over the reactions,
"we have no other alternative than to continue as normal. Tomorrow, we will continue our investigations and do our jobs to the best of our abilities. Get a good night's rest. We start work at first light."
Chapter 27. No one paid much attention to Waylis when the work party set out in the morning. Too much was going on, and the scientists were too engrossed in the new discovery. Another shuttle was due to arrive, bringing new experts to the site, archaeologists, even a historian, though he would probably record the fleet's work rather than the site itself. Preparations had to be made to allow the old and new teams to work together. Waylis decided to walk along the beach. Perhaps she could circumnavigate the island. At least she would be in no danger of getting lost. She chuckled as she recalled the accusation. How odd that humans couldn't spend time in complex tunnels without losing their bearings. It was another fact about the species to file away and ponder over at a later date. A voice burst over her comm.
"Waylis, where are you going?"
She turned. An Eva-suited figure was standing outside the shuttle, waving.
"I'm just going on a little wander, I kenna. You're all going to be busy today. I don't want to get in the way." "But—"
The tension between his desire to examine the ancient construction and his concern over her welfare was evident.
"I'll be careful. I promise I won't go out of comm range this time. If I'm inside the hill, your comms won't reach me. They'll reach the shuttle. Please don't worry." "Okay, I guess you know what you're doing. Just don't make any more extraordinary discoveries. I don't think the team could take another one." "I bet they could. See you later." "Take care, Waylis."
She resumed her route along the shoreline, walking over sand that contained no life, no crustaceans, no worms, not even any bacteria or algae. According to the discussion she'd overheard yesterday evening, felt odd. Wind blew in from the ocean, slowing her progress. She leaned into it and continued. Dark clouds were boiling up. In the distance, the waves were higher than yesterday, but still nothing like the waves at home. When she reached the water's edge, she halted. The swell slapped the sand and retreated, slapped and retreated, into the lifeless sea. A grey rain curtain, blurring the view, was coming into land. She was unperturbed. Her Eva suit would keep her dry, and, anyway, she liked the rain. She almost wished she could remove her suit and feel the drops hitting her skin, though, checking her HUD, at 4 degrees C air temperature, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. The shore meandered in a gentle inward curve to her right. To her left, a rocky outcrop protruded over the ocean. The rocks appeared to be actual rocks, not the worn-down remnants of an artificial construction. She looked back at the low hill. A line of scientists scaled the trail to the entrance, the only living organisms in the scene. If she squinted, the regularity of the lumps and bumps of the hill's outline stood out more clearly. How much time had passed since it was built? How many thousands of rotations of this planet around its sun had allowed the weathering to reduce the building to near rubble? She chose the easier route over sand. It was fine, worn almost to dust by waves, not replenished by the shells of dead sea creatures. The air turned to mist, reducing visibility to a few meters, and then the rain arrived. Splattering the beach in fat droplets and coursing over her visor, it turned the world to water. She slowed her steps and redirected inland, fearing she might wander too close to the ocean. Should she return to the shuttle? Her idea of going for a walk had lost its attraction. When people went for walks, it was usually to enjoy nature. Here, there was no nature as such, only topography. No living thing enjoyed this space with her. Some cataclysm had devastated this world, and though the planet still existed, it was as if there was no point to it. She recalled the poem Dover Beach. Listen, you hear the grating roar of pebbles which the waves draw back and fling at their return up the high strand. Begin and cease and then again begin, with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in. She halted. This world was not a good place. The ghosts of billions of creatures haunted it. The people who had built the structure and carved 3 running hairs on the wall were dead or gone, abandoning their home to its fate. Whatever they had done, or whatever had happened, it must have been irreversible. What had Caris said about skein mapping? Something about how telling someone their destiny could cause it to happen? That was why, usually, the forecasts mappers made were never revealed to the people concerned. Was the fleet's arrival here going to cause its destruction? Had the captains created the situation that would result in everyone's demise? She stared at the hulking, blurred, grey forms rising from the water and tumbling to their deaths on the sand. A chill invaded her, despite her suit's warmth. She turned her face upwards, and the force of rainfall smashed into her visor, blinding her. Somewhere above, beyond the pall of dark clouds, 3 starships hung in orbit. More than 600 souls inhabited them, all on a seemingly inescapable trajectory to an early extinction. All were trapped by the threads of fate they were themselves weaving. She was trapped with them. On this world, or on the starships above it, her life was tending towards an inevitable, untimely end, and there was nothing she could do about it. Except maybe one thing. She conned the shuttle and asked to be put through to Captain Bujold. At first her request was denied. She had no special permission for a direct line to any of the captains, but she argued with the comms officer of the Balor. Then, disgusted with herself, she said, "You're forgetting I'm the alien, the shapeshifter. What do you think Captain Bujold will say when she hears you refuse to allow me to talk to her?" A few seconds later, Bujold answered, "Congratulations on your discovery, Waylis. Dr. Fowler told me it was all your doing, that the scientists were looking in entirely the wrong places, and that if it hadn't been for your investigations, they would almost certainly have been none the wiser about the earlier existence of intelligent life down there."
"Thank you, but Dr. Fowler is exaggerating. I only found that place by accident. I wasn't investigating anything."
"You're too modest. I confess that we captains patted ourselves on the back for including you in the team, so please allow us a little glory too." Bujold was in a surprisingly good mood, considering the latest skein readings. The reality of imminent death was hard to accept.
"Captain, I heard another team is going to arrive today. Is that right?"
"That is correct. Dr. Fowler requested additional manpower to help with the mammoth workload your discovery has created."
"Now that the fleet has arrived, I assume that shuttles will be going to and from the ships."
"There's no need for everyone to spend the night planet-side, if that's what you mean. We will be organizing a rota."
"I'd like to return to the Balor as soon as possible."
"Bored of making amazing discoveries?"
"I'm sure the scientists are more than capable of making discoveries of their own."
"Waylis, please don't hold back. Are you experiencing the same harassment I witnessed when you arrived on the Balor? If so, I can talk to Dr. Fowler.
He's been nothing but kind, and as for the rest of the team, they're mostly fine.
Since yesterday's events, the scientists' attitudes towards her had softened.
That isn't why I want to go back to the ship.
If that's what you really want, you can return to the Balor with Dr. Cook, who will be coming here for medical treatment. However, if it isn't too much to ask, what is your reason?
I'd like to spend time with my friends. After all, we don't know how long we have left, do we?
Chapter 28. Waylis stepped into her cabin. "Close the door!" Caris yelled. "Quick!"
What?
Momentary disorientation confused her. Had she gone to Caris's place by mistake? "Get inside!" Caris hissed. "Door, close!" The portal slid shut. Waylis put down her bag.
"What are you doing here?"
Somewhat sheepishly, Caris replied. "You did give me permission to come in so I could look after your bird." Empty, used plates and dishes sat on the table. Caris's glass was half full. She had been here a while. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?"
"I didn't know you needed advance notification." "Oh!"
Her bird fluttered across the room and landed on the back of the sofa.
"That's why you wanted me to close the door."
"Of course! What else did you think?"
"What's she doing out here in the living area?"
"I thought she could do with a change of scenery. She's been stuck in that bedroom for weeks. Birds require stimulation to be happy, you know." The bird hopped onto Caris's head and gently pecked at her hair. Waylis had a strong feeling Caris had been doing a lot more with her bird than giving her food and water and occasionally allowing her out of the bedroom for stimulation.
"She seems to like you."
Caris flushed. "They lose their fear of humans if they spend a lot of time around us," she quickly added. "And aliens, too. I mean," she swallowed. "You know what I mean."
"I do, and it's okay. I'm sure she'll grow to like me, too."
"I'll put her back in her room, in case there are any more unexpected arrivals." Caris lifted her hand to her head, and the bird obediently hopped onto her finger. After taking the bird into the bedroom, she returned and began to tidy the dirty dishes on the table. "Sorry for making myself at home. Only I thought she would be lonely with you gone."
"There's no need to apologize. I'm glad you went above and beyond to look after her."
Caris straightened up. "Did something happen down there? You seem different."
"Different how?"
"You always acted kind of irritated when I talked about the sparrow. Now it's like you really care about her."
"Oh, look, it's been a long day. So, if you wouldn't mind..."
"I'll get out of your hair as soon as I've cleaned up my mess." Caris carried the dishes to the kitchenette. "So, how come you're back? Was the team recalled?"
"Actually, another team has been sent down, but someone had to come back for medical care. I came back with him."
"Another team has gone down? So we're here for the long haul? There haven't been any announcements."
"Maybe in the next few days. I don't know. But the scientists have a lot to investigate. In fact..."
Waylis was tempted to tell Caris about the engraving she'd seen, but the revelation would spark a discussion, and she was too tired for it.
"I'll tell you all about it later."
"I know something happened. Robbins has been casting skeins like there's no tomorrow, which," Caris pulled a face, "is a bad choice of phrase, considering." Waylis understood.
"I'll see you at dinner tonight."
If anyone stared at Waylis when she entered the refectory, she didn't notice. She was too focused on her 3 friends who had already arrived. Before collecting a meal, she went over and hugged each of them, even Caris, who she'd already seen. "Burnap's balls," Setia commented as Waylis released her. "What happened to you down there? You are Waylis, right? Not some other shapeshifter who took her place." "Shh, Setia," said Miriam.
Don't be rude. It's lovely to have you back, Waylis. We missed you.
It's good to be back. I missed you all too.
Setia lifted her eyebrows at Caris. Waylis left them to get something to eat. They would discuss her changed attitude, no doubt. She didn't care, and she didn't feel the need to explain herself. What was the point of explanations now? It was better to focus on the present. The buffet spread was unusually varied and generous, including items that were in short supply, like real meat from Earth. Were the captains trying to keep up morale? She had no taste for Earth animals. She picked out seaweed broth and fried fungi and noodles, and returned to her table. Setia's big mouth must have been silenced by Miriam. As Waylis sat down, she only said, "Good choices. The tofu curry is shit."
"This place is half empty,"
Miriam said.
"Have all the scientists gone planet-side?"
Waylis replied.
"I think a lot of them have. They discovered the planet was once inhabited by an intelligent species. There are remnants of a civilization. Well, a very large building, which implies a civilization. They're very excited."
"But no one lives there now?"
Miriam asked. Waylis swallowed a spoonful of broth and shook her head.
"Nothing lives there. The entire world is dead, completely barren, and the building that was discovered could be tens of thousands of years old. It was so weathered it looks like a hill, just part of the landscape. It wasn't until someone went inside they realized what it was."
"How interesting. I wish it wasn't only scientists who were allowed to go down. I would love to set foot on another planet. The only one I've visited is Prime."
"You wouldn't like this one. I mean, it has one thing going for it. It rains a lot."
"That's what it has going for it," Setia interrupted.
"You've got to be kidding." "Aside from the rain, though," Waylis continued, "there's nothing there. No animals or plants. It's just rock. I didn't even see any proper soil, only stone and dust."
She gave a shudder.
"It's horrible, creepy,"
Caris said. "It's no wonder you wanted to come back." Waylis exhaled heavily and put down her spoon.
"There's another reason I wanted to return to the ship. After the lost civilization was discovered, everyone thought it would be the event that would alter our futures, but it wasn't."
"Wasn't it?" Setia was looking at Caris. She rolled her eyes. "I'm not your personal reporting system. Besides, as I keep telling you, yeah, the future isn't set, blah, blah. But isn't that discovery exactly the kind of thing the captains hoped might change the skeins? How do I know what they hoped? It's Robbins who talks to them, not me. I'm just his apprentice," Waylis said.
"It occurred to me that maybe what you told us before applies to what the captains are trying to do. Maybe by deviating from the original plan, we're sealing our own fate."
"Could be," Caris replied. "There's no way of telling if we're altering the future or fulfilling our destiny. That's what makes skein reading so frustrating."
"So we're still on track to die?"
Miriam asked, her voice high and soft. Waylis pitied her. Of all of them, she had the most to lose. Her relationship with Sheldrake was new. The two seemed to adore each other, and probably anticipated spending the rest of their lives together. Only their time now appeared to be severely curtailed. "If there's one thing I've learned," Caris replied, "it's that the future is never set. Personally, I try not to think about it." "Good idea," Setia said, "if you can manage it."
"I don't agree,"
said Waylis. Setia asked, "You think we should spend the remainder of our lives worried and unhappy?"
"No, but if the skeins are correct, if we don't have a lot of time left and there's nothing we can do about it, we should spend that time as well as we can. That's..." She took a breath and exhaled. "That's the reason I decided to come back. Why waste the last part of my life wandering around on a lifeless rock?"
"You came back to be with us?"
asked Miriam, but before Waylis could answer, her shoulders slumped and she went on.
"This is so depressing. I wonder if I should ask to be transferred to the Banba."
"You could try," Caris replied. "Bujold probably doesn't know anything about you and Sheldrake." As the women chatted about what might happen and what they should do, in Waylis's mind an initially nebulous intention grew firmer. Part of the source of her unhappiness was simple homesickness. The idea that she would never see the people and places she had left behind ever again gnawed at her. Day and night, the feeling never went away. The self-inflicted wound only seemed to grow deeper and more corrupt, as if she were rotting from the inside out. Someone had told her once that it was possible to revisit her memories and, for a time, relive the past. The escape wasn't real, but as long as it continued, it would feel as though it was. In ordinary circumstances, she would never contemplate going down that route. Aside from other concerns, the return to reality would be brutal. But if these next few weeks or months were all she had left, the experience of going home might be worth a high price. During a lull in the conversation, she said, "You remember I told you about that drug someone tried to sell me? I've been thinking about taking it." Setia's features turned rigid. "That would be very dumb." Miriam looked shocked.
"Why would you do such a thing?"
"I want to."
"I get it," said Caris. "If you're going to die soon, you want to spend the rest of your life high."
"No, that isn't what I want."
Setia glared at her and said in a low tone, "You would be a damned idiot. Weren't you saying you don't know what it might do to you?"
"If I'm going to die soon anyway."
"You don't know that. Birdwoman here was just telling us no one knows the future." "Birdwoman? It's a term of affection. Waylis, I've seen what drugs do to people. Humans, I mean. Who knows what that poison might do to you? You could walk out of an airlock. You could overdose and die. Don't you think it would be pretty damned stupid to kill yourself? Or, best case scenario, get addicted to something that will eventually kill you, only to find out the skeins were wrong?" The force of Setia's disapproval was too hard to go up against. Waylis could only look down in silence. "If you're determined to do it," Caris said, "I'll stay with you." Setia slammed her fork down on the table, got up and marched away. Chapter 29. Caris surveyed the small cafe. "So this is where you were when you told us you were eating in your cabin?"
"This is it," Waylis replied. "We should order something. We might be here a while."
Caris slid along the bench, making room for her. "This is where you were meeting that hunky guy?" Waylis had been in the process of swiping open the interface. She halted mid-swipe.
"I don't."
Caris put a hand on her arm. "Save it. I know what you did. When your boyfriend—"
"He isn't my boyfriend."
"When your not-boyfriend came up to us in the refectory and was all confused when no one knew him, it wasn't too hard to figure out." Waylis wanted to sink into the deck.
"Do the others also know?"
"Setia probably does. She knows what's what. Miriam's clever too, but I think she's physically incapable of thinking badly of anyone."
"You haven't discussed it?"
The idea of her friends talking about her behind her back, laughing at her stupid masquerade, making fun of her, was horrifying. "I haven't. I can't speak for the other two, but I doubt it. For what it's worth, I understand why you did it. Things have been hard for you lately."
"It was a terrible thing to do, and I hate myself for it."
"Did the guy realize what you'd done? He's a scientist, right? I could tell from his badge. Was he with you on the planet?"
"He was, and he did."
Waylis cringed. He was very nice about it, which made everything worse. I wish he'd been angry. Carys focused on the menu, mercifully not pursuing the topic. She'd never been interested in relationships or gossip, for which Waylis was particularly grateful right now. They ate and chatted. Waylis told Carys about the barren planet. Carys explained in great detail about how to care for birds. Waylis asked her some questions about poetry. Carys offered to lend her some books. Hours passed, and cafe patrons came, ate and drank and went. There was no sign of the drug dealer. Eventually, Carys said softly, "I hate to ask, but are you sure someone tried to sell you drugs here?"
I might not be in a good state of mind at the moment, but I'm not crazy.
Ah, is that her? It was. The woman, Fitzroy, as Waylis remembered, stood at the entrance, scanning the tables.
You're right. How can you tell?
She looks shady. Waylis lifted a hand. Fitzroy caught sight of it and beamed. Wearing a satisfied smirk, she strode over, pulled out a chair and sat down. "Are you looking for what I think you're looking for?"
"I am,"
Waylis replied. "Awesome. I love you, Bres folk. There's always a new customer just around the corner." Naturally, she didn't recognize Waylis from their previous encounter. "Before we discuss the product, let's talk terms."
"You mean what you want me to give you in exchange for?"
"You should know this stuff doesn't come cheap," Carys said. "But the fleet doesn't have a currency. How can it be expensive?" Fitzroy drew back. "I'm not here to discuss my supply." "Calm down," Carys said. "It's just a question." "Listen," Fitzroy hissed, leaning over the table. "This business has been good to me. I'm not going to jeopardize it by giving out information to a couple of new recruits. Do you want what I'm offering or not?"
"We do."
Waylis glanced at Carys.
"I do."
Fitzroy smiled again. "You have to understand, I can't be too careful. A lot of people are relying on me to help them get through the day. I can't risk this getting back to the captains. You'd be surprised how much of the operation of the fleet depends on my business." It seemed an odd comment. Waylis couldn't see how it could be true. The woman was probably exaggerating. She seemed egotistical.
"What kind of payment do you usually receive?"
Waylis asked. "Could be anything. Tell me what you do, and maybe I can suggest something." Fitzroy didn't know who she was. Waylis was tempted to not tell her. It was such a relief to not be defined by her ability for once. On the other hand, what did she realistically have to offer? She didn't have any privileges. She certainly didn't have any artifacts from Earth. She had no special skills, apart from one. Compared to most of the fleet's personnel, she was ignorant and inept. With resignation, she said,
"You might have heard about the shapeshifter on the Bres. That's me."
"Ho, ho, ho!" Fitzroy rubbed her hands together. "Nice! I can see I struck gold. I can definitely make use of you." "Once," said Carys emphatically. "One dose, or whatever it is, and she helps you out once. That's fair. Sure, though you'll probably find. Anyway, it doesn't matter." "How many people have taken this stuff?" Carys asked. "What are the dangers?" "You're going to be her chaperone? Smart idea. The first time can be a little unpredictable, but there aren't any serious side effects. You don't have anything to worry about." Waylis doubted Fitzroy's assurances, but if taking this drug meant she could feel like she was home again, even for a little while, before her life drew to an untimely close, she was willing to take the risk of something going wrong.
Give it to me, she said. I promise I'll do what you want, but only one time, as Caris said.
Fitzroy checked around the cafe. A couple sat at the table in the opposite corner. If they guessed what was going on, they were minding their own business. Fitzroy took a square of foil from an inner pocket and with a nail file tore off a thin strip.
A whole strip?
Waylis asked.
Last time you...
The previous offering had been a small square, but that had been when Waylis was in a different guise. Fitzroy frowned.
Last time? I don't recall.
Just give it to me,
Waylis blurted, aching for the transaction to be over. Under the cover of her hand, Fitzroy slid the strip over the table and under Waylis's used plate. Then she got to her feet.
When I think of a favour you can do for me, I'll be in touch.
Over comm?
Waylis asked.
Isn't that risky?
I'll find you here.
How do you know I'll be back?
Oh, you'll be back. Have fun.
When she'd left, Caris turned to Waylis.
You should think hard before you do this. That cocky little madam seems very confident it isn't a one-time thing. She's bloody sure that if you take it once, you'll be hooked.
I got that impression too. She could be right. Who knows? Another possibility is that the drug is poisonous to my species. I might get sick, perhaps fatally so. Are you sure you're still prepared to stay with me? If something goes wrong, you could get into a lot of trouble.
I'll take my chances. There probably is a clause somewhere in my contract about not aiding in the consumption of illicit substances, but the captains have more important considerations, like all our imminent deaths. And if there's one thing I hate, it's the denial of people's free will. I mean, I get where Setia's coming from when she says you shouldn't do it, but who is she to stop you? If we don't have control over our own lives, what's the point?
Do we really have any control? I don't understand how the skeins work, but right now they seem to imply that some futures are inevitable.
Caris shrugged.
Sometimes it helps to pretend otherwise.
Setia was waiting outside Waylis's cabin. Her expression was rigid, eyes narrow, lips set. Waylis and Caris slowed their steps as they drew closer. Setia waited, hands on hips. She must have been waiting for hours. As soon as they were in hearing distance, she said,
"You did it, didn't you? I can tell from the looks on your faces. You fucking went and got some of that fucking shit."
Setia rarely swore. Caris swore enough for both of them, but for her it was just part of her normal speech.
"Go away, Setia,"
Caris replied.
"This is none of your bloody business. My friend's welfare isn't my business, but you helping her hurt herself is, I suppose. She's allowed to do whatever she wants, even if it might be dangerous, which it probably isn't. From the sound of it, half the fleet would be in sick bay if that was the case. She's different, and you know it. She could..."
Waylis exclaimed.
"You don't get to decide what I do. I can think for myself. Now, move aside."
Setia spread her arms wide, barring the way.
"I won't let you do it. I can't let you. Not as a friend who cares about you." "Get out of the way," said Caris.
When Setia didn't shift a centimetre, she went on.
"You're being a moron. You can't stop her. We'll just go somewhere else. There's bound to be an empty bar or lounge somewhere on this ship. How can you do it?"
Setia threw down her arms and thrust her face so close to Caris's their noses nearly touched.
"She's your friend. You're supposed to help her." "I am helping her. You're treating her like a child. Shift!"
Caris grabbed Setia's shoulder and tried to move her sideways. Setia threw a fist so fast, Waylis didn't track it until it stopped a centimetre from Caris's cheek. Caris jerked backwards in shock.
"Stop it!"
Waylis screamed.
"I'll do something else, but please don't fight."
Setia's chest was heaving, and she glared at Caris with dark fury, though her eyes shone with tears. Caris silently watched her, her expression inscrutable. After seconds of tense silence, Setia spat at Caris's feet. Then she stalked away. Chapter 30.
"I've never seen a human do that before,"
Waylis said after they'd gone into her cabin.
"Does it mean something really bad?"
"Which part of Setia's outrageous behaviour are you talking about?"
"The spitting part."
"Yeah, it means something bad, but don't worry about it. She's completely out of order, and I think she knows it, or she wouldn't be acting like that. We should do this now in case she changes her mind and comes back, or tell someone what you're doing."
"Caris,"
Waylis looked her in the eyes,
"I don't want to be the cause of a rift between you two. You're good friends."
"I wouldn't go that far."
"Yes, you are. I've grown to understand a lot about human nature. You two argue because you enjoy it."
"Whatever goes on between Setia and me isn't your concern."
"She only objects to what I'm doing because she cares, you know."
"There's a difference between caring and controlling. Just because she had a hard time as a kid, it doesn't give her the right to dictate what other people do with their lives. Are you ready? You should go and lie down." Waylis gave up. When it came to stubbornness, Setia and Caris were evenly matched. She went into her bedroom and lay down on her bed. "I wish we'd talked with that woman longer," Caris said, sitting on the edge. "I'd like to know how long you'll be tripping and what the signs are that something's wrong."
"She would never tell you about something going wrong."
Waylis made herself comfortable on pillows.
"As to how long it'll take, I guess maybe a few hours. The effects can't last for days. If half the fleet is taking this drug, as the dealer implied, no one would get any work done."
"It can't be anywhere near half the fleet. We would have heard about it before now."
"Maybe she only meant the Balor's crew."
"Still a lot of people." Caris frowned.
"What's wrong? If you've changed your mind about helping me..."
"No, I'll stay. I won't leave you alone, no matter how long it takes. Miriam has promised to check in on Loki for me if needed."
"I hope she didn't tell Setia. She'll be angry with her too."
"Miriam can be the soul of discretion when she wants. Are you ready?" Waylis tensed before nodding. "Do you want some water?" Waylis gave a nervous giggle.
"I don't even know how to take it."
Picking up the strip of foil from the nightstand, Caris said, "It can't be complicated, or the dealer would have explained. I think you probably chew it and swallow." Waylis's heart raced. She took the strip from her friend's hand and gazed at it. She hadn't examined it closely before. It was like thin, transparent plastic.
"I wonder if it tastes bad."
"You're about to find out. I'll get some water just in case." When Caris left the room, Waylis put the drug in her mouth. It felt better to have no one watching. She could feel the strip, but it tasted of nothing at all. Was it actually only plastic? Was Fitzroy playing a prank or suffering from a delusion? She moved her tongue around her mouth. The strip was gone. It had completely dissolved, leaving no trace. The transformation was so sudden, she checked the nightstand, imagining it might still be there, and she was confused. The table was empty. She adjusted her pillows again. She didn't feel any different. Perhaps it was too soon. She might have to wait hours for the drug to circulate around her system and reach her brain. Settling back, she closed her eyes. If she wanted to go home and see her family and friends again, she would have to focus on it, or she might end up in some other kind of dream. She heard the door open. Caris was back with her water. But when she sat up, it wasn't Caris coming in, but a rain sprite. "Has it started?" the rain sprite asked, its liquid mouth gaping and water gushing forth like a bursting dam. "You look freaked out." The tidal wave surged towards Waylis, but then the sprite vanished and the water and room went with it, sucked into a dark whirlpool. Waylis was sucked in too, lifted from her bed by an invisible force and dragged by her feet into nothingness. The water closed over her head and she held her breath, fighting the notion that this was reality. In real life she was in bed and Caris was watching her, and she could breathe. She was falling. Below, a stormy ocean tossed and rolled. She was rain. She was a million drops plummeting into the water. She was a force of nature. A hurricane blew her sideways. Driven parallel to the surface, she hurtled fast as lightning. Night flashed past. Another day and another night flew by as she circled the globe. Then she began to slow, and as her speed wound down, the breadth of space she encompassed started to shrink. She was coalescing, shrinking, gaining solidity. The world, was it her world? The world that had been no more than a blur, speeding swiftly into light and darkness, took shape. Lines defined between sea and land. Mountains, hills, valleys and plains sharpened into distinct relief. There were high rocky plateaus. There were dark, wet forests of lumpy trees. There were wide marshes full of stagnant pools. It was her world. She was gliding now, a gossamer expanse. She drifted in and out of clouds, always thickening. And as she thickened, she grew heavier. Gravity dragged her downwards. An ocean passed below, and she feared she would fall into it. The black line of a landmass sat on the horizon, crowned by towering clouds. She was smaller, firmer, weightier. The water came closer. One wave rose up, taller than all the others, impossibly tall. It seemed to stretch to reach her, its tip kissing her heels. "I have heels?" Waylis studied her feet, dangling over the grey-green deep. "I'm getting confused. This must be Caris's dream." Caris had told her how she'd flown over the oceans of Polaris AB in the arms of a giant winged creature named Perseus. "I'm not Caris. Where is Caris?" The dark sea beckoned. "I'm going to die." The shadow of land moved beneath her, and she hit ground, tumbling over and over, mud and vegetation smacking into her face, back, knees and elbows, until she came to a wet stop. She remained still, waiting for the world to stop spinning and the waves of pain to subside. Gingerly, she tried a small movement, lifting her head. She didn't feel any worse, so she moved some more, guiding her body into a crouch and taking in her surroundings. She was home. She got to her feet. A familiar hilly landscape rose and fell around her. That hill was where she grew up. This closer one was where she lived now. Why am I outside? Something else about her situation was very odd and strange, but she couldn't figure out what. Mud oozed over her boots. She was covered in the stuff, and her body ached as if she'd fallen down a long flight of stairs. Thoroughly confused, she set off towards her hill. Once she was home, she would wash and change her clothes. Maybe her mind would grow clearer, and she would remember how she had come to be outside, and, apparently, hurt. Yet as she walked, the hill receded. It drew away from her, and the others distorted as if viewed through a lens. She sped up, but the faster she went, the faster her home moved away. Figures appeared at the windows. Faces she knew from her distant and recent past looked out. They saw her and waved. They gestured for her to come nearer. At the foot of the hill, a door opened, and Grackler stepped out. She was surprised to see the counsellor, who she only knew vaguely. Or did she? His place in her life seemed to loom larger than she'd thought. Had she forgotten something? Why was everything so confusing? She walked on, stumbling, as the mud befuddled her steps. She drew a dirty hand over her forehead, brushing her hair out of her eyes and feeling the wet, dirty streak she left across her skin. Soft, misty rain fell, and droplets clung to her eyelashes. She blinked. The hill seemed farther away than ever, farther than it had been most of her life. For decades, this place had been nearly all she'd known. This place, these people, and now they appeared to be unreachable. Ahead, in the boggy space between her and home, something moved. Something poked up from the sickly purple vegetation. Some things. Ears. A pair of long, furry ears twitched. It was an animal, but of a kind she'd never seen before. There were more of them. 2 more pairs of ears stuck out, all turned in her direction. She didn't stop. Whatever the creatures were, she didn't care. She just wanted to get home. When she got closer, they would run away, no doubt. The animals could be an anecdote she told her family when she was safely in their company again. The animals didn't run, and as she neared them, their heads came into view, and then their bodies. They were slim, covered in grey-brown fur, and sitting on their hind legs, leaning lightly on their front paws. Their black eyes were set on each side of their faces, above rounded cheeks. Their small black noses twitched. A sense of familiarity crept over her. Thoughts of reaching home receded as she focused on the animals. They had absolutely no fear of the approaching human.
What are you?
They were not of her world. She was sure of it. Yet she had seen them before. Where? How? The creatures moved to a crouch. Waylis expected they would finally run, bounding away on their strong hind legs, but they didn't. They seemed to be waiting for something. She halted, panting. Slogging across the muddy ground had been hard work, but now these beguiling beasts had given her an excuse to stop. Maybe reaching home wasn't so important after all. Maybe these animals could be her journey's end. She watched them. They returned her gaze, whiskers quivering. Then they sprang. Their powerful jaws opened, revealing long teeth. She screamed. The animals flew through the air, long legs trailing, murderous intent in their dark eyes. She tried to run, but the mud held her fast. She lifted her arms to protect herself. She closed her eyes. Her last flashing thought was that she was about to be eaten alive. Then she felt arms encircling her. Confused, she opened her eyes. There were the creatures again, simpler, the lines of a picture, and they were not flying towards her, but running in a circle. Her fear did not abate. She screamed and screamed and screamed.
Chapter 31. Though it had been days since her bad trip, Waylis couldn't help shuddering whenever she caught sight of the insignia on Caris's uniform. What had brought the hairs into her nightmare? She couldn't figure it out.
Maybe it was only the proximity of the badge while she'd been under the influence of the drug. She might have opened her eyes and seen it, and then her muddled mind had incorporated the image into her hallucination. Caris had agreed to not tell Setia nor anyone else, but especially not Setia, about what had happened. She'd also agreed to never speak of it again, yet she had to wear her uniform, and so Waylis was faced with a daily reminder of her misstep. It was only one of many missteps, she concluded sourly, as she sat across from Caris at breakfast in the refectory.
"Did you hear they've withdrawn all the science teams from the new planet?"
Miriam asked generally. Setia replied, "No. Where did you hear that?"
"It was on this morning's daily update. You should read it. Sometimes the news is interesting."
"Sometimes," Caris echoed sarcastically. Ever since their argument, Setia had acted as though Caris didn't exist. She tolerated her sitting at the same table, but she wouldn't look at her, let alone speak to her. She was treating Waylis the same. Caris's comment was ignored. "I have more interesting things to do than find out which bots have gone kaput lately. But recalling the teams is what I call news. Did they say why?"
"The article implied a few reasons. After extensive investigations and tests, no traces of existing life could be found. The fleet's resources are finite, and expending them on lifeless planets doesn't align with the central mission."
Miriam bit her lip and frowned.
"The scientists have gathered enough samples to keep them busy with analysis for years to come. The more travel took place between the ships and the planet, the greater the risk of introducing xenogel to it, with unknown consequences. I think that's mostly it."
"And we all know what wasn't mentioned," said Setia.
"What?"
"Despite this little detour, it made absolutely no difference to the skein readings. So the captains decided they might as well give up and, as they said, roll the dice again. I wonder what they'll come up with this time. We all go live on a moon? No more sex sims?" She snickered. "The crew will mutiny."
"That would make some people very unhappy,"
Miriam concurred. "Welp!" Setia tossed her fork onto her empty plate. "By Burnap's balls, ending the new planet mission is going to make the mood around here even worse. The captains had better come up with something good." Miriam sadly nodded. The atmosphere on the Ballor, which in Waylis's experience had never been upbeat, had sunk even lower. The volume of chatter in the passageways had quietened. Expressions of passers-by were morose, and tensions between the original personnel and the newcomers had risen. It was rare to see either side speak to the other. At mealtimes they sat apart. In lounges and bars, demarcation lines were drawn. Though as time had passed, these places had grown emptier.
"I wish I could see Mattie,"
Miriam lamented.
"Do you think we'll be allowed to return to the Bres soon? She must be disinfected by now."
"Must be," agreed Caris. "No pest control treatment I've ever heard of takes this long. Maybe they're waiting to see if the xenogel reappears." Setia opened her mouth as if to say something, but then shut it again. Waylis smiled at her struggle. Setia was too talkative and opinionated to maintain her silent treatment punishment of Caris for long. Sooner or later, she would cave and reply to her friend's comments. Then, hopefully, the rift between them might begin to be mended. Waylis certainly hoped so. Their falling out was yet another of her sad regrets.
"That makes sense,"
said Miriam. "Not really," Setia argued. "The way that stuff spreads, even if they really have cleared it from the Bres, it'll make its way back sooner or later. Might as well accept it's here to stay." "It isn't harmless," Waylis said.
"What makes you say that?"
asked Miriam. "Just something the captains told me. I shouldn't say any more." Caris said, "They seem to blame it for the bloody awful skeins.
To be fair, it wasn't long after the xenogel arrived everything went to shit. Again, Setia's lips opened. Again, they firmly clamped closed. She got up. See you guys later. Miriam sorrowfully watched her leave. What's wrong with her? It's like she hates you, Caris. You two have always bickered, but this is something bigger. Did you have a nasty argument? Pretty nasty. About what? Not my story to tell, sorry. Oh, for goodness sake. Everyone's full of secrets this morning. I'm going to con Matty. At least he'll talk to me. After Miriam left, Caris asked, How are you feeling today? Any better? The tendrils of her experience with the drug had continued to invade Waylis's sleep in the intervening days. A little, she lied. One thing's for sure, I'm never taking that drug again. I don't know if my experience was so bad because my metabolism is different from yours, or it was due to something else. But I learned my lesson. I'm never going near that stuff again. You don't feel a craving for it? Not at all. Then maybe it is because we're different. The dealer was pretty confident you'd be back. Waylis's attention was caught by someone entering the refectory. She got to her feet. Excuse me. I'm destined to eat alone today. Waylis walked purposefully towards Ikenna. She wasn't sure he'd come here especially to find her. His gaze was roving the tables, so it was a possibility. Regardless of the reason for his arrival, she wanted to take the opportunity to clear the air and set some things straight. She had left the planet without telling him her intention, and without saying goodbye.
Waylis,
he said as he saw her.
Just the person I was looking for. I was wondering if...
I'm glad to see you too, Ikenna. I wanted to talk to you too.
Then we're of similar minds. But today I have much work to do. Shall we meet in the usual place this evening?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm sorry, but it isn't a good idea for us to pick up where we left off. When I used to meet with you in the cafe, I was a different person. Literally, in a sense. That was the person you befriended, not me. Not the person standing in front of you. And while I appreciate all that you've done for me, I think it's best that we don't pursue things any further. Not least when the future appears to be grim. So, I apologize for deceiving you. You've been very gracious about it, and I wish the best for you for whatever time we have left. But I would be grateful if we could make this the last time we speak. She walked away, Ikenna's apparent astonishment embedded in her conscience. She inhaled deeply and then breathed out slowly. Glad she'd said what she'd said. A little guilt remained, but she felt better. Once she was outside the refectory, a sense of dislocation hit her. Her steps slowed and she blinked, checking her surroundings to remind herself where she was. It was another effect of the drug. It had happened a few times. Each time she'd hoped it would be the last, that, gradually, the effect would wear off. But maybe she was stuck with it forever. For the second time she spotted a familiar face. Only this one did not belong to someone she wanted to see. She turned around and hurried in the opposite direction. "Hey!" She hurried on, pretending not to hear. "Hey, wait up! I want to speak to you!" She couldn't run. It would only attract more attention. She was already drawing curious glances as she feigned deafness. "I said, wait up!" A hand landed on her shoulder. She was forced to stop. Fitzroy moved in front of her. "I've been looking for you. Expected to see you at the usual place, but you never showed."
"I don't go there anymore."
"Come over here." Fitzroy grabbed her arm and drew her to the edge of the passageway, glancing from side to side. "You must be wanting some more of what I offer pretty bad by now."
"No, I don't. So please..."
She tried to leave, but Fitzroy wouldn't let go of her arm. She gripped it tighter, pulling her close. "Don't walk away from me. This conversation isn't over.
I don't want any more of your horrible drug."
"Shut up!"
Ow!
Fitzroy's fingers had dug in deep. "Keep your voice down." For several seconds she seemed indecisive. Then she hissed, "I don't know what's up with you, mutant, but whether or not you want more product right now doesn't bother me. You will soon enough. In the meantime, you owe me. I have a job for you. I want you to—"
"I don't care what you want."
She wrenched her arm from Fitzroy's grip.
"I don't want anything else to do with you. Don't ever speak to me again."
She walked quickly away without looking back. Chapter 32. Waylis's door chime sounded. Confident she knew who had arrived, she checked anyway. Caris stood outside, jiggling with impatience. She looked up at the camera and waved, saying something. Waylis read her lips. "Let me in!" She gave the command. As Caris entered the living area, she said, "Just here to
check on the sparrow. Go ahead."
After several minutes in the bird's room, Caris re-emerged. "She's fine."
"I know she's fine. She's eating and drinking well, pooping like there's no tomorrow, and she's had her morning exercise already."
"You let her in here?"
"For an hour. She's growing quite friendly. I think I might teach her to eat from my hand."
Caris beamed. "Great idea. There's no point in keeping her wild. Poor little thing won't ever have companions of her own kind. Only us." She peered at Waylis's interface. "That looks familiar. What are you doing?" Waylis turned the screen to face her.
"I'm interested in your badge."
"Huh, not you too." Waylis sat on the sofa and rested her elbows on her knees and then her chin in her cupped hands. "Setia was obsessed with it for a while. It's on Prime too, right?"
"It is. Setia told me she'd seen one of the surface engravings before it was destroyed by an earthquake."
"One of them? There are more?"
9 or 10, I believe. They've been found on all the continents, always on high plateaus. It makes sense. There's very little soil at higher altitudes, and the rock is exposed. They've been studied extensively, but with few solid conclusions. The local conditions mean that evidence that might indicate who carved them and why has been washed away. All we know is that they're inexplicably old, older than us, if you know what I mean."
"Too old for your people to have created them?"
"The age and sophistication of the carvings predates the technological capabilities of our ancestors who were alive when they were created."
Caris straightened up. "Well, all I can tell you is this sign is an anomaly in human history too. It appears in cultures that almost certainly didn't know of each other at the time. And it's such a particular image too. Not lines or squiggles or handprints that you might guess all humans would create without having to copy from someone else."
"I was reading it also means different things in different Earth cultures."
"For some, it's tied up with religious beliefs. For others, it's something to do with water offering protection from fire."
"Oh."
"What?" Waylis didn't reply for several moments as the connection slotted into place in her mind.
"There's something I didn't tell you about the new planet. I saw this symbol on a wall down there."
"The exact same thing?"
"The exact same thing. And my home world and the new planet have something in common. Regular, heavy rainfall."
"Huh, crazy."
"There must be a link."
"Has to be." Caris glanced down at her badge and then up again. "Did you tell Bujold what you saw?"
"I showed it to the scientists. They must have included it in their reports."
"Yeah, but maybe you should talk to her too. It has to mean something."
"To be honest, I'm trying to avoid reminding the captains of my existence."
The door chime sounded again.
More visitors? Caris asked. You're popular today.
I have no idea who it could be.
Probably Setia, come to apologise for acting like an idiot.
Waylis chuckled.
I seriously doubt it.
She checked. 2 men stood outside. She didn't recognise either of them. From their uniform, they were Balor military. She told Caris what she'd seen.
Should I open the door?
I suppose so. It's probably something official.
When the door slid open, the men marched right in. One pulled out a handgun. Waylis let out a shriek. The interface fell from her frozen fingers, clattering as it hit the floor. Though her gaze was fixed on the gun's muzzle, from the corners of her eyes she saw the other man open the bedroom doors and look in. "No one else here," he announced.
"Except her."
The first man jabbed the gun in Caris's direction. "She'll keep quiet, won't you?" He marched to Caris and grabbed her ponytail, yanking it backwards. "Won't you?" He twisted her hair in his fist and pulled so hard she shifted in her seat. "Ow!" Caris gasped. "Yeah, whatever." When her hair was released, she sank forwards and cast Waylis a frightened look. Waylis felt the same.
"You know why we're here, right?"
snarled the one holding the gun.
"No,
She looked from man to man.
"Don't make me spell it out. Unless there's more than one person you've pissed off lately. You've come from Fitzroy?"
"Would you believe it?" the man asked his companion. "The shapeshifter isn't as stupid as she likes to make out." He returned his attention to her.
"You didn't really think you could get away with not holding up your end of the bargain, did you? Did you?"
"Oh, shit," said Caris.
"Shit indeed."
He aimed the gun at Waylis's forehead.
"She's right in it."
Prickles ran across her skin and her heart laboured. Saliva flooded her mouth. He brought the gun closer to her head.
"When you buy something, you have to... What? I mean, I know you're from a different planet, but you don't have to be a genius to know this. When you buy something, you..."
Waylis gulped.
"Pay for it."
He smirked.
"Clever woman. As it stands, you bought something and the seller is still waiting for payment. That isn't right. It isn't fair. So, what are you gonna do about it?"
Her throat closed up. She couldn't speak. Caris said, "There's been a misunderstanding."
"Nope,"
said the second man.
"No misunderstanding."
"But, He had grabbed her ponytail again.
"Let go of my bloody hair, you ape!" "I'll do whatever Fitzroy wants,"
Waylis blurted.
"Whatever she wants. Please leave Caris alone. She has nothing to do with this."
The first man nodded and replaced his gun in its holster.
"Perfect. That's all I wanted to hear."
He nodded at his companion, who released Caris.
"I'll pass on your exact message to Fitzroy. Whatever she wants. When you see her again, you're not gonna give her any bullshit, okay?"
"Okay." Waylis numbly nodded. The men marched to the door and were gone. Waylis ran to the bathroom. She was just in time. As she lifted the toilet lid, vomit spewed from her mouth. In between gushes, she heard Caris quietly breathe, "Holy fuck." Chapter 33. Waylis had told Caris to leave and not return. She didn't want her friend to come into contact with the dangerous men again. The last thing she'd intended was to drag Caris into her problems and put her in danger. After Caris left, Waylis waited, expecting Fitzroy to turn up any minute with a demand. But time passed and the dealer didn't show. The quiet shift arrived, and still there was no sign of Fitzroy. Eventually it grew so late Waylis was forced to conclude she wouldn't receive a visit until tomorrow at the earliest, and she went to bed. Between long hours of wakefulness, her dreams were vivid and terrifying. The hares reappeared, feasting on Caris's corpse. They turned their bloody muzzles to her and fixed her with their mad eyes. In another dream she was home, but trapped in a bog. No matter how much she fought to free herself, she sank steadily into the mud. It inched over her shoulders and up her neck. Her chin sank into the cold, grimy ooze. It reached her mouth. She closed it. The mud covered her nostrils. And then she woke, sitting bolt upright and sucking in air. When sleep overtook her a third time, she found herself leaning over a railing and staring down at a massive engine, glowing red gold. Somehow she knew this was a ship's drive. Gigantic coils spiraled around a central core, and the machine hummed a bass sound so loud it vibrated her bones and teeth. A sense of imminent peril overcame her. She turned to leave, but large shadowy figures blocked her way. Fitzroy's men. They grinned and moved closer. Together they grabbed her and lifted her up. Over the railing she went, plummeting towards the drive. She woke. Her sheets were sopping wet. She got up and decided to stay awake. Tiredness was preferable to terrible nightmares. When breakfast time arrived, she dreaded the thought of leaving her cabin, even though yesterday's experience told her she wasn't safe here. Nowhere was safe. No matter where she went on the ship, Fitzroy or her goons could approach. She went to breakfast. All three of her friends had already arrived. Waylis picked up cereal from the buffet, though the thought of eating anything turned her stomach. Caris gave her a sombre look as she sat down with her tray.
"Good morning,"
Miriam trilled, briefly lifting her gaze from her interface. Setia nodded. Waylis dug her spoon into her cereal, but couldn't bring herself to lift it to her mouth. She stirred the contents of her bowl and tried again, to no effect. She stared down as her breakfast slowly congealed. While she failed to eat, her companions were silent. Setia was clearly continuing to demonstrate her disapproval of her and Caris's actions. Miriam was focused on her interface. The refectory was generally quiet, though it was fuller now the scientific teams had returned. Waylis spotted Ikenna sitting a few tables away. As she caught his eye, he smiled, but then returned his attention to his table mates. The funereal gloom pressed in, crushing all thoughts of a happy future. It was as if the personal melancholy Waylis had been feeling for months had spread to the entire ship's personnel. Usually the table of 4 friends was an island sanctuary from the overall bleak mood. Now it seemed to be sinking beneath the ocean waves.
"Burnap's balls!"
Setia exclaimed.
"What's got into you two this morning? I've seen happier faces on condemned prisoners."
"Really?" Miriam asked, looking up.
"No, not really. I can't stand it. What's going on?"
Waylis fully expected Caris to make a sarcastic comment about Setia finally speaking to them again, but she didn't. She only said, "Don't worry, it's nothing."
"Obviously not. Is this something to do with what Waylis did? Finally come back to bite you on the arse, has it?"
Waylis replied, "In a way. But Caris is right. It isn't your concern, nor Caris's. This is for me to fix."
"Unless..."
Caris's eyes brightened.
"Setia might be able to help you."
Setia shook her head.
Not getting involved in that business. Not even if your friend is in danger."
"Caris, stop. As I said, I have to make this right again, and I will when I get the opportunity."
"You haven't seen her yet?"
Caris asked. "I haven't seen anyone since you left."
"Damn it!"
exclaimed Setia.
"I know I'm going to regret this, but
You're in danger? What kind of danger? Caris replied. Yesterday, while—
Don't tell her,
Waylis interrupted.
I don't want anyone else dragged into my problems.
Sorry, but this is serious. And if you think you can just make it all go away by doing that bitch one favour, forget it. She'll be back to bully you into doing more. This whole thing goes deeper than we thought. Much deeper. If she has the ship's military involved, who knows how far it reaches? And who knows what you might be asked to do? She's got her talons in you now, and she won't want to let you go. Not someone like you, Waylis, who can do what you do. Ship's military? Setia asked. Miriam watched open-mouthed.
Maybe you're right,
Waylis conceded.
I still want to deal with this by myself. Even if I accepted your help, what could you possibly do? As you said, it's bigger than either of us guessed.
What did I say? Setia shoved her tray to one side and leaned over the table. What did I tell you? You do not mess with these people. They're ruthless, and they don't give a shit about anything or anyone except the bottom line. When I warned you to not do it, did you think I was just being a prude? I lived that life. I saw what went on. I saw the junkies sitting in their own piss, slowly starving to death because they prioritized the next hit over feeding themselves. I saw the bosses growing fatter and fatter on other people's addiction and misery. If it hadn't been for some incredible luck, I wouldn't be here. I would have been dead at 16, all because I was involved in that trade. She took a breath and straightened up. But no, you knew better. You had to go and do it anyway. She jabbed Caris in the shoulder. And you had to help her. Some friend you are. Caris looked down. I didn't think— Shut it. I can hardly stand to look at you. After an awkward pause, Miriam quietly asked, What happened yesterday? Waylis told her and Setia about the men and their threats. She left out the details so the tale was brief, but by the time she'd reached the end, she was choking out the words, fighting the lump in her throat and the tears welling in her eyes. Finally, she turned to Setia.
I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. You were absolutely right. What I did was very stupid. And the worst of it is, it didn't help me. The experience was horrible and left me feeling worse than ever.
Well, you're still alive, Setia gruffly commented. Caris said, I know it's a lot to ask, Setia, considering everything, but I think there might be a way out. If you were to accompany Waylis wherever she went, like a bodyguard— you used to be a bodyguard, right? That might put them off. Most people must know.
I don't want that,
Waylis cut in.
I won't accept any more help, and I certainly don't want to put anyone else at risk.
But what can you do? Asked Miriam. If the dealer won't leave you alone now. She won't, said Setia. Caris is right about that at least. And I'm sorry, Waylis, but me following you around wouldn't make a difference, even if I was willing. Which, honestly, I'm not. I'm not magic, I'm not pulse-proof, and I have to sleep. They're going to get to you eventually, whether or not it's through me. What you have is too valuable to pass up. Hell, it was only because you can shapeshift that we managed to stop the genocide on Prime. Your ability is priceless. That dealer must have thought she'd won the lottery.
Then it seems I'm stuck,
Waylis said. A glum silence followed. Miriam said, I wonder if there's been any mention of a drug problem in the fleet's news. I don't remember seeing anything, but I could be wrong. What difference would that make? Caris asked. I was thinking, maybe if Waylis went to Captain Bujold and told her everything, she might be able to help. I'm sure the captains would want to know what's been happening. Yeah, said Caris.
like they don't have enough on their plates as it is.
Tell the captains?
Setia asked.
Sure. Then, afterwards, go walk out an airlock. It'll be quicker than what'll happen next.
But if the dealer is immediately arrested,
Miriam objected. Sweet Miriam, it warms my heart that you have no idea what you're talking about.
With a resigned sigh, Miriam returned to perusing her interface. She gave a little gasp and announced happily, "We're going back to the Bres. I'll see Matty again."
She paused and looked embarrassed, then went on,
"I mean, it'll be nice to see him, despite Waylis's problems."
Chapter 34. They had 24 hours to pack up. Every member of the Bres personnel currently aboard the Balor had to go to the shuttle bay to await transfer. Waylis shoved one of her new tops into a bag. In her living room, Setia, Caris and Miriam were waiting while she gathered her things. The hope was that neither Fitzroy nor her thugs would dare approach with so many witnesses hanging around. Also, Setia's reputation. In the early days of the voyage, she had lifted Sheldrake, a fully grown adult man, from an opening fissure one-handed on Prime, might have spread and proved to be a further deterrent to Waylis's enemies. Once she was on the other ship, she might be able to escape the consequences of her error. They didn't know for certain, but it was possible that the illicit trade and corruption might not have spread to Bujold's vessel. It would explain why none of them had heard of that particular drug until after arriving on the Balor. She scanned the room. She hadn't brought much with her, and her belongings had increased only a little, in part due to the habit of the Balor's laundry system swallowing clothes. Carrying 2 bags, she went into the living room. "Ready to go?" Setia asked. "I think I've got everything."
"Not quite everything,"
said Caris.
"What do you—" "Oh, of course, my bird.
She should be fine alone here until we have to go to the bay. I've topped up her food, but one of us will have to come back and collect her when it's time to leave. I'll do it."
"I don't know what I would do without you."
"It's what friends are for,"
Miriam said.
"We found an empty cabin for you."
"And Miriam broke into it." Setia grinned.
"It wasn't hard. I suspect there are a lot of people living in cabins they weren't assigned. It has a bed, but that's about it."
Waylis thanked her.
"As long as I have somewhere to sleep, I can manage with very little. It's only one night."
"And we had another idea,"
Caris said.
"You had another idea, a brilliant one."
Miriam smiled.
"I thought, even if you live somewhere else until we can leave, this dealer person will be looking for you around the ship. Someone might see you go into the new cabin and report back to her. We don't know how far her influence stretches. You could hide for the next 24 hours, but alternatively, if you don't look like yourself—"
She guessed where Miriam's reasoning was going.
"I understand, but I'm sorry, I won't do it. It's a bad idea. You've all helped me more than I deserved already. I'm not going to put any of you in a position where you might be a target."
"But if you're one of us," Miriam protested, "it'll take the dealer a while to figure it out. By the time she does, we'll be on our way to the Bres."
Caris said. "You'll have to change back just before you board the shuttle. They'll be checking our biometrics. But from what I remember, it doesn't take you long to shift back into yourself. Maybe a quarter of an hour?" Waylis shook her head.
"It's too risky, and—"
Her words trailed to silence as she remembered the trick she'd played on Ikenna. It hadn't started out as a trick. She'd only wanted to be treated the same as everyone else. But that was how it had ended up, deceiving a decent man who didn't deserve to be lied to. "And what?" Setia asked.
"I can't explain. I don't want to do it."
"All right," Caris said. "How about this? We're taking a risk by helping you. We've all been seen with you around the ship.
And those goons who came here will definitely remember me. From now until we board that shuttle, we're all in danger by association. But if the dealer bitch spends her time looking for you, she won't think to target us until it's too late. We'll be a last resort. So if you are one of us..." Waylis was not convinced. She had a feeling this was actually an attempt to give her even more protection. "Put it this way," Setia said. "We insist. We're going out of our way to help you. This is a condition of accepting our help."
"Setia,"
Miriam demurred. "I mean it." Waylis nodded, defeated. "It's decided. The only question is, which out of Caris and Miriam is it to be? The Balor people might know you masqueraded as me to sneak aboard the Bres." Caris said,
"You've done me before. Does that make it easier?" "But they know you for sure,"
Miriam protested.
"I think it should be me. No one notices me. 2 Miriams won't raise any eyebrows."
To her distress, Waylis felt heat creep up her neck. Within seconds, she realized her face must be shining like a beacon. "Waylis?" Setia asked. "You okay?" She exhaled heavily. "Setia, Caris, would you mind waiting while I talk to Miriam?" As the 2 women exchanged puzzled glances, Waylis led a confused Miriam into her bedroom and closed the door. "Please sit down. I have a confession to make, and it may take some time to explain." Waylis told her everything, right from the beginning. She told her about the unwanted attention and aggression she'd received from the Balor's crew since arriving on the ship, and how she'd even gone to the extent of having new clothes printed to help her blend in. Then she told her how she'd hit upon the idea of transforming into one of her friends to achieve some anonymity. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to be left alone." Miriam stared, mouth open. Waylis went on to tell her how she'd unexpectedly formed a friendship with someone, thereby trapping herself in her deceit. Finally, she explained how the incident in the refectory had made her realize she couldn't continue pretending any longer, that she had to give up on the burgeoning relationship and go back to being the alien shapeshifter, no matter how onerous it was.
"I remember,"
Miriam exclaimed.
"I remember a man coming up to me and acting as though we already knew each other. He knew my name, even though I'd never met him. It was so strange. He seemed nice and not at all crazy. I couldn't explain it, and I felt quite bad when he eventually gave up and left."
"His name is Ikenna Oni," said Waylis, "and he is very nice. He also knows what I did. He won't bother you any more."
"I can see how that would be very embarrassing."
"It was, and still is, but it's the least of my worries now. I thought it was important that I come clean and let you know everything." Miriam giggled.
"It's quite funny when I think about it. Poor Mr. Oni."
"It is kind of funny, I suppose, and I think Ikenna has forgiven me. But I learned my lesson. I won't do it again without the person's express permission."
"Well, you have mine this time around. And seeing as you've done me once, is Caris right, and it'll be easy to do me again?"
"Yes." 20 minutes later, 2 Miriams emerged from Waylis's bedroom. The subterfuge was working. Waylis had spent 22 hours as Miriam, and she'd spent some of the time out of the cabin. Fitzroy hadn't figured out what she was doing yet, and even if she did, she would have to deduce what person's appearance Waylis had assumed. She hoped it was still safe to leave her temporary sanctuary. She was hungry, but before leaving she checked the mirror. Her hold on Miriam's appearance remained sound. Her friend's mother wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. She opened the cabin door and peeked into the passageway. Seeing no one about, she slipped out. As their departure time drew nearer, all the personnel from the Bres had been getting ready to leave.
friends from different ships had been enjoying the last few hours in each other's company. Where new friendships had developed, these people had to say goodbye too. Large items of luggage were brought to the shuttle bay for inspection before early transfer. Checks were still being made for xenogel, despite the apparent hopelessness of the attempt to keep it out of the newly sterilised Bres. In the buzz of activity, the bleak forecast offered by the recent skeins had been momentarily forgotten. Waylis barely remembered it either. As she walked through the ship, she was focused on getting through the next few hours. If she avoided Fitzroy that long, all she had to do was to take her bags to the bay and, before joining the boarding queue, transform back into herself. Perhaps Fitzroy's tentacles extended to the Bres and maybe the Banber too. Perhaps there was nowhere in the fleet to escape the drug dealer, and she would force her to be a copy of someone for some heinous reason. But at least she would have tried. It was worth trying. Should she find Ikenna to say goodbye before she left? But she would have to go to see him as Miriam, and that would be farcical. Plus, he'd probably forgotten all about her by now. To reach the nearest refectory, she had to use a lift. She waited for it to arrive. The light above lit up, the doors opened, and Waylis froze. Standing in the corner of the lift was Fitzroy. She was alone, her heart jumping against her breastbone. Waylis forced her wooden legs to obey. She stepped inside. In her brief seconds of hesitation, Fitzroy had stared at her curiously. Had she wondered why this other lift passenger had reacted so oddly? Had she been trying to figure out who she was? Fitzroy had met her in this guise once before, when she'd tried to recruit her as a customer in the cafe. Waylis could feel the woman's gaze boring into her back. She told herself she was imagining it, that Fitzroy had already dismissed her from her mind. "Hey!" willing steadiness into her voice. "Yes?" She did not turn around. "Do you remember me? Have you changed your mind about sampling my product? I have some here if—" "I haven't changed my mind." "Sure. If you ever do, you know where to find me." The lift doors opened, and it was as much as Waylis could do to not bolt out. She didn't look back as she left. After taking a few steps, she risked a backward glance. Fitzroy had gone in the other direction. Waylis relaxed, her tension draining away like a receding wave. Later, back in the new cabin, she checked the time. 55 minutes to go until she had to be at the shuttle bay. Where were her friends? She was supposed to be going to the bay with Caris and Setia. There was safety in numbers. If, in the intervening hour, Fitzroy had twigged that Waylis currently looked like Miriam, she still might not dare approach 3 women in public. But in order for the last step to take place, Setia and Caris had to be here. Should she calm them? Before she could, the chimes sounded. The door opened and Caris ran in, breathless and agitated, Setia behind her. As soon as the door had closed, Caris burst out, "She's gone! Your bird's gone! The bloody bastards got inside your cabin! They've taken her!" Chapter 35.
"How did they know?"
Waylis groaned, putting her head in her hands.
"How did they even know she was there?"
"One of them checked the bedrooms, remember?" Caris replied. "He must have seen her." "I would definitely have noticed a little bird," said Setia. "On a spaceship, that's an unusual sight." She sat on the sofa. "But it isn't a big deal, is it? They're clutching at straws." "What do you mean?" Caris asked. "It isn't like they're holding one of us hostage to make Waylis do what they want. They wouldn't dare kidnap a person. It's too disruptive. It might expose their operation. It's our saving grace. Burnap's smiling on us." Caris frowned. "I don't follow. I mean, Setia replied patiently, it's just a bird. If that's all Waylis loses from this, she gets off lightly. Caris's frown deepened. But the only way she would... She gawped. You aren't bloody well suggesting she does nothing? Tell me you're not suggesting that. How long does the creature have to live anyway? A few months? A few months? For once in your life, read a book.
Waylis stood up. Be quiet, both of you. This is my decision.
Caris's lips closed firmly, but she glared at Setia, who rolled her eyes.
You know, Waylis said, if this had happened a few weeks ago, I would have been on Setia's side. I'm sorry, Caris, but the sparrow was little more than a nuisance to me. I only looked after it because you didn't offer me a choice. I didn't want the bother or responsibility. But over time, my feelings have changed. Now, the idea that Fitzroy might harm the small creature fills me with anger and alarm. I have nearly an hour until I have to board the shuttle. Maybe there's still time to get her back.
Setia shook her head. There's no way that's happening unless, at the very least, you fulfill your side of the transaction. And even if you do, there's no guarantee you'll get your bird. The dealer might hold on to it as collateral, so she can continue to control you.
I have to try.
You ignored my advice before and regretted it. What makes you think things will be different this time around? Caris said. Things are different this time around. We have to be at the shuttle bay in 50 minutes. You don't have long, Waylis, and I think it's worth mentioning that you still look like Miriam.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. I'd better hurry. Meet you guys at the bay.
While Setia glared at Caris, Waylis rushed from the cabin. She was halfway along the passageway before she realised she didn't know where she was going. Then she remembered the obvious place. Mentally releasing her hold on Miriam's form, she headed for the small cafe. But when she arrived, 10 minutes later, it was empty. She hesitated at the entrance. Should she sit at a table and wait? What if Fitzroy didn't show up? In little more than half an hour, all the Bres personnel had to be at the bay. On the other hand, Bujold's wrath was the least of Waylis's worries. How to find Fitzroy? Aside from her drug dealer status, Waylis had no idea what she did. Whenever she'd seen her, Fitzroy had been out of uniform. Without knowing her job, finding her on the huge vessel was impossible. Would she be waiting at the bay? No, there would be no time to do whatever job she had in mind. Waylis sat at a table and opened the interface, quickly swiping out of the cafe's menu and into the ship's general system. It wasn't possible to simply look people up. You had to have some kind of official connection. However, the names of important members of the different sections were open to view. If she looked at each, one by one, she might strike lucky. 30 minutes. She was fairly confident Fitzroy wasn't a scientist, even though she clearly had connections among the chemists. She hadn't taken part in the mission to the barren planet. Waylis brought up the engineering section and hastily scanned the names. Fitzroy either wasn't an engineer or she was too low on the ladder to be worth mentioning. Catering? It had fewer members than engineering. On the other hand, Fitzroy knew about the little, out-of-the-way cafe. She didn't belong to catering. Minutes were ticking away. Which section next? Not animals. That section was tiny, and on the ballot it contained just 2 jerks. A hand fell heavily on her shoulder. She jumped. The hand belonged to one of the military guys who had come to her cabin, the one who had pointed a gun at her forehead. Her stomach lurched at the memory.
Come with me.
She numbly followed him out of the cafe. Her legs trembled as she walked, causing her to nearly stumble. Perhaps Setia was correct again. Was this really worth it for the sake of a little bird? The man halted at a door with no sign and put his hand on the panel. When it opened, he pushed her in so hard she did stumble. As she struggled to stay upright, the door swished closed. The room was tiny. It must have been for storage, but whatever stores it used to hold had been removed. Now the shelves were stacked with flat, open boxes, all containing the same product, sheets of transparent foil. Fitzroy sat at a small desk behind a stacked pile of foil squares. Her eyes reminded Waylis of a rain sprite's, empty, unreadable. "Sit! Where did you take my bird? I want it back. If you've hurt it, I won't do anything for you. I don't care what you do to me. My life's pretty shit. I don't see how you could make it worse. And if Mapper Robbins is right, none of us has long anyway. Whatever scheme you're running, it's pointless. Everything's pointless now. So just give me my bird so I can take it back with me to the Bres." Fitzroy's eyebrows lifted, though her deadpan expression didn't alter. "That's a lot of words for someone in no position to argue." Waylis sank into the chair. "Give me back my bird, please." "The bird's still alive, for now. Chirping its cheeky little heart out, in fact." Fitzroy smirked. "It must miss you." Waylis dimly heard Caris hiss. "She, not it. But before I give you it back, I need to hear you say something. Can you guess what it is?" An apology? An explanation? Heavily, Waylis intoned, "What do I have to do to pay you?" "Smart woman. I do have a small job in mind for you, as a matter of fact. You might have heard there are a couple of prisoners in the brig. I want you to get them out." "But I don't." "Listen. The brig security system is programmed to respond to guard biometrics, though only for the duration of each guard's shift. I want you to do whatever you do to take on the form of the guard who'll be working tomorrow. At the right time, you'll take his place. We'll deal with him, so don't worry about that part. You open the prisoners' cells and let them out. That's it. You can change back into yourself again and be on your merry way." "That's it?" Waylis spluttered. "Aren't you forgetting a few very important items? Firstly, in about 20 minutes, I'm supposed to be returning to the Bres." "Don't show up at the bay. You'll get in trouble, but what's Bujold going to do? Maroon you? Make up some bullshit. Who cares whether she believes you?" "Well, secondly, after the prisoners escape, it's going to be damned obvious what happened. The captains aren't dumb, and they know what I can do. That place has to be heaving with cameras. They're going to wonder why the guard suddenly changed character and released 2 prisoners, especially when he swears blind it wasn't him who did it. When Bujold reaches the only conclusion that makes any sense, she very well might decide to maroon me." Fitzroy shrugged. "Maybe. Not my problem." "All right, I get it. Why should you care about what happens to me? But if I do agree to what you're proposing, what makes you think your plan will succeed? What's the point of what you're trying to do? As soon as the prisoner escape is discovered, the ship will be put on lockdown and searched until they're found again." "Now that," Fitzroy leaned over the table and pointed at her, "is not your problem." Waylis folded her arms. "I can't just do what you're saying. Copying doesn't work like that. I need to spend time with the person. I have to..." How to explain when the human's language didn't have the words? "I can't do it quickly. It takes days." "Then take days. I can be patient. But you don't get the bird back until the job's done." They held each other's gaze for long moments. "I'll do it." Fitzroy relaxed. "You're making the right choice. You won't regret this. As well as getting your pet back safe and sound, you'll reap more rewards in the future." "This is the last thing I'll ever do for you. I don't want any more of your poison." "We'll see."
"But before I do anything, I want to see my bird."
"Fine.
I'll link you to the camera in its...
No, you could show me a recording. I want to see it.
That might take a minute.
Then I'll use that time to say goodbye to my friends. They'll be going to the bay now.
Before Fitzroy could object, Waylis left. The military guy had disappeared. As she rushed down the passageway, she calmed Caris and breathlessly explained what had happened.
She wants you to what?
I told you. Let 2 prisoners out of the brig. Why? What do you think she's up to?
No idea. Those prisoners are the 2 who tried to get Sheldrake killed on Markop. They were sentenced to indefinite confinement after their court-martial.
I'm scared, Caris. I think this is way more serious than any of us thought. I can't figure it out. I don't know what I expected to hear from Fitzroy, but it wasn't that. She said something else weird. She said that in the future I could reap rewards. What could she mean?
Sounds like she expects to keep using you, that's for sure.
But why is she so confident about the rewards?
Because she's a cocky bitch, that's why.
No, it's more than that.
Are you going to do it? Release the prisoners, I mean?
Of course not.
Did you tell her?
Hell no. I made up a lie so I could leave.
But if you don't do it, she'll kill the sparrow.
I really hope not. I think I might be able to save her if I act quickly.
Chapter 36. Bujold's gaze was disarmingly frank and annoyed.
Waylis,
she said flatly. Shouldn't you be...
I'm not going to the bay.
She gasped for air, catching her breath. She had run all the way to Bujold's office, not knowing how long she had, until Fitzroy figured out she wasn't coming back. The little sparrow wouldn't live much longer. Fitzroy was nasty enough to kill her out of pure spite. You... One of Bujold's grey eyebrows lifted. Under the other eye, a tick jerked her skin.
I don't have a lot of time,
Waylis panted.
So please don't interrupt. What I have to tell you may be very important.
In a verbal blur, she poured out the events of the last few weeks, from her misery and homesickness, through discovering the existence of an illicit drug during the rounds of the Balor in return for access to secure systems, to her decision to try it, and finally on to the dealer's threats when she refused to pay for her dose. As she spoke, Bujold's eyebrow slowly dropped to match the position of its pair, and then both settled into a stance of rigid concentration. Her look was so stern and penetrating, Waylis wavered in her narrative.
Go on,
Bujold tensely urged.
She...
Wait, what's this person's name?
Waylis told her.
Thank you. You may resume.
She...
Waylis swallowed.
When I heard we were returning to the Bres, I thought I might have got away with it. I hoped she might not be able to reach me after I left. None of us had heard of that particular drug over there.
Not that particular one, no,
said Bujold wryly.
But then I discovered the sparrow had been taken from my room.
The?
Confusion in the captain's features transformed to resignation.
Oh yes, of course. The bird Ellis was so intent on saving.
I knew what her disappearance meant. Obviously, Fitzroy wanted to threaten to kill her to make me do what she wanted.
That does seem obvious, and while I understand the creature's life is important to you, I'm afraid I can't delay the departure to the Bres while we sort out this problem. However, I am grateful you came to tell me. You did the right thing, and you won't be punished for...
That isn't why I'm here. I had to explain it all so you would understand. Listen, this is the most important part. I went to Fitzroy to try to get my bird back, and she told me what she wants in return. I thought it would be something stupid, like stealing something prohibited. Captain, it wasn't anything like that.
Waylis told the final part of her story, emphasizing Fitzroy's confidence that after the prisoners escaped, normal protocols wouldn't be followed, that the prisoners wouldn't be found and returned to the brig, and that rewards would be available. What kind of rewards?
Who knows? I got a very, very bad feeling about everything she was saying. It wasn't only the seriousness of what she wanted me to do. It was her whole demeanour. It was... I can't describe it properly in your language.
I think I know what you mean. I'm extremely concerned too. Thank you, Waylis. Leave this with me and don't tell anyone else. Bujold paused and studied her closely. You've already told someone.
Caris Ellis.
The captain gave a huff of frustration. It can't be helped. Go directly to the shuttle bay. I will tell them you're on your...
But what about my bird?
I have already dispatched guards to Fitzroy's cabin. I can't guarantee anything, but I will do my best to have the animal found and ensure its safety. There is nothing more either of us can do.
But, Captain...
Bujold had lifted a hand, commanding her silence. The captain's gaze became unfocused as she concentrated on something. Her expression turned stony, and her attention returned to Waylis. Go, now! She had no choice but to leave the office. Her heart heavy, she took the quickest route to the shuttle bay. As she walked, she calmed Caris to tell her the bad news. I don't get it! You told Bujold? Why? How's that going to help anything?
I had to tell her. Something is going on that's dangerous for all of us. I'm sure of it. And I thought if the captain knew about it, maybe she could have Fitzroy arrested before she hurts the Sparrow. And she is having her arrested.
I suppose it might work. Hold on a sec. Setia wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Waylis, did I hear right? You went to the captain?
Yes, I had.
As yourself? After leaving the dealer, you went to the captain's office in your normal appearance? What the hell did you do that for?
As I was explaining...
Where are you? No, forget that. Wherever you are, go to the nearest place there are lots of people. Refectory, gym, lounge, doesn't matter. Anywhere.
But the captain told me I had to go to the bay. Isn't the shuttle about to leave?
You don't understand. One of Fitzroy's people could have seen you on your way to spill your guts to the authorities. If you're not ready to die yet, go somewhere there'll be lots of witnesses to whatever revenge she plans to take.
I see.
Waylis swallowed. As soon as you find a place, let me know where you are. I'll be there as soon as I can. The comm cut out. She was in the admin section. There were no public spaces here. She hurried down the passageway. Where could she go? Her recall of what was where in this ship was hazy. She hadn't bothered to become familiar with it, and she didn't have time to check an interface. What had she passed on her way over? She vaguely recalled seeing the entrance to a gym somewhere. She changed direction. It meant defying the captain's order to go to the bay. But if Setia was right, her chances of getting there were slim, and Setia knew about this stuff better than Bujold. Waylis broke into a jog. Someone was coming her way. A man, a stranger, of course. Everyone from the Bres would be boarding one of the shuttles by now. As the man drew closer, she held her breath, avoiding eye contact. He passed by. She exhaled. The gym. Where was it? She turned into a wider passageway and ran for the admin section exit. Several doorways lined the long passageway, where admin turned into general facilities. There it is! Someone was going in, sports bag over their shoulder. Waylis nearly barreled into the person in her haste to enter the space. She commed Setia to tell her the location as she drew to a halt. The gym was large, but only 3 machines were occupied. 3 people in the whole place. 4, including the one who had entered the changing room. Maybe more people were in there. It was barely public, but she couldn't think of anywhere else to go. She had stopped in the centre of the room, and the people exercising on the machines were watching her. Even if she hadn't been wearing the clothes she'd brought from home, she would have stuck out. She clearly had no business here. She edged to the corner of the room and sat on a bench. Slowly, the gym-goers lost interest in her. She watched the door. Who would enter first? One of Fitzroy's goons or Setia? Probably not Fitzroy herself. If the ship's guards had acted quickly, she was already under arrest. The door to the changing room opened, making Waylis jump. The person she'd nearly collided with stepped onto a treadmill and started it up. How long would Setia take, and what could she actually do anyway? She didn't have any weapons, and Fitzroy's men had been armed. Perhaps it wasn't fair to drag Setia into her problems and put her in danger.
"Excuse me, are you—"
She looked up. She'd been so focused on the door she hadn't noticed the young man come up to her. Sweat shone on his face, and he had a towel draped over his shoulder. She expected him to ask her what she was doing, sitting in the gym in non-gym clothes, doing nothing except watching the exit.
"Are you the shapeshifter from the Bres? Not this again."
Of all possible distractions at this crucial time, this had to be the most annoying.
"Shouldn't you be at the bay? You guys are leaving today, right?"
"Nah, she isn't," called out a woman lazily cycling on an exercise bike. "Looks like no one's going anywhere today. Didn't you hear? It's all kicking off down there." Waylis got to her feet.
"What did you say?"
"I just heard from my friend doing the baggage checks. A rumour's going around that the fleet's splitting up, and that's why the Bres folk have to go back. The ships are going to take different routes and break contact to try to change the skein readings."
"No way!"
the young man exclaimed.
"What?"
Was that why Bujold had been distracted a few minutes ago? "That's what my friend says. Some of the Bres crew are refusing to get on the shuttles. It's chaos, apparently." Waylis was about to calm Caris to check if what the woman was saying was true. But before she had a chance, Setia flew into the room, a gun in her hand. "We need somewhere to hide, quick!" Chapter 37. Waylis and the gym-goers gawped. "Quick!" Setia grabbed Waylis's arm and hauled her to her feet. She scanned the gym. "In there will have to do." She dragged Waylis towards the changing room. The others watched in stunned silence. Setia glanced at them. "If you guys want to stay safe, you'd better come too."
"Let go of me,"
Waylis complained.
"What's happening?"
Setia threw the door open and pushed Waylis into the room. She turned to the amazed onlookers. "Last chance!" As if jolted by an electric prod, they leapt to life and ran over. When everyone was inside, Setia slammed the door shut. "Anything heavy and not bolted down in here?"
The benches," the young man offered. "The lockers are fixed to the walls."
"They'll have to do." She pushed the sidearm into the back of her trousers.
"Setia, what's going on?"
Waylis gripped the end of a bench and pulled it towards the door.
"Isn't it just me who needs protecting?"
"Barricade first, then I'll tell you." Setia shoved the bench across the bottom of the door. Meanwhile, the young man had brought another over. She lifted it onto the first, wedging it under the door handle. There were only 2 more benches. She stacked them behind the first 2 and stood back. "Stars, that shit! But it'll have to do. If we're lucky, no one will think to check in here."
"Are you going to explain what's happening?"
Waylis asked. "I don't know exactly, but there are people out there with guns who shouldn't have them, and they're rounding everyone up," the young woman who had been on the exercise bike said. "Could it be something to do with what's happening in the shuttle bay?" "Maybe. I just came from there."
"How did you get your gun?"
The question was asked by a middle-aged man. It was the first time he'd spoken since Waylis's arrival. His arms were folded over his chest, and he looked down his nose at Setia. I relieved a guard of his on my way over. Is that a problem?
So you're one of the people who isn't supposed to be armed.
Look, if you want to leave, go right ahead. But you have to go now, and whatever happens to you out there, I'm not letting you back in. Understand? The man's expression wavered. Apparently unable to come up with an answer, he strode to the entrance to the showers and leaned on the edge of the opening. The fourth gym-goer, who had also been silent up until now, began to pace back and forth across the room, muttering to himself. "Is he okay?" Setia quietly asked the woman. "No idea. I don't know him. I've seen him here a few times, but we've never spoken. Can you do me a favour and keep an eye on him? Waylis, I need to talk to you." Setia drew Waylis to a corner. "While I guard the door, can you stay in contact with Caris and Miriam? I'm worried about them. But before you do that, tell me what went down when you spoke to the dealer. I only heard it second-hand from Caris." Waylis related the entirety of the conversation as well as she could remember it. Setia solemnly nodded. "There's some dark shit going on. I hate to say it, but maybe you did the right thing when you told the captain, even though you were signing up to your own execution." She took out her gun and returned to the door. Standing sideways on, she leaned close and listened. Waylis calmed Caris. "Did Setia find you? Did she make it over?"
"Yes, she's here."
"Thank the stars."
"What's going on over there?"
"It started with someone shouting out that we wouldn't ever be back on the Balor, that the captains had decided the ships would go their own ways, hoping to change the skein readings. The news didn't go down well with people who have friends here. Others resented the fact we were being kept in the dark. About half the Bres personnel refused to board the shuttle. Guards arrived and fighting broke out. In the confusion, Setia managed to sneak away."
"Is the rumour true? Is the fleet really splitting up?"
"I don't know. No one official has told us anything. Miriam and I are currently corralled in a corner of the bay." "Oh, damn!"
"What?"
After a brief pause, Caris replied, "We have to hand over our ear comms. Waylis, I didn't get a chance to tell you, but before I went to your cabin to collect your sparrow, I told Robbins about Fitzroy and the drug trade happening on the ship. It seemed too important for him to be ignorant of it. He cast a skein focusing on her, and—" "No, I'm talking to someone! Give me a bloody minute, can't you? Ow!" The comm cut out. The mutterings of the man pacing the changing room had grown louder. Tall and rangy, he covered the small space in just a few strides before turning and marching in the other direction. Sweat plastered his thin, lank hair to his scalp. He held a finger to his lips and frowned, as if he were trying to figure something out. The young man and woman waited with Setia. The other man looked down at his toes. Noticing Waylis was no longer speaking, Setia motioned her over. "Are they okay?" Waylis told her that Caris and Miriam no longer had earcoms. "I suppose it was inevitable. The military are trying to stop people organising. By the way, you should change into me."
"What? Why?"
"I knew you were the shapeshifter," the young man announced. Waylis ignored him.
"Why should I become you?"
"If they think you're me, they'll be less likely to approach you."
"The people on the ship know who you are?"
Setia grimaced. "It's down to Sheldrake and the damned bullshit joke nickname he gave me. I get it wherever I go."
"Really? I had no idea. That must be horrible."
"Not exactly, just annoying, and sometimes it comes in handy, like now. So do your thing. It might help protect you." But before Waylis could decide whether to follow the advice, the man who had been standing near the showers barked,
"Hey, you! Cut it out! You're giving me a headache!"
He was talking to the pacing murmurer. When the man didn't react, he marched over and yelled in his face,
"Shut up and sit down! Pain in the ass! Leave him alone!" the young man protested. He isn't hurting anyone. He's probably just scared.
We're all scared, said the woman. He's giving me the willies, walking up and down like that. All of you, shh, Setia hissed. I can't hear what's going on outside. The disturbed man suddenly broke from his march.
They're coming! We have to get out! We have to run!
He raced for the door. Tucking away her gun once more, Setia ran into him, shoving a shoulder into his chest to block him. A loud gasp exploded from his mouth as he was thrown backwards. Stumbling and staggering, he managed to stay on his feet. Within another split second, he repeated his bid for freedom. Setia tackled him again, throwing him down. The man grunted as he hit the floor. She landed a knee on his back.
Get off me!
He writhed and squirmed.
Get off! I have to go before they get here, before it's too late!
Pressing his head firmly down with one hand and trying to grab the man's wrist with the other, Setia said, I need something to tie him up, belts or laces, something like that. While the young man and woman raced to the lockers, the older man sauntered over.
What's wrong with him? He isn't just scared, he's gone crazy.
How the hell do I know? I just want to stop him from getting out.
It's kind of you to stop him from leaving.
The young man handed over a cord.
He might get hurt.
Kind? I don't want him to alert anyone that we're hiding in here. With the cord and a tie the woman had found, Setia tried to truss the man up, but he fought too hard. As soon as she had his wrists together, he kicked and wrenched them from her grasp. If she managed to hold down his knees, he partly rose from the floor. All the while he shouted and screamed about unnamed enemies coming to get him. Waylis tried to help, but the man was flailing around too much. She decided it was better she stayed out of Setia's way. Finally, with an exasperated sigh, Setia punched the man's head. He went limp.
I know you, the young man exclaimed. You're one punch girl.
Grumbling to herself, Setia tied the man up. When she'd finished, she squatted on her heels. That was more than ordinary fear. He was abnormally strong, Waylis said.
A similar thing happened on the mission to the barren planet. One of the scientists had a break from reality and became violent.
Then I think we both know what this is about. Look, are you going to change into me or not? It's for your own safety. Waylis decided to accept the advice, but it was too embarrassing to copy Setia with everyone watching. She went into the shower room, ignoring the others' curious stares. It was hard to focus in the circumstances, but eventually she managed to achieve the right state of mind. The familiar liquid feeling hit. She was reminded of the flow of an Eva suit covering her body. Her hair shortened, and so did her stature, just a little, as her body assumed Setia's shape. Her clothes loosened, and some of her friend's strength toughened her muscles. She didn't go all the way and assume Setia's voice or anything of her mind. Her appearance alone should suffice to deter would-be attackers who knew about one punch girl. Cringing in anticipation of the attention she would receive, she returned to the changing room. They did stare, even Setia, but only briefly because, at the same time, the handle on the exit door jerked downwards, and someone tried to come in. Chapter 38.
Anyone in there?
The group froze, except for the man Setia had tied up. While Waylis had been changing, he'd come around. Lying on his side, he'd seemed dazed, until hearing the voice at the door, he opened his mouth as if to reply, or perhaps to only repeat his previous rant. He didn't get a chance. Setia leapt on him and clamped a hand over his mouth and nose. With her other hand she pressed hard on his shoulder, pinning him to the floor.
She looked darkly at the others and shook her head. The young man whispered, "You'll suffocate him." Setia took no notice. She watched the door. It moved again, pushing harder against the stacked benches. They shifted a few centimeters. The pressure eased, and sounds of a muffled conversation leaked in. "We should ask who it is," said the young woman quietly. "That would be very, very stupid," pressing harder on the man as he began to struggle.
"You have to let him breathe."
The young man leaned over her.
"Take your hand off his nose at least."
"Be quiet," the voice at the door called. "I can hear you talking. Whoever's in there, open up. You don't have anything to fear. I'm Corporal Flores, and I'm here to take you to a safe place. There have been some disturbances, some unauthorized weapon discharges. You need to come with me for your own safety." When Waylis had first heard the voice, a chill had run through her. When she heard it again, she realized why. It belonged to one of the men who had come to her suite and threatened her. It was the second man who had checked the bedrooms, one of Fitzroy's men. Her guts clenched.
"We can't go out there. I know who it is. He's—"
"Open up!" The door slammed into the benches. One of the top ones crashed down. Setia let go of the crazy guy, grabbed the bench and threw it on top of the others. She leaned against the pile and turned to the room. "Help me!" Waylis ran over, but the rest hesitated. The man on the floor screamed, "Let me go! They're coming! They'll kill us! Kill us all!" The door shuddered with a heavy impact. Something had been rammed against it. The shock ran up Waylis's arms. Setia shoved the benches back up against the door.
"I've had enough of this,"
muttered the older man. He stepped up to the benches. For a moment, Waylis thought he might have decided to help, but he lifted the back of Setia's shirt and snatched her gun. Aiming it at her, he said, "Move aside." She didn't shift a centimeter. "You're making a mistake."
"I don't think so." "Setia's right,"
Waylis said.
"I recognize that man's voice. He came to my cabin to intimidate me. He's involved with illegal drug distribution."
The corner of the older man's lips curled.
"Isn't everyone? Move! I won't tell you again."
"You should do what he says," the young woman said. "We can't stay here for—" Something hit the door so hard Waylis was thrown from her feet. One of the benches fell on her legs, and she yelled with pain. The muzzle of a handgun appeared at the opening, and the door continued to swing inwards, sliding the benches away.
"It's okay, Corporal,"
called out the older man.
"I have the situation in here under control. You can come in."
The look Setia gave him frightened Waylis, though it wasn't meant for her, and the ache of her legs was distracting. Setia hadn't looked so darkly even at Caris when she had been furious with her. He gulped and repeated, his voice trembling,
"You can come in, Corporal."
The door was forced wider. The familiar form of Corporal Flores appeared. 2 more soldiers stood behind him, carrying rifles. Flores took in the scene. A defiant Setia, scattered benches, Waylis beneath one of them, the tied-up man on the floor, looking up at him with bug eyes, the 3 Balor personnel. He held out a hand to the one with the gun.
"I'll take that." "No problem, Corporal."
He handed it over. After passing the weapon to one of the men behind him, Flores turned to face the group again. His gaze lingered on Setia, moved to Waylis, and then returned to Setia. He chuckled.
"She's the real one."
The older man jabbed a finger at Setia.
"The other ones—"
"I know who the other one is." Flores ordered his subordinates to get Waylis up. They removed the bench lying across her and hauled her upright. She winced as her legs took her full weight. "Why have you come for us?" the young woman asked Flores. "Is it something to do with what's happening in the shuttle bay?"
"Something to do with that, yeah." You're all to come with me to the auditorium on deck 3 and wait there. When things are back to normal and the ship is safe again, you'll be allowed out. It's for your own good, so I don't want to hear any arguments, okay? Let's go." He took a step backwards to give them room to exit, but then halted. "Oh, yeah. Hand your earcoms to Private Dukas." "Huh? Why?" asked the young man. "Just do it," Flores snapped. Waylis popped out the device and placed it in the palm of the soldier's outstretched hand. There didn't seem to be any point in arguing about it. The others did the same. When it came to Setia's turn, she thrust hers in, glaring at Flores. "What about him?" The older man gestured at the guy tied up on the floor, whose eyes were so wide the white showed all around. Sweat stood out on his face in droplets and had created dark patches on his clothing. "Something's wrong with him," the older man added superfluously. "He's lost his mind. Don't worry." Flores didn't spare a glance for the crazed man. "Someone will be back for him later." They filed out. One of the privates walked at the front, the other brought up the rear. Flores walked alongside Waylis and Setia. "What's the plan?" Setia asked him. He ignored her. "Your drug madame taking over the ship? Is that it?" Again, he gave no response. "Or the whole fleet? Is this what's behind what happened in the shuttle bay? Did you guys start something to stop the Bres crew from leaving? You wanted to keep us all together, right? Easier to control." Flores smirked. "You have a great imagination, One Punch. I'm sure you'll fit right in with the new regime, if you make the right choice." The young woman who was in front of Setia turned towards him. "What did you say? What do you mean, new regime? Is what she's saying true? You're committing mutiny?" "He is," said Setia. "That's why they're rounding us up. Get it now?" Flores held up his gun. "Eyes forward! No more talking!" The woman's shoulders slumped as she about-faced. They marched on. Waylis trudged behind Setia, her bruised shins complaining at every step. She decided to maintain her guise for the time being, hoping it might prove useful later. As always, she was self-conscious about reverting to her natural form around others, too. On top of everything else, the attention it would draw was the last thing she wanted. She tried to figure out if any of Setia's guesses might be true. Was Fitzroy taking over the ship? If she was, what would happen to the Bres personnel? Did the mutineers want to recruit them to their side? And what would happen to them if they refused? Fear for her friends in the shuttle bay suffused her. Miriam would probably meekly agree to whatever the mutineers demanded. Caris would not. Setia suddenly plunged sideways, driving Flores into the wall. Almost faster than Waylis could see, she ripped his gun from his hand and shot him point blank in the head. Horribly, smoke burst from his skull and his eyes popped. A piercing scream issued from the young woman. Waylis could only stare, shock paralyzing her. The line scattered. 2 more pulses hissed, and the remaining soldiers were down. One clasped his burning, gaping chest disbelievingly. The other still clutched his rifle as he lay on the floor. Rounds sprayed out. A pulse grazed the older man, searing his face and setting his hair on fire. He shrieked and batted his head as he ran, twirling, to escape the flames. Setia fired again on the armed soldier, and he collapsed, his weapon slipping from his dying hands. "Let's go," Setia told Waylis. "But—" She couldn't move. "But you—" Setia fastened a hand around her upper arm and dragged her from the scene. Chapter 39. As she ran, images of the last 30 seconds before their escape flashed across Waylis's mind.
The older man stumbling away, screaming, his head on fire, and his desperate attempts to put out the flames by stopping and spinning, uselessly slapping his melting scalp. The soldier sinking into death, dropping his rifle, exhaling a final breath. Flores's destroyed skull, the globes of his eyes dangling.
I have to.
She dropped to her knees as vomit erupted from her mouth, unable to do anything except heave over and over until she brought up nothing but strings of bitter bile. Waylis could only wait until the spasm was over, when she had nothing else in her and her stomach had stopped bucking. She sat back on her heels, wiped her mouth with the cuff of her sleeve, and rested trembling hands on her thighs. "All done?" asked Setia. "We have to go." Waylis looked up at her, bewildered, unable to reconcile the face of her friend with the person who had done those dreadful things. And not only done them, she had done them easily, as if by instinct, and she appeared entirely unaffected. Bowing her shoulders, Waylis shook her head.
I can't. Leave me here.
"Yes, you can. Come on, get up. We don't have long before someone notices Flores hasn't reported in. They'll send a team to find out what happened. We have to be long gone by then. I know it's hard, but you have to snap out of it. You can process later." Setia reached down to Waylis's arm. She shrank from her.
Don't touch me.
"You're in shock, I know, but you have to move. Damn, I wish I'd thought to grab all their guns. A couple more would have been handy. Too late now. We can't risk going back."
I told you, I can't.
"I'm not leaving you." Setia roughly pulled at her. "If you don't get up, I'll goddamn carry you." With great reluctance, Waylis climbed to her feet. She could not stand Setia's proximity, let alone the touch of the murderer's hand. The thought of being carried by her was unbearable. It was better to do as she said. "Good," Setia said. "This way." Setia ran along the passageways, and Waylis jogged behind her. Still, the awful images continued to run through her mind, an overlay on her vision. At one point, Setia halted and signalled for her to stop too. The now appallingly familiar hiss of weapon fire was coming from somewhere nearby. A cry rang out, shouts and screams, hysterical sobbing. Change of plan. Setia turned around and backtracked.
"Where are we going?"
asked Waylis. "Somewhere boring and unimportant, where few people ever go. We'll have to risk a ride in a lift, but I think it'll be worth it." For the moment, she had to follow wherever Setia wanted to take her. As soon as she had a chance, she would sneak away. The idea of spending a second longer than was necessary with this killer made her exhausted gut squirm. "We'll try this one." Setia stopped again, this time at the side of a lift. She called it and gestured at Waylis to stand back. While they waited, she scanned up and down the passageway and appeared to listen intently. She held the gun pointing downwards, away from her body. The sleeve of her jacket on that side was speckled with sooty ash from Flores's head. The lift arrived and the doors opened. Setia paused a beat and then, swinging the gun around first, peeked into the lift. She motioned Waylis to go in. They travelled down to Deck 0. After similar precautionary actions, Setia beckoned Waylis out. The lowest deck was where all the mundane and dirty tasks required in the running of a starship took place. As Setia had predicted, the place was quiet and no one seemed to be about. Regardless of the apparent safety, she walked a couple of 100 meters before picking a room. It was a laundry, judging by the smell of cleaning agents and the piles of discarded dirty clothes extracted from the faulty system. Giant metallic machines rose floor to ceiling, displaying occasional interfaces and access panels. "I don't know how to lock the door," Setia remarked. "Shame Miriam isn't here. I bet she could do it. This will have to do for now. Sit down and rest." Waylis settled on a pile of laundry, watching Setia carefully. She found it impossible to take her eyes off her. "You can relax. When the fighting's over, the winners will sweep the ship, but I think we're safe for now."
"The winners?"
"It's going to be either the mutineers or the people who stayed loyal to the captains."
"Which are we?"
"Whoever we need to be to stay alive."
"Shouldn't we fight too?"
The notion filled her with revulsion, but she wanted Setia to believe there was an accord between them, and not guess that she planned to leave at the earliest opportunity. "I'm not against the idea, but how would I know who's who? Corporal Flores had the others in that gym fooled at first. If you hadn't already known he was one of the bad guys, he probably would have fooled me as well. It's going to be a mess out there for a while. Everyone's going to find out who their real friends are." A wave of emotion hit Waylis, and she doubled over, cries of horror and anguish bursting from her lips. Suddenly, she was face down in the smelly clothes, weeping and choking. How long the fit lasted, she didn't know, longer than she'd spent throwing up. When she finally emerged from it, Setia was beside her, an arm over her shoulders. Waylis tried to shrug her off, but she was too weak. "It got you bad, didn't it?" Setia murmured. "I'd forgotten it takes some getting used to. I'm sorry you had to see all that."
"How?"
Waylis hiccuped.
"How could you?"
"I had to."
"But you did it so easily. You just killed them. 3 men. You took their lives without a second thought, like it was my job."
Setia took her arm from Waylis's shoulder and her hand flopped into her lap. "It used to be my job. I'm ashamed to say it, but I've killed before, and some of those people died more horribly than what you saw just now."
"I don't understand how you can bring yourself to do it, even though your own life was under threat. Don't you feel any kind of reluctance or repugnance?"
"Not anymore. Or maybe I do, but only briefly. I put it aside. You have to if you want to survive."
"Still..."
Waylis tried to imagine what it must be like to be able to be untouched by the horror of killing another person. "If it means anything, I hate it. The fact that I can do it easily. I sometimes wish I was the naive little girl I was before poverty and deprivation forced me to do many, many things I regret. But what can I do? I can't alter the past. All I can do is try to forget. But it changed me. That can't be denied. And, Waylis, if I wasn't who I am, we would be in the mutineers' hands by now and forced to make some difficult decisions." Waylis picked up an item of clothing that seemed less dirty than the rest and wiped her face.
"Humans are a terrible species, dark and terrible. I thought you were one of the good ones."
"I am. I really am."
"That says a lot."
Chapter 40. An hour or so had gone by, and Setia had left to find a wall interface in the hope she might glean some information about the status of the fighting. Waylis had given up on the idea of slipping away from her. It was pointless. If she managed to get away from Setia, where would she go? Overhead, a battle raged. Until it was over, nowhere would be safe. Perhaps not even then. At least by Setia's side she had a measure of protection, and she wouldn't be alone. The door to the laundry room opened. Waylis tensed, but it was only Setia returning. No luck. The first screen I found was dead. I searched for another and found one, but that was dead too. They've closed down general data access. They're keeping everyone blind.
The mutineers?
Probably that's a dictator's style. If the captains had control, they'd be telling everyone it was okay to come out of hiding, I guess. I wish we still had our earcoms. I'm worried about Caris and Miriam. Didn't you say they had to give theirs up? Besides, if Flores hadn't taken our comms from us, I would have thrown them away. They give away our location. I guess the mutineers didn't think of that. Or they were confident they would be able to round everyone up regardless. Oh, Waylis heaved a sigh. How long do we wait? Until it's safe to leave. And what if it's never safe? What if the mutineers win? A frown creased Setia's brow. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Waylis imagined the struggle for power going on elsewhere in the ship. What was Ikenna doing? And the other scientists? Whose side had they taken, if any? Had they been captured by the mutineers, or were they hiding too? Were they fighting? She hoped Ikenna hadn't been hurt. Now that she'd calmed down somewhat, a recent curious incident returned to mind. Setia, when we were in the changing room gym, you said that you were known around the fleet by the nickname Sheldrake gave you. Don't remind me. Everywhere I go it's, "Hi, One Punch Girl," or "How are you doing, Ms. One Punch?" She grimaced. It gets old after a while. I didn't know. Setia shrugged. What's the point of talking about it? Caris has it worse, you know. Really? Oh, yeah. What do they call her? Featherhead? Birdbrain? I don't know. Something like that. Why are you all so mean and nasty to each other? Most of the time it isn't nastiness. Not deliberately. People are just stupid. They don't think about how it feels to hear it. And they're bored. I think boredom has a lot to do with it. I can't believe I never noticed. No reason you should. It usually happens while I'm alone, and we stick together most of the time. Discovering that she wasn't the only one being targeted took some of the sting out of Waylis's experience at the hands of the fleet personnel. I don't know what's worse, Setia went on, being teased wherever you go or being invisible, like Miriam. I'd prefer to be invisible. Then I'm sorry, but I have bad news for you. No one's ever going to forget you're an alien with a very special ability. And if you can't embrace it, try to live with it. You have friends. Stick with us and you'll be okay. I hope we do still have each other after this crisis is over. Hours passed, and there was no sign of a resolution to what was happening in the rest of the ship. Setia repeatedly checked the public interfaces, but they didn't return to life. No one else arrived on the deck as far as they could tell. No sounds of fighting penetrated from above. Waylis's vomiting and weeping had left her very thirsty. She forbore complaining about her discomfort for a long while, but eventually she was compelled to ask, "Do you think there's water somewhere around here?" "Probably plenty in those." Setia nodded at the pipes running across the walls. "But water we can drink? I can look for some if you like." "I'll come with you." "Are you feeling up to it?" "I am feeling a little better." "Then let's see what we can find." It occurred to me that thirst would be the first thing to drive us out of here. If we can't find potable water, it might be time to check what's happening upstairs. No drinkable water was to be found on the entire deck. Unsurprisingly, considering only maintenance engineers came here to service the machines. They had to go elsewhere if they were to slake their thirsts. As they ascended in a lift to the next level, Setia said, "As soon as we find water, we should go back down. But if things seem quiet, we could try to find some snacks too. Where we were seems a good place to wait until the fighting's over." Waylis was silent. Something had been bothering her for the last few hours, but she didn't have the courage to explain it to her friend. How to get Setia to do what she must. Deck 1 was less quiet than 0. As they stepped from the lift, distant voices could be heard arguing. They turned in the opposite direction. Water could be found in any living quarters, and this was a residential area. But all the cabin doors were sealed. They could ring each door chime until they found somewhere the occupier was at home, but it was too dangerous. They wouldn't know which side the resident was on, or if they were armed and scared. And though Waylis doubted they would succeed in hurting them, considering they would be up against an armed Setia Z's, she couldn't stomach the thought of witnessing more bloodshed. Humans were capable of hurting and killing each other at the drop of a hat.
"I don't understand why water is so hard to find," said Waylis. "At home, we have public access to water everywhere."
"I know," Setia replied. "You just have to step outside."
"I meant—"
"I know what you meant. It's a hygiene issue. If we had water fountains, for instance, and someone sick drank from one, it could spread disease. A nasty virus going around a ship that relies on a limited number of crew to function could cause a big problem. When I was a kid, there used to be water to wash your hands in public restrooms, but now we have UV slots, and I'm not drinking water from a toilet, no matter how thirsty I get." Waylis gathered her resolve.
"I've been thinking, wouldn't it be better if—"
"At last! Just the place we need." Waylis looked up at the sign. They were standing outside a bar and the doors were open. Setia peeked in. Empty! Great! The bar had the familiar boozy, slightly sweaty smell Waylis had come to associate with such places. They were not her favourite by a long stretch. She'd been in many in her friend's company. "Please still be working," Setia muttered as she slid onto a bench. She swiped the screen. "Yes. What do you want?"
Water?"
"Not anything stronger?" Waylis could only stare, amazed. "Yeah, plain old water's probably best." Waylis sat down.
"I need to talk to you about something."
"Uh-huh." Setia looked up from the screen. "Something serious, I'm guessing."
"You were telling me earlier that you're one of the good ones."
"Of course I am. I just saved you, didn't I?"
"Then, don't you think you should be fighting the mutineers?"
The table's central slot opened and 2 large glasses of water emerged. Waylis grabbed one and drank deeply. All thoughts of the conversation with Setia banished as the sweet, sweet liquid slipped down her throat. When the glass was empty, she returned it to the center of the table. "Another?" Setia wiped her mouth. "I should have ordered 2 each." Waylis nodded.
"Setia, I realized the only reason you're staying with me is to protect me. You should be taking part in the battle for the ship."
"Nah, an extra person here or there isn't going to make a hell of a difference."
"You wouldn't be just one extra person. I saw what you did to Flores and the other mutineers. You were so fast and efficient. You killed 3 men before they even knew what was happening. You should—"
The slot opened again and another pair of drinks arrived. Waylis grabbed one and took a long swig before putting it down.
"I'll be fine by myself. I'll go back to the place we were hiding. Please, go and find the good humans and help them win the fight. It's what I want."
Her expression grave. Setia nodded. Then she drained her glass. "Sure you'll be okay?"
"You don't need to worry about me. I'm currently one punch girl, remember? No one's going to mess with me."
Setia chuckled. "Let's hope you're right." Chapter 41. Setia had gone. Waylis sat alone in the bar, enjoying a 3rd glass of water. Her empty stomach had forgotten its earlier upset and was growling at her, demanding to be filled. Eating would have to wait. The idea of returning to the comparative safety of Deck 0 was tempting, but she'd decided against waiting for the humans to solve their problems with murder and violence. If there really were good ones and bad ones among them, if there really was a side that was right and another that was wrong, She'd thought of something she could do to support the good side, if only in a very small way. She went out into the passageway, and immediately the nearest lift pinged. Should she return to the bar? But there was nowhere to hide in there, just tables and chairs. She ran from the lift, quickly swerved around a corner, took the first junction she came to, and ran farther. Footsteps. She'd run right into more people. There was no time to get away. She shrank into an alcove and held her breath. 4 armed figures wearing Eva suits marched past. If any of them saw her, they took no notice. Why were they in Eva suits? The only possible answer filled her with fear. Was there a plan to depressurize the ship? Anyone who didn't have a suit would die, but she had no idea where they were kept, and on a ship as large as the Balor, it could take days to find one. She couldn't help it. She would have to take her chances and continue with her plan. The passageway seemed empty again. She raced to a lift, called it, and waited. As the doors opened, she realized too late she hadn't taken the precautions Setia had. She was standing right in full view of whoever might be inside. Luckily, there was no one. Where to begin her search? She should try to stay away from the fighting, but other than that, she didn't have any idea. Maybe she did. She announced her destination. Deck 5. It was where the science labs were situated. As the doors opened, a horrible reek drifted in. It was the smell of burnt flesh, the sweet chemical scent of weapons discharge, and a rotten odour, as if a sewage pipe had burst. She peeked out. The passageway bore signs of a vicious struggle. Scorch marks scored the walls, and a pool of blood was browning and congealing on the tiles. No one was around, but she could hear voices. Their tones were full of anguish, though they were too far away to make out the words. The people were not fighting. They seemed to be suffering the after effects. She headed away from the speakers. Even if they were not mutineers, she couldn't help them, and it was unlikely they could help her. Only a few people could, and they would not be inclined to give her the information she needed. A loud metallic clang resounded. The entire passageway vibrated with the noise, and her ears rang. It had come from an airlock hatch. There was a second clang, and the whole ship seemed to shake. She shrank against the wall. What could have caused the noise? What was so large and powerful that it could impact a starship? A light shone through the hatch's tiny thick window. Not the bright, even light of its interior, but the unsteady beam of an Eva suit headlight. More men and women in Eva suits? They had to be part of the group she'd seen earlier, but they were coming from outside the ship. She couldn't understand what was happening. The hatch slid open. She knew she should probably run, but the passageway was long. If they wanted to catch her, they could. All she could do was stare and hope. Figures burst out, sweeping the area with their weapons. One aimed at Waylis. A naked fear washed through her. Another pushed the muzzle down and stepped towards her. He swung his rifle over his back and grabbed her upper arms, squeezing them painfully.
Ziz, where's Miriam?
She could only gasp.
I'm not.
He released her.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Do you know where Miriam is? Is she okay? The last I knew, she was in the shuttle bay. Thanks. Stay away from the airlock. It's barely holding. And stay safe. We're gonna take back the ship.
The man's team was already racing down the passageway. He pounded after them. It was only as his figure receded from view that she realized it had to be Sheldrake. His voice had been altered by his suit. So the Banbas military had arrived to join the fight? A tiny spring of hope welled up in her chest. With more fighters on their side, the good humans might win. She went in the opposite direction to the soldiers. Soon she reached the first labs. Their open doors revealed benches filled with equipment, desks and screens, tall cupboards with many tiny drawers, transparent windows to sealed sections, and rows of white coats suspended from hooks. A shuffling sound from one doorway attracted her attention. As she looked in, a group of 5 or 6 men and women squeezed tightly into a corner.
"Leave us alone,"
a woman pleaded.
"We won't cause any trouble."
One had a gun, and he aimed it at Waylis, his hand shaking. She backed away, crossed to the opposite side of the passageway, and slipped quickly onwards. Would she ever find the person she wanted? She didn't even know what he or she looked like, and there was a good chance they were with the rest of the mutineers by now anyway. She looked into another lab. It seemed empty, and she was about to move on when she spotted movement in a dark corner. Someone crouched there, or perhaps 2 people.
"Hello,"
she said quietly.
"Can you help me? I'm looking for someone. I don't want to hurt you."
A choked sob burst out, and then, in a strained tone,
"Who are you looking for?"
she gasped.
"I kenna?"
She stepped into the lab. He regarded her with puzzlement, his expression full of sorrow.
"Do I know you?"
Another man was slumped in the corner, and Ikenna was holding him. The man was clearly dead. Half of his face had been obliterated by one of the human's terrible weapons. Though he was badly disfigured, Waylis recognized him.
"Oh, Ikenna, I'm so sorry. I know Tran was a good friend."
Ikenna slowly nodded.
"I think it was fast. I hope so."
He peered at her.
"I do know you. You're one of Waylis's friends. I've seen you sitting with her in the refectory. I'm not her. I'm me, Waylis. Her, I see."
The bitterness in his tone stung.
"You're doing your thing again." "I am. She told me to be her."
Waylis faltered. Explaining her reason seemed pointless.
"I'm looking for someone, another scientist, a chemist in fact. Do you know any?"
Ikenna gently rested the body of his friend against the wall.
"I know several. It's a strange request, considering the fleet is currently at war with itself. Why do you want to find a chemist?"
"I think one of them might have something of mine."
"And you want to get this thing back so urgently? You're out and about in a war zone."
"The whole ship is a war zone. Can you help me? I think this person is probably the best chemist on the Balor."
"I think I know who you might mean. Come with me. Maybe he's still alive."
"Oh, I think he probably is." Chapter 42. As they exited the lab, Ikenna halted.
"What am I doing? This is a stupid idea. You should hide until it's all over. Nothing can be so urgent it's worth your life. I know a good place we can go, somewhere the mutineers won't think to look."
"I was hiding up until now, but this is very important to me. I know it's dangerous, but I want to perhaps save another life."
"I see."
He regarded her pensively. After a moment, his features relaxed.
"Well, I'll try to help you, but if the mutineers come back,
I will hide with you." He led her along the passageway.
"What happened to Tran? Do you know?"
Ikenna's voice was constricted as he replied.
"When we realized what was happening, I tried to persuade him to come with me to a hiding place, but he wouldn't do it. He didn't believe he could come to any real harm. He would stand up to the traitors, he said. They were just bullies, and they needed putting in their place. The fleet wouldn't survive without its scientists, and no one would be so dumb as to kill any of us."
After sighing heavily, Ikenna continued.
"I wasn't there when it happened. While I hid, I heard a commotion, lots of shouting and threats. The mutineers wanted the scientists to swear allegiance to the new captain. Her name is Fitzroy, I believe. I'd never heard of her. Then I heard firing. They must have shot the ones who refused, and Tran was one of them."
Ikenna smiled sadly.
"He was a good man, but he could be damned stubborn. When all was quiet, I came out. I looked in the labs. I found him."
Waylis touched his arm, and they continued some way in silence.
"Did you hear the Banbas military arriving?" she asked. "There were some loud clangs. Was that them? I did hear noises, but I was too—"
In a steadier tone, Ikenna continued,
"The chemist you're looking for may have met the same fate as my old friend, but you seem to think he'll be alive. Why? Is he involved with the mutineers?"
"Deeply involved, I think."
He stopped. "Then finding him would be very stupid. We should be heading away from those madmen, not towards them."
"Well, I don't need to find him personally. As I said, I believe he may have something of mine."
"So you need to find this thing, not him. I will take you to his cabin, but as we go, you must explain what this is about. I don't understand what could be so precious that you must seek it now. Waylis, I am risking my life to help you."
It seemed only fair to explain. They continued to walk, and, in as few words as she could manage, she told him about her initial encounter with Fitzroy and the illicit drug making the rounds of the ship. She told him how, after her first refusal, her homesickness had driven her to try it, and how terrible the experience had been. She related the threat Fitzroy's men had delivered after she refused to pay her debt, and, lastly, how the little sparrow had disappeared from her cabin. Ikenna's expression grew more and more amazed as she went on. For a talkative person, he displayed a lot of self-control and didn't interrupt. When she finished, he said,
"And you want to find your bird? I can see why it's important to you. It is a small creature, but such things are treasures. Your feelings about it are understandably strong. But what I don't understand is what makes you sure the chemist has it. Surely Fitzroy could have hidden it anywhere, assuming it's still alive." "I'm not completely sure she's with the chemist. It just seems to make sense that Fitzroy wouldn't keep my bird herself, and nor would she entrust it to one of her enforcers. She would give her to someone with the intelligence to keep her alive for as long as she wanted to control me. If my bird died, I would be far less likely to do her bidding. Yet the person she gave her to had to be someone who was aware of the drugs operation. She couldn't explain a request to look after a bird to a random friend. The more I thought about it, the chemist responsible for producing the drug seemed the obvious person." "Your reasoning is sound. However, it would be wise to prepare yourself for the possibility that your bird is dead. Now the mutiny has begun, Fitzroy has no need for you or your bird." "You could be right. I'm hoping that, even if the mutineers win, she may still require the services of an alien shapeshifter." As they turned a corner, they came upon a grisly sight. The remains of two men sprawled at unnatural angles on the tiles, their bodies contorted by burns and the agony of painful deaths. A dreadful stench emanated from them. Waylis clamped a hand to her mouth, horribly transfixed by the sight. "Mutineers," Ikenna said softly. "Balor military. See the uniforms." But Waylis had managed to drag her gaze away to stare at the wall. "Let's move on." "No, wait." From the corners of her eyes, she saw Ikenna approach the bodies. "What are you doing?" There was a rustle, and then a snap of something dislodging. "How can you touch them?" "They're gone. Just meat now. Take this." He was by her side again and holding out a gun. "No, I don't want it." He held another in his other hand. "Please take it. We will be safer if we're armed, if only to deter attackers." His deep brown eyes turned deadly serious. You must take it, or I won't help you. Please, do not make yourself willingly helpless. I am not a soldier, Waylis. I cannot be your protector. We are equal in this.
Dread filling her, she reluctantly took the weapon. It was surprisingly light. She'd imagined the destructive devices must be weighty, considering their purpose. It was mercifully clean, free of the blood of its owner, yet its touch still made her guts heave. She pushed it into her trouser waistband at the back, as Setia had done. Ikenna seemed to disapprove, but he said nothing. He carried his in his hand.
It isn't far to our destination,
he said as they went on.
This person you seek, he has one of the luxury suites. It was odd that he was allowed one. Captain Alonso preferred that we remained in our original quarters after the colonists disembarked. Now it doesn't appear so strange. He was probably awarded it as a perk from the purser in return for a regular supply of the drug. Weren't you aware of what was going on? Didn't you ever see Fitzroy turn up at the cafe? You must have noticed her. I'd heard rumours, but there are always rumours. I choose to not listen to them. And this person, perhaps I will recognize her if I ever see her. If she had dealings with the people in the cafe, I probably elected to take no notice. I was happy to find a place I could eat in quiet, until I met you.
Ikenna, I'm sorry.
You have already apologized, and I've accepted. Let's say no more about it.
He slowed his pace.
Dr. Barrington's suite is around the next corner. What's your plan to get back your bird?
I don't have one.
I see. Did you think you could just go up to his door and demand he give it to you? Or perhaps if you asked nicely he would comply? This is a foolish endeavour.
I don't know what I thought. I suppose I was hoping he might not be there, and we could search his rooms.
That would entail getting into them somehow.
The sound of running footsteps came from behind them. A dishevelled elderly man was racing their way, his thin, shaggy white hair fluttering. He seemed too old to move so fast.
Dr. Barrington,
Ikenna said.
We were coming to see you.
The man's gaze flicked towards them, but he barely slowed down. I don't have time to speak to you, Oni. I have some urgent matters to attend to.
But I insist, Doctor.
Ikenna raised an arm as Barrington was about to pass him, blocking his passage. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of my way! Ikenna grasped the old man's shirt and leaned close.
Is the battle nearly over? Has your side lost, and you're here to destroy anything that will link you to the mutiny?
I don't know what you're talking about! Barrington tore at Ikenna's hand, trying to release himself.
Yes, you do,
Waylis exclaimed.
You're the one who invented that terrible drug. You're both responsible for this battle and all the deaths. You've destroyed people's lives.
He ignored her, continuing to try to prise Ikenna's iron grip apart.
She's right,
Ikenna said.
But you're an old man, and I don't want to hurt you. Don't you understand that removing evidence won't make any difference? You're in too deep. When the battle's over and the captains have won, the truth will come to light. But if you give back the bird, we won't hamper your pathetic effort to save yourself. You can do what you want.
Bird? What bird? All the fleet's birds were given to the Polarans.
Don't be a fool, Doctor. You know exactly what bird. Where is it? I'm giving you a small chance to escape the fate that awaits you. Tell us.
I don't. Ha! Barrington had snatched Ikenna's gun from his other hand. Before he could use it, Ikenna knocked it from his grasp. The weapon skittered across the floor, and both men raced towards it. Before Barrington could reach it, Ikenna tackled him, and they ended up on the floor, tussling and fighting. Waylis was amazed again by the old man's strength against a younger, larger opponent. If Barrington reached the weapon first, Ikenna's life would be over. There was no doubt about it. A vengeful, evil fire burned in the chemist's eyes, and he fought viciously. He would have no compunction about taking another person's life. He flung out a hand, and his fingertips brushed the gun. Ikenna managed to drag him backwards before he could grab it. She had to stop him from killing Ikenna. There was only one way to do it. Waylis pulled out her weapon and leapt to Barrington's side. Every fibre of her body rebelling, she pushed the muzzle against his head.
Stop! Stop now, or I'll shoot!
The doctor slumped, face downwards. His outstretched arms slowly retracted. Ikenna rose to his knees, reached over Barrington, panting, and picked up the gun.
Take us to the bird, Doctor.
But before the doctor could reply, a voice sounded from the ship's intercom.
This is Captain Alonso. I am happy to announce this ship is back under fleet command. The ringleaders of the mutiny are in custody. Remaining mutineers, lay down your weapons. Your cause is hopeless, and you will answer for your crimes.
Barrington's face was a mask of fury as he got up. He stomped towards his cabin, his rigid, stooped back broadcasting his anger at the situation, his rage at his defeat. He opened the door to his suite. Waylis gazed in wonder. The place was like a palace or a museum. Every surface was covered with items, even the walls. There were paper books of the type Caris read, ornaments, piles of textiles, jewellery, paintings, many things she didn't even recognise. One item in a corner caught her attention. It was plain brown, drab and uninteresting. A small box with holes. She dashed over to it. Gently she picked it up and peeked through the holes. She could see nothing except darkness, but she felt something move. She felt and heard a fluttering, and she didn't think she would ever be so happy again. Leaving Barrington to do whatever he thought might save him, they slowly made their way towards the shuttle bay, where Waylis hoped to find her friends. As they walked, she transformed back into herself, heedless of Ikenna's presence. He made no comment. The Balor bore many scars of battle, from blasted surfaces and smears of blood to injured personnel being treated by medics. In one passageway, they even happened across a severed finger. The air filters whined, but hadn't yet managed to extract the smell of smoke and the reek of burnt flesh from the atmosphere. As they made their way to the bay, it occurred to Waylis that one or more of her friends might have been hurt or killed, particularly Setia, who had joined the fight. Had Sheldrake managed to find Miriam? Had Caris refused to pledge allegiance to the new regime? When they reached their destination, the place was in turmoil. People were everywhere. At first, Waylis drew back, confused about what was going on. Then she realised they were celebrating. Shouting and laughing, they were making joyful reunions.
I believe I can see them,
Ikenna said, scanning over the heads of the crowd.
You can? Where? Is it all of them? My 3 friends?
Ikenna pushed a passage through the throng. Waylis saw them before they noticed her. They were all here, all alive. Sheldrake was with them. He was out of his Eva suit and wrapping Miriam in a protective arm. Waylis halted, savouring the sight.
Is something wrong?
Ikenna asked.
These are your friends, are they not?
Caris saw her. Guys, look who it is! Thank the stars! You're a sight for sore eyes. She stepped over, a smile wreathing her face. Then her gaze alighted on the box. You found her? Is she...
She is. She's fine.
Caris's features lit up with elation.
You did it! You saved her!
Yes, I did.
Chapter 43. Waylis had asked Captain Bujold if she could give her witness testimony remotely during the trial of the mutineers, but the captain had refused. So, in the makeshift courtroom in the auditorium, she had been forced to answer questions about her dealings with Fitzroy and, to a much lesser extent, Barrington, within their physical presence. The waves of hatred that had emanated from Fitzroy had given Waylis physical pain. She guessed that humans didn't experience the same effect. The captain hadn't known what she was asking. So it was with great relief she had received the news that, when it came to the sentencing, her presence was not required. She had thought she wanted nothing more to do with the mutineers. Yet, when it came to it, she couldn't resist viewing the conclusion of the horrible proceedings over vidfeed. Captain Alonso didn't make contact with Fitzroy or Barrington as he read from his screen, and his tone was cold.
For the crimes of mutiny, the manufacture and supply of illegal substances, bribery and extortion, murder and serious bodily harm, malicious damage and actions that put the lives of the crew in jeopardy. We, the captains of the Interstellar Fleet, sentence both of you to permanent exile. You will be separately confined to the brigs of the Balor and the Banba, while a habitat is constructed on the planet we currently orbit, which we name Desolation. When the habitat is complete and fully functional, you will be transported to it, along with Major Gagnon, Private Antonov, and other such members of our military who are found guilty by their court-martial. You will be given sufficient supplies to survive the rest of your natural lives, should you wish to do so.
Despite the fact that the auditorium was some distance away, Waylis felt Fitzroy's horror and despair. Barrington didn't even seem to grasp what Alonso had said. The captain looked straight into Fitzroy's eyes.
You may think your sentence harsh, but the only alternative is execution, and the ending of lives, something you personally have caused, is not what the fleet is about. We seek to support life and give hope to all the galaxy's species. You have clearly demonstrated that our ethos is the very opposite of your own, so we have no option except to maroon you. If a higher power exists, may it have mercy on your souls.
Waylis shuddered. To live within the confines of a habitat on a barren, dead planet. Your only companions a handful of people trapped in the same nightmare. The concept was so distressing to imagine, she pushed it aside. She guessed the perpetrators of the mutiny deserved it. What would the sentence have been on her world? The answer was easy. On her world, such atrocities had never been committed, and never would be, unless by the humans now inhabiting it. Humans are dark and terrible. And yet, she swiped her interface, dismissing the vidfeed of Fitzroy and Barrington being escorted out of the court, and opening a poem she'd recently been studying, The Lake Isle of Innisfree. It was a beautiful piece of writing, full of the appreciation of simple things, and of nostalgia and the love of peace. How could such light and darkness exist within the same species? It was a conundrum she didn't think she would ever solve. Faint, sweet cheeps came from the bedroom. She smiled and got to her feet. The sparrow fluttered to her seed bowl when she went into the room. There was plenty of food in it. Perhaps her little friend only wanted some company. She sat on the bed, and, to her delight, the bird flew immediately over to perch beside her. The creature tilted her head and looked up with her bright black eyes. Waylis stayed still so as not to frighten her. She wasn't tame enough yet to hop any closer, but maybe she would be one day.
I've thought of a name for you, little one. I will call you Ava.
It was an English name, derived from the word for bird. A name from Waylis's own language would only make her feel homesick. It was time to move on, and she liked the name. Simple and sweet, it suited the little animal.
Waylis, Caris said over comm, where are you? Are you coming to dinner? Don't tell me you've gone back to hiding in your cabin.
No, I'll be there soon.
The refectory was quieter than usual. It was not the sombre quietness of the time when the skein readings had predicted the fleet's imminent demise. Their forecast had changed to a more favourable one as soon as the mutiny had been put down. The quietness was due to its emptiness. Most of the Banba's military had returned to their ship, and though the Bres's personnel still remained, many of the people who would have been sitting here were in sick bays, or their bodies were being prepared for burial in space. It warmed Waylis's heart to see her friends sitting at their table, safe and sound, whole and unharmed. A fourth figure was with them. Sheldrake had his arm around Miriam. Waylis doubted he would ever let her out of his sight again.
What was the sentence?
Setia asked, as Waylis sat down with her food.
I would have watched it myself, but I didn't want to spoil my dinner.
They're to be marooned.
Miriam sucked in an astonished breath.
Marooned? Where?
The barren planet.
But how will they survive?
She explained about the habitat.
Setia snickered. At least they'll have clean clothes.
What do you mean?
Didn't you hear that Fitzroy's job was laundry service maintenance engineer?
Caris guffawed. Wiping her eyes, she said,
When it comes to cleaning their clothes, they're screwed.
Sheldrake growled.
Marooning is better than they deserve. Should have thrown them out of an airlock.
No,
Caris said.
A fast death would be too good for them. They bloody well should slowly rot away somewhere, far from hope of rescue, with only the same few desperate faces to look at, day in, day out.
They'll off themselves, Setia announced. Either themselves or each other. Sheldrake nodded.
You're right. Most of them are capable of murder, especially Gagnon and Antonov. They won't last long.
Matty,
Miriam said.
I didn't know about Major Gagnon and Private Antonov trying to get you killed while you were on Markop. Why didn't you tell me?
Why would I tell you something like that?
Did you follow their court-martial? Setia asked.
Uh-huh.
He chuckled.
From a distance, and just theirs. Who cares what happens to their traitor buddies? There were 10 or 12 in the brig, I heard. Fitzroy had worked for a while to get the Balor's military under her control. They were already unhappy about Gagnon and Antonov being locked up, so it wasn't too hard. But she couldn't get to all of them. Some stayed loyal to Captain Alonso. Others just wanted to keep their heads down and not get involved. Fitzroy's hope was to spring Gagnon so he could rally the remainder. Then they would rise up and take over the ship, but she couldn't manage it. Not until she happened across Waylis.
Sheldrake turned to her.
When she met you, she must have thought all her dreams had come true. You were the perfect solution to her problem.
But then came the announcement that the Bres's personnel would be leaving, said Caris.
Yep, she knew she had to act fast, so she started a false rumour that the fleet was splitting up, sparking fighting and chaos. It was an excuse to deploy the ship's military to quell the disturbance, open the armories, etc. Even with fewer than ideal numbers, she hoped the disruption and confusion would help her succeed. But,
he grinned,
she forgot there was a whole other ship's worth of military not so far away. 2 ships' worth. Most of the Bres's military had been assigned to the Banba.
And so you came to our rescue,
Miriam breathed. Course I did. Not that I am military anymore, strictly speaking, but the captains were prepared to make an exception in the special circumstances.
Miriam gazed at Sheldrake adoringly. Caris rolled her eyes. Setia said, "It'll be nice when we're all home again." "Home?" Caris asked. "I mean back on the Bres. I suppose it is home now, the closest we'll ever get anyway." "Is it safe, though?" Miriam asked. "What did they do to kill the xenogel?" "Sprayed a shit ton of pesticides," Caris replied. "I bumped into one of the horticulturalists who helped us search for the sparrow. He said it's all been cleaned away now." Setia asked, "Are you going to help them regrow the aviary?" I have enough to do learning how to read skeins, and we can't really call it an aviary anymore. There are only 2 birds left, and neither of them live there." To her surprise, Waylis found herself longing to return to the other ship too.
"I'd like to help with the aviary."
"You would?" asked Miriam. "In that case, I'll help too."
"I used to quite like it," Waylis said. "It was nice to sit among the plants, especially when the watering systems were spraying."
Setia laughed. "Naturally. I suppose I don't mind getting my hands dirty again if Caris is too busy with her important skein reading." Caris snorted. "It wasn't so long ago you were dying to hear what the skeins said." "I wish they could tell us what's causing our future outcomes," said Miriam. "Not just what they are. When Robbins and I figure it out, I'll let you know." Waylis had seen someone she wanted to talk to.
"Excuse me."
The fair-haired, baby-faced man was sitting with fellow Bres scientists, she presumed. She didn't know them. They hadn't been included in the mission to the planet.
"Is it Dr. Moody?"
she asked as she approached him.
"That's right. What can I do for you? I changed my mind about allowing you to take some samples from me to study."
"Oh, gosh, that would be wonderful."
"Don't get too excited. I'm not prepared to allow anything more invasive than blood samples."
"Simple blood samples would be extremely enlightening, and we certainly won't ask anything more than you're prepared to give. Thank you very much. Can we begin work as soon as we return to the Bres?"
"Tomorrow, I believe." "That's what I heard. I'll be in touch."
Chapter 44. It was with mixed feelings that Waylis, Ava's box tucked securely under her arm, boarded the shuttle that would take her home. In many ways, her stay on the Balor had been a nightmare. She and many others had come close to death. She'd spent time on a barren planet, its devastation filling her with melancholy. She had tricked a decent man, and what was she returning to? The news had arrived this morning that, despite every attempt made to destroy it, xenogel had already been spotted once more on the Bres. After all the efforts undertaken, removing the people and supplies, employing poisonous chemicals on the alien interloper, and now transporting everyone and everything back, they were exactly where they'd started. But the future was looking brighter now. Xenogel hadn't been responsible for the dire skein readings. Fitzroy and Barrington and their horrible drug, also responsible for several crew members going mad, had been the force leading to the fleet's destruction. The laundry service engineer of all people. It was no wonder everyone would have ended up dead, and Waylis's personal future looked brighter too. Her homesickness had eased, and she felt less of a freak. She aimed for a seat well away from Setia and Caris, who had Loki on her shoulder. The bird would take too much of an interest in Ava. She also gave Miriam and Sheldrake a wide berth. They were clearly so happy to be in each other's company again, she didn't want to disturb them. She found an empty seat and fastened her belt.
"Waylis,"
said a voice over her comm.
"Hello, Ikenna. I came to the bay to say goodbye, but I can't find you. Are you already aboard the shuttle?"
"I am." She had thanked him for his help in retrieving Ava, but she hadn't quite overcome her embarrassment around him and had thought it better to slip away.
"I'm sorry. I should have arranged to meet you before I left. We can still say goodbye. Let it not be goodbye, but au revoir. What does that mean? It means until we see each other again. You know, we scientists frequently collaborate with our colleagues on other ships. I might be on the Bres one day soon. If I am, would you like to have dinner?
I would love to, and we can keep in touch too.
Indeed. I can bore you with long monologues on exogeology.
I'll look forward to it.
What will you be doing when you get back? More poetry?
I'm going to be very busy. I'll help regrow the ship's aviary, help the biologists study my species, and maybe I'll do something else, though I haven't quite decided about it yet.
That sounds enigmatic.
If I decide to do it, I'll tell you all about it. Her secret hope was that she might be able to provide some insight into the xenogel. Now that it seemed to be harmless, she felt better about attempting to copy it. It was extremely doubtful she could even come close to effecting a transformation, but if she opened up her sensitivities, she might learn something. She wouldn't know for sure until she tried. As soon as she was aboard the Bres, she would ask to speak to Captain Boujold.
I wish you luck with your endeavour, Waylis, whatever it is. Goodbye for now.
Au revoir, Ikenna. Author's Notes. Welcome to the end of Destiny Adrift. Before I give some background information on the book, I'd like to thank my editor, Lisa Wood, Patreon patrons, my Substack reader group and paid subscribers, Instagram followers, YouTube listeners, and last but definitely not least, all the Facebook Starship JJ Green shipmates. The support of these kind and loyal people is what makes the writing of Interstellar Fleet and all my other series possible. The Permanent Migrant. In my previous life, I taught English to migrants and refugees. As any teacher will tell you, teaching is always a learning process too, and I learned a lot about other cultures and languages, but also the experience of living somewhere different from where you grew up. I've lived in other countries too, and though I had it a lot easier than my students, I could identify with some of their issues. I'm sure you can see how my background influenced the depiction of Waylis's inner turmoil. Another influence on Destiny Adrift was my fascination with tales of explorers and accounts of early migration to the US and the Antipodes. Not so long ago, to travel to a newly discovered country was somewhat like going to a new planet. Everything would be different there, and the likelihood of never setting foot on your native land again was very real. Also, in those days, some people really were marooned on remote islands for the rest of their natural lives. The barren planet. Once it has appeared, is it possible for life to simply disappear from an apparently life-supporting planet? Though we might kill ourselves via a nuclear holocaust, life itself would be unlikely to disappear entirely. And though there have been catastrophic collapses in the number of species in Earth's ancient history, life has always bounced back in the end. The very essence of the phenomenon of life is that it survives. It would take something truly cataclysmic, like a massive asteroid impact, to boil the oceans and blast away the atmosphere, to wipe out every living organism. Another possibility is radiation from a nearby gamma-ray burst, or supernova, killing every living thing. My guess is that the signs of a huge asteroid impact would be spotted by the fleet scientists. So the lack of life on the barren planet is likely due to a massive dose of interstellar radiation, but I could be wrong. The never-ending voyage. As we edge very slowly towards the possibility of humans leaving the solar system, I did say very slowly, we face the implications of the fact that they will likely never return.
How will those voyagers of the far distant future cope with living out the rest of their lives aboard a starship? How will they deal with the tedium of day-to-day living? If humanity's history is anything to go by, using substances like alcohol and other drugs to temporarily escape reality is certain. Should the people in charge allow this reprieve? Will they regret it if they do? What about having children? Would it be fair to bring new life into such an existence? If not, should the crew be sterilized? These are some ideas I began to explore in Destiny Adrift and will continue to explore through the rest of the Interstellar Fleet series. If you're interested in this concept too, I recommend the film Aniara, which was recommended to me by a shipmate. As far as I know, it's the only fictional production that truly attempts to get to grip with the implications of a never-ending galactic voyage. If you would like to discuss these or any other aspects of Destiny Adrift or any other of my books, feel free to post on the JJ Green Shipmates Facebook page. I would love to see you there. JJ Green, Cambridge 2025. The end. This has been Destiny Adrift, Interstellar Fleet Book 4. Written and narrated by JJ Green. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please hit like and subscribe to my channel to hear the next book in the series, Augur's Eye, Interstellar Fleet Book 5. For more JJ Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.